Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. It is Tuesday, April 2nd. Welcome to J is for Justice. My name is Jay. I hope you have your coffee this morning. Take a sip of coffee, hit that like button. Let's get this day started. Welcome in, welcome in. Thanks everyone who joined last night in Discord and watched the ID show that I'm in. Thank you for watching. If you want to catch it on ID, I believe it's on again today. Thank you for everyone who has supported me. Appreciate you. Good morning. Good morning. I'm still waking up. It has been a long night last night. We had a good live stream last night as well. It was a busy day yesterday. BDAC, welcome to Lawful Listener. Thank you for becoming a member. You guys, we are counting down to 100,000 subscribers. And we are almost to 99,000. I don't have my phone with me. I was going to check it. But we are like, I think when I looked, it was 98,987. Something like that. Shamrock, what's up? Will Warren. There's Nicolae Miu right there. You guys, Nicolae Miu has lost so much weight. We are live in the courtroom, but we don't have it. Oh, wait. We have audio, too. Here we go, guys. Right on time. Right on time. And they muted us. So Nicolae Miu is charged with 1 count of first-degree intentional homicide that killed 17-year-old Isaac Schumann and 4 counts of attempted first-degree intentional homicide from a stabbing on the Apple River on July 30th, 2022. I almost said 1995 because that's my son's birthday. July 30th, 1995. But July 30th, 2022. Yesterday, they showed the video in its entirety. Put it up in a video here on my channel. Bring it all in. But see this camera angle? I think this is what the problem is when we have live court. We can literally read the defense's laptop. I mean, if we wanted to, we could. Like, they're literally showing evidence on the defense's laptop.
So is that a joint?
This is why cameras get kicked out of the courtroom, I think. We are live also in 2 hours, or 3 hours rather, at noon. So hopefully this will go to lunch. And then we can, you know, I thought that was the defendant at first. When I first watched this. Weird. Okay, so anyways, at noon we're watching an update on Sebastian Rogers. Not sure what that update is going to entail, but we will be live at noon with that as well. Good morning, Meg. And thank you. Oh my gosh. So thank you, Flo, for donating a membership. Wing Beats, welcome. Thanks so much, Flo. That is so generous of you. Oh my God, BDAC, you're Ben? Have you really, Mega? You're Ben, BDAC. Yes, oh my gosh, you guys are going to have to attest for me that I have always said how much I love my headphones and I didn't know who sent them to me. I knew it was someone named Ben. I'm like, who's Ben? Yes, I love my freaking headphones. I'm so glad you said something. It has been bothering me for years because everybody always asks me, what kind of headphones are those? And I always say, yes, this guy named Ben sent them to me. These are my favorite. Like, I love them. Good morning, Lisa from Jupiter. Damn, that is so funny. I have had these for how long now, Ben? Yeah, he got me my headphones. I was like, oh my God. It was like one of the big gifts that someone's ever sent me from YouTube. And I was like, oh my God, someone sent me these headphones. I was ecstatic and I still am. All right, here we go, guys. Starting right on time. We got Midnight Oil for the defense. And the YouTuber JB Gunner is the prosecutor. I'm just kidding. Mandaloo, what's up? Good morning. It was during the laundry case at Christmas. Oh my God. That was 2021.
Where's Mr. Anderson?
Oh,
He's here, Judge.
Mr. Anderson's in the bathroom. This is the guy that looks like the night court judge.
Bring up just a matter regarding the media.
Regarding what?
Media.
Media?
On the record, I presume?
An issue regarding media.
Yeah, just give me a moment. All right, State of Wisconsin versus Nicolae Miu, 2022 CF51. Mr. Anderson.
Why does it keep doing that?
Officer, Mr. Nelson are present. Mr. Miu is present. We are outside the presence of the jury. We are about to resume the trial. There are a few administrative matters that I have on my list. Mr. Nelson mentioned something that he has. Why don't we take that one up first?
All right, Judge, three things. One is, my understanding of the court's order is that when court is not in session, there's no photography, no filming. I just wanted to make sure that that is still the standing order, and if so, if you could remind the media of that.
Audio.
Two is, I'm concerned, we don't have a lot of space here. Things have to, in the modern age, we work on our computer. I understand people can look at it with their eyes.
That's what I just said.
I'm concerned if the media is taking photographs or even inadvertently showing my screen, if I have anything up on my screen. So if Your Honor could make an order that says they, A, do their best to try to not do that.
Change
and B,
the
if they do
angle.
accidentally, to just blur it out or something along those lines. I don't think that what's on my screen should be public. I think, at least if it's on this desk, it should be work product and protected. Three is, I'm worried about the microphones. I understand that they pick up even when I'm whispering things to my client. If
As they
possible,
zoom in
my
again.
preference would be that our microphone
Media.
is on mute unless we are actively cross-examining a witness.
He's addressing hot mics and their screen being zoomed in
Mr.
on.
Anderson, Mr. Smestad, anything on those topics?
Yes, I think, frankly, I've gotten kind of the same feedback that whispering is being caught on the cameras. We also, I think, the media room, the door is open, and we managed yesterday with witnesses who are sequestered by putting them in separate conference rooms. We don't want to put them together when they're sequestered, but on a day like today where we have several lined up, we might quickly run out of spaces to put them. So if they could either close the door or use headphones so that the whole hallway isn't getting the audio from the trial.
All right, please have your victim witness coordinator talk to my judicial assistant. They can
This
speak
is
with the
nothing
folks
new.
in the
Why don't they-
media conference room to see what can be done.
Change the angle,
about that.
idiots.
As far as the microphones are concerned, I received the same feedback.
Hot
I
mics.
spoke to my staff. So what we plan to do is mic the tables unless someone is speaking. Right now, you're both speaking, so they're both active.
Look how close the
But once we
tables
get
are,
into witness
too.
examination,
They're like on
only the
top of
examining
each other.
table mic will be live. The other will be silent. So that's the plan going forward.
What a shit show.
I just will revisit the media expectations because we do have pool cameras and a different videographer on each day. So my rule allows cameras in the courtroom on the condition that there be no photography of the jury, there be no photography of certain victims who do not wish to be photographed. Those will be identified before they get up and speak. There's no recording while court has adjourned. By adjourned, meaning we're in recess, the judge is off the bench and walks away. That's what I mean by adjourned. There may be interruptions in the proceedings. Those do not constitute adjournments. So if I'm not wearing my robe and I'm not on the bench, we're not going to be recording. I believe also my media order restricted recording what I would consider to be private conversations between the attorneys.
They're still zooming in on their computer. I can't.
The defense lawyers and their client, and conferences up at the bench. Those are private conversations not to be shared with the public. Also, there'll be no recording of those conversations either. All right.
Judge?
Yes.
Maybe it wasn't regarding my computer screen and regarding still photography. Is there any response, or is that just?
Well, I consider that to be part of what I just talked about.
Okay.
Communications at the table.
Okay.
So I just ask everybody to please be sensible and responsible with their devices. We're not here to pry and to invade people's privacy. If there's problems, let me know and I can revisit the topic. If there's ways that you can mitigate viewing of your screen, that might help. To the extent you can. There's probably 60, 70 people sitting behind you who have the same view as the photographers. Okay. There was a request yesterday during jury selection about preventing media access to certain exhibits. Mr. Anderson, did you want to speak more on that?
No, Judge. I think the only authority is essentially Marcy's Law, and it's pretty vague. It just victims' right to privacy. I recognize it's a public trial, so there's no defined definition of that in the case law that I'm aware of.
All right. So yesterday, the state made a request to prohibit media access and recording of certain exhibits that might come into evidence, in particular autopsy photos. In my judgment, I have no authority to grant that request. In fact, I think the request infringes on First Amendment rights. This is a public trial, and the media have a First Amendment right to report what's happening in the courtroom. Wisconsin Supreme Court rule allows cameras to record events in the courtroom. The rules allow the judge to prohibit recording of the jury, as I explained, and prohibits recording of victims at their request. That exception, however, does not extend to physical exhibits that are offered and received into evidence. Exhibits are open to the public. Anyone may request a copy. No legal basis exists to seal from the public the evidence presented in this trial. And even if it did, the sealing would apply to the entire public, not just members of the media or reporters. To tell media outlets that they cannot publish images of evidentiary exhibits from a public trial is, in my opinion, a clear example of what's called prior restraint, which is an infringement on First Amendment rights. So I understand people's interest in maintaining privacy. As a parent, as a human being, I would want the same thing. But as a judge, my decision must conform to the rule of law, so that's why I'm denying the request. Okay.
So I guess we get to see every exhibit.
There was mention about some witnesses that might need to be spoken to.
Yeah, I did.
I think there's witnesses that don't want to testify.
I spoke with Quentin Carlson. He assured me he'll be here any day he's told by either side. I think he said he got confused because he knew his sons were supposed to come in today, so he thought he was supposed to come in today.
Sure he did.
I think what we'll probably do is just call him today since he's here, actually, although it's a little out of order. We plan to go. So I think that should alleviate that issue. 3 of the witnesses are Spanish speakers. I believe we have an interpreter that's available by Zoom.
Yes.
That's
So
gonna be
I'd
a
ask the court
pleasant thing.
to instruct them to be here Friday when we have that day allotted with a Spanish-speaking interpreter. And then there may be, I don't know if there might be a 4th who prefers an interpreter. He gave his interview in English, and then there's another English speaker that was with Nick's group.
So what you want me to do now is speak to the Spanish-speaking witnesses with the aid of an interpreter and have them come back Friday morning at 8 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Are they in the courtroom now?
No, they're right outside.
Okay. Mr. Sharafasi?
I think that's reasonable.
Okay. All right. Please bring the witnesses in. I'll bring the interpreter up on Zoom.
All right, so our first witness is going to be with an interpreter, a Spanish-speaking witness. Let's see what they have to say. Be safe, everybody in the line of those storms. That means you, Olive. Good morning, Stephanie. Thanks for being here. It is. So Nicholas is saying
Ms. Marine,
they're trying to
this is
prove
the
he
judge
was
speaking.
the
Are you able
aggressor.
to hear me?
All right, here we go. I'm going to shut up.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning. Would the witnesses please come forward?
Los testigos, por favor, acérquense.
Over here. Stand over here. All right. Please administer the interpreter's oath.
Do you solemnly swear
Por favor, hágale prestar juramento a la intérprete.
that you will make a true translation
Jura solemnemente que hará una interpretación fiel,
to the best of your ability
según su leal saber y entender,
between the English language
entre el inglés
and the Spanish language?
y el español,
So help you God.
y que la ampare Dios? Sí, lo juro. Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr.
Gracias.
Anderson, please introduce the witnesses to me.
So we have,
Señor Anderson, por favor, presénteme a los testigos.
1 second, Ariel, what's your last name?
Un momentito, ¿cuál es su apellido? Arel Chávez.
Why is there so many of them at once? What is going on? What's going on here?
So we have Ernesto Torres Chagas, and then we have
She's going to
Alba
try to
Torres
talk
Chagas,
every time he talks.
and
Y tenemos también
What you
a
are
Ernesto Torres
witnessing
Chávez
is
y
real.
Alba Torres
The participants
Chávez
are not actors.
Ariel Chagas Layet.
y Arel Chávez. The interpreter was not able to hear the second last name. ¿Cuál es su segundo apellido, señor? Arel Chávez. ¿Es Arel Chávez Chávez?
No, Chagas Layet.
Leyet. Chávez Leyet.
Hi, television
Amanda
eyes.
Torres.
Y Amanda Torres.
Good morning, everyone.
Buenos días a todos. Good morning.
Each of you are witnesses in this trial.
Cada uno de ustedes son testigos en este juicio.
Look, the
You have
interpreter's
been
Jen
summoned
Soto.
to
I'm
appear
just
in
kidding.
court to testify.
Y se les ha citado para comparecer en el tribunal a dar su testimonio.
You're being a
By law, you are required to attend.
Por ley, ustedes tienen la obligación de asistir.
Failure to appear in court may result in penalties.
Si ustedes no asisten al tribunal, pueden recibir penalizaciones.
Mr. Anderson, when would you like the witnesses to appear?
Señor Anderson, ¿cuándo quisiera usted que los testigos vengan a comparecer?
For the Spanish-speaking witnesses, so Ariel, Alba, and Ernesto, Friday at 8 a.m.
Para los testigos de habla hispana, el señor Arel Chávez y Ernesto, quiero que vengan el viernes por la mañana.
And Amanda on Wednesday at 1 p.m.
Y Amanda, quiero que venga el miércoles a la 1 de la tarde.
You all understand when you need to return?
Yes.
¿Entienden cuándo es que tienen que regresar?
Sí.
Yes.
Excellent.
Your Honor, this is the interpreter. I just want to make sure that I heard correctly. Arel and Ernesto on Friday morning and Amanda Wednesday at 1 p.m.
Correct.
Sí, es la intérprete, solo quiero asegurarme que escuché correctamente. Arel y Ernesto el viernes en la mañana y Amanda el miércoles a la 1 de la tarde.
Going to the clinker, the big house.
Do you have any questions?
¿Tienen alguna pregunta?
No.
No.
No, we understand.
Mr. Anderson, do you need anything else?
No, thank you, Judge.
Mr. Trofasi, do you need?
Señor,
No, sir.
señor Anderson, ¿necesita algo más? Señor licenciado, ¿necesitan algo más? No, señor.
Thank you all for being here today. You are excused.
Gracias a todos. Gracias a todos por venir aquí el día de hoy y se pueden retirar por hoy.
Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Have a
Thank
nice
you.
day. Click it. You're
And,
not blocked.
Your Honor, I assume you need my services on Wednesday at 1?
No, we do not.
She's like,
All right.
I thought this
Thank
was
you
a
very
full
much.
We have
job.
one English-speaking witness. The 3 Spanish-speaking witnesses are all on Friday at 8 a.m.
Oh, okay. Yes, Your Honor. And just for clarification, I didn't hear Miss Alva Torres I didn't hear that she was asked to be back on Friday.
That's Amanda, correct?
No, Alba
Amanda.
Torres was the in the middle, or second from the right.
So you need an
Is-
interpreter Friday morning at 8 a.m., correct?
Yes,
Not Wednesday at 1.
correct.
So,
We're all set then. All right.
set.
Thank you very much.
all right.
Friday. Thank you.
Monica. Bye now.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Okay, is there anything else that we need to address outside the presence of the jury?
I have a couple things, Judge.
Oh, no, there's more.
One, we've had a couple victims ask if they are allowed to watch the trial via the streaming. I know they have a constitutional right to be present. It's probably kind of a gray area if they can watch it streaming. But
They're
I
not
make
supposed
that
to watch
request
it at
that they be
all.
able to watch it streaming. I know we often
What's
have
the difference
a
if
full courtroom.
it's streaming or in
and the-
person?
Yesterday and again today.
One-eyed flow. Ma'am, it's Friday, not Friday. Right, the witnesses were in court, but the interpreter's on Zoom. It's funny.
Mr. Trofasi?
So, Judge, I guess I understand they have a right to be present and watch this. I guess what Mr. Nelson and I are asking is if they're not going to be present, so we would know if they're here and they're watching. If
Why
we
are
can
witnesses
get-
watching the
if they'll
trial?
disclose what they watched, who they spoke to about it, if they spoke to anybody about it, then I don't have as big of an issue, if that's okay.
Any objection?
I think it'd be, I mean, we can certainly try to ask them, but I think they could ask on cross too, as long as it's clear that they were allowed to.
Yeah. I'll allow it. Again, the purpose of the sequestration order was to prevent witnesses from conforming their evidence to something that they hear. The statute allows an exception for victims who are allowed to sit through the entire court proceeding. So whether they see it in the courtroom or watch it at home, it makes no difference. Unlike jurors, they're not prohibited from accessing media reports and watching television and things like that. But it is a basis for asking questions. And it may go to their credibility if they're being influenced by outside sources. So the request is granted along with the request to ask questions.
He's allowing it.
Is there anything else?
A couple other things, Judge. We've discussed, counsel and I, about body cam if it's needed, if we need to play body cam of
Yes.
a witness for
I want to watch body cam.
impeachment or another permissible purpose. That I think we're in agreement that we just play it without calling the officer to say, is this your body cam, or showing it to the witness first and saying, is this your interview? The parties could just play it.
I do not expect there to be an objection to foundation for any law enforcement videos. So if we should probably still mark it and indicate what the clip is, but we're not going to object because the videographer or recorder isn't here.
All right. What else?
One other thing, so Deputy Riolo, who is on the dive team looking for evidence, our plan is to get him in this week. He would like to be excused from the second week. It's fine with the state if it is with defense, and he's not on their witness list.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. I know if there's something comes up and he can't testify, I think we previously talked about the information that witness had maybe being offered or entered through another law enforcement witness, so I'm sure we can figure it out.
Okay.
I think that's all I had, Judge. And then I think counsel asked if we could just have maybe a really brief recess to talk about the first witness.
Well, it's almost 8:30, so.
Judge, I guess we can do it on the record. I don't want to act like I'm
Yeah, no
sandbagging
secrets.
anybody. I understand that Isaac Schumann's mother is going to testify first. And the question that I was going to ask and just make sure is we're not getting into any 90404 evidence regarding character of the victim. There was no motion on that. And we've heard nothing of that. And I just want to make sure that when she testifies, we're not going into an area where there would need to be presumably a motion filed.
Mr. Anderson, were you intending to go into those areas?
No, I specifically instructed her not to say that he's trustworthy or peaceful or anything like that. I'm going to ask about her family. I'm going to ask her about Isaac, show the same photos I showed at opening, have her identify those. I'm going to ask her one question about like what he did for hobbies so he's not this abstract person, that the jury has some understanding of who Isaac was, and then what happened on that day.
Okay. But I'll just state so everyone knows what we're talking about. Character evidence is generally prohibited in trials. There's very few narrow exceptions, and I think the attorneys are trying to identify whether or not one of those exceptions is going to be discussed either intentionally or inadvertently. I think we're all on the same page, so if something does come up, raise an objection, and I can deal with it.
Very good. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Anderson?
No.
All right. Mr. Strafasi?
I have nothing, Judge.
All right. We stand in recess. Let's bring the jury up. This will probably take a moment, or they're downstairs. It'll probably take a few moments.
They're
for them to come up.
downstairs. They got to bring them up. So let's stand up, everybody. Let's get back into our form.
Yeah.
See, they're doing it again. He's bitching right over. Oh, he doesn't want to be on camera. He turned around real quick. Fam, that is so awesome. Hi, Fem's dad. They are 1 hour behind us, so it's actually 8:25 there.
Let me see what I wrote my decision.
See, this is what they were talking about with the hot mics, and they're still doing it. Are you recording? See? Oh, he just, oh.
Judge, Your Honor said you were in recess, and they're still recording.
See?
As I stand here right now and do that.
Yes,
So.
and like I said, if
Okay.
the judge is on the bench wearing his robe, we're in session.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
I just want to make sure I know.
You want me to leave, I'll leave.
I do not, Judge. I didn't understand it. I apologize.
Oh, he was told. He was told. The judge is on our side, y'all. He wants us to see it. He's like, are you recording? Judge, they're recording.
Just got an email from Megan. She said if you hit F2 on your computer and put the glare on the screen, so people can see.
I just got an email from Megan. The mic is hot as fuck. I'm not a fan of Nicolae's blue suit. He looks very gaunt and very, very sickly. He's like, if my robe's on, the camera's on, bitches, and that includes my bathrobe. I know, Night Court, we need that song.
Diarrhea of the night.
Those are the lawyers whispering. I don't know.
Just sent you an
I don't
email.
like it.
The answer.
I like this one. Not right now, ma'am.
And again, Mr. Anderson, if there's...
Do it live!
You have to tell us what witnesses are not going to be recorded.
Oh, my goodness.
So,
She has no issue with being recorded last we spoke.
okay.
Nicolae guy. She's taking over the show, y'all. Mama's taking over the show.
Okay.
Oh, we need to do a poll, don't we? Oh, I know.
Sounds like they're close by.
They're close by? They're not even there yet? Yeah, the witnesses. Ah! Wing, that's a really good point, Wing. They didn't have any problem recording the river, did they? We need to do a poll, though. My coffee tastes so good this morning, I just have to say. This trial, read the very thing at the very top, and then the description of the video will tell you what the trial's about. I have a comment pinned, and there's a description to read. how far away do they have their jurors stored? Damn.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you, One-Eyed Flo, and welcome, Dawn. You guys, we got to meet those goals up there so we can spin the wheel again. So they're claiming that Nicolae is the aggressor in this.
All right, please be seated. Members of the jury, good morning. Welcome back. Thank you for being so prompt this morning. The attorneys and I had some administrative matters that we had to address outside your presence. Those matters took a little bit longer than I expected, so that was the reason for the delay. We are ready to resume the trial evidence. Mr. Anderson, who is your next witness?
State calls Landon Hernandez.
Okay. Ms. Hernandez, please come forward. There you go, right there. Face the clerk, raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be true to your best ability, so help you God?
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Is this Nicholas's wife? Or why do I keep calling him Nicholas? Nicolae.
Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last
never
name
mind.
and spell your names for record?
Elena Hernandez, ALINA HERNANDEZ.
Elena, where do you live?
Stillwater,
And how long have you lived there?
8 years.
And do you work currently?
No.
What do you do prior for work?
I owned a salon and spa business for about 20 years.
Now you're a stay-at-home mom?
Yeah.
Who's in your family, immediate family?
My husband, Dante Hernandez. Alexis, she's 27. Jacob is 21. And Isaac was 17.
Oh, this is Isaac's mom.
I want to ask you a little bit about Isaac. What did Isaac like to do for fun? What kind of hobbies did he have?
Isaac had a lot of hobbies. He loved his family and traveling. We loved to travel, and he had his own business, and he had recently started, and he detailed boats and cars. He worked down at the marinas and detailed boats. He started a mobile detailing business, and he loved to golf. We lived on the golf course, and he golfed almost every day. He loved boating, fishing. His friends, his girlfriend.
And when Isaac was killed, he was before senior year of high school?
Yes.
Did he have plans for after high school?
Yes. He was an honor roll student, and he loved school, and he was going to go to school for engineering. He was hoping Madison.
Yes, you may.
Elena, I'm showing you what's marked as Exhibit 1. It's 3 photos. Can you just go through them? Or actually, first, can you just tell me what their photos are?
My son Isaac was his junior picture. And then his 17th birthday, his last birthday. And then this one is the day he bought a trailer for his mobile detailing business, and he texted me and said, "Mom, come out and see my new trailer." And the dog and I ran out, and he uses for his business.
Can you ask to publish?
Any objection? What was the number?
Consider one.
One is received.
Point the screen out. Elena, when was the last time you saw Isaac live?
The morning of July 30th, before he left.
Did you know he was going to go tubing with friends?
Yes.
How did you know that?
Well, he originally told me in the morning that he was going to go golfing, and with his friend, but his friend had to work. He ended up having to work, so they were going to golf later that evening. And so I was out on the deck having coffee with my sister-in-law, and he came out and said, "Some of the guys are going tubing on the river, and I think I'm going to do that until we can go golfing." And I said, "Okay." And the way I said okay wasn't like I was super excited about it. And he's like, "Why?" And I said, "Well, I was going to ask you to pick Dad up from the airport. Dad got a flight home." And he said, "I can pick Dad up." And I said, "No, just go have fun with your friends on the river."
Did you know who Isaac was going with tubing?
Yeah. He said they were meeting up at the high school and that Alex was driving. And I said, "Okay, don't forget your sunscreen." And I grabbed it and I put sunscreen on his ears.
And at some point, did you learn what happened?
Yes, so then my sister-in-law and I went down and they had lunch downtown Stillwater. And then my husband had taken an Uber home from the airport and he was going to meet us down there. And we were waiting for him. And I got a call from Owen's phone. And I thought, maybe Isaac's phone went dead or he lost it or something, and so he was calling me from Owen's phone. But Owen called screaming that Isaac had been stabbed. And he gave me the pin drop of where to get to, and my husband was just pulling up, and I ran out of the restaurant and hopped in his car, and we got there in, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes.
What happened when you got there?
Well, we followed the ambulances, and I just went running, and I ran up into one of the ambulances thinking that it was Isaac sitting up in there, and I started crawling into the ambulance, and I realized it wasn't Isaac, it was one of the other kids. And so then I climbed out, and then I looked, and I saw Isaac's hair laying on the riverbank. I knew it was him. And they were trying to perform CPR on him.
Did you go to Isaac?
Yeah, I ran to Isaac.
And when you got to Isaac,
Was it clear he was already deceased?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Mr. Shropshire?
I have no questions for Mr. Davis.
Thank you. You may step down.
Well, I'm glad that's done because nothing she says means shit for this
Mr.
trial,
Anderson, who is
anyways.
the next witness?
Emotion. That's all it is to it.
Juan Cockfield, Judge.
All right, here we go. Joey Bag of Donuts and his dad. They're getting ready with exhibitees. I don't think this dude snapped. I think he was literally defending himself. You have to watch the video again. It's not tough for me to vote on, I can tell you that. I would not convict this guy of first-degree intentional murder. No way. No way. He approached their area of the river. Okay, think of the river. It's deep in the
Could you
middle.
spell his last name while we're waiting?
Shallow on both sides. He lost the phone over here, so he walks from one shallow side to the other shallow side with a snorkel and a mask to look for the
Please
fucking
come
phone. And he gets surrounded by these kids.
Face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer
Here we
the
go.
oath.
Here's another witness.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give us shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
There's someone in this chat of Fox 9 called Costco
Mr.
Parking Lot
Will you
Romance.
please state your name for the record?
My name is Juan Cockfield.
How do you spell your last name?
Cockfield.
How do you spell your first name?
Jawahn.
How old are you?
I'm 19 years old.
Are you a student or are you working or
Yeah, I'm a student.
where are you a student at?
St. John's University.
What kind of activities are you involved in at St. John's?
I'm a member of the football team and the wrestling team, and I study global business.
That's your major field?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with a person named Isaac Schumann?
Yeah.
How did you know Isaac?
Isaac's one of my best friends.
How long did you know him?
Since middle school.
Were you with Isaac the day that he was killed?
Yes, I was.
Were you with the group of boys that were with Isaac on the Apple River on July 30th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
Back on July 30th of 2022, how old were you?
I was 17 years old.
Had you finished high school at that point?
No, I haven't started my senior year yet.
Was it the summer before your senior year?
Yep.
That's my understanding. Folks all rode over with Alex Vang to the river.
Yes, sir.
You ran to the river's edge.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry.
Did you get on the river?
Say it again?
Did you get on the river after you ran into?
Yes, sir.
You folks drinking alcohol?
Yes, sir.
What kind of alcohol did you have?
I had a few beers.
Do you remember how many?
Probably like 3 or 4.
Were you drinking any hard liquor at all?
Not that I recall.
Did you use any other substances?
Yes.
What kind of substances?
We smoked some marijuana.
Did Isaac Schumann smoke any marijuana?
No, he did not.
We've heard from other witnesses that your tubes are all connected together. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
At some point, I'll strike that. Did you end up taking some video recordings of some things that happened on the river that day?
Yes, I did.
How did you take those recordings?
My cell phone.
Did you specifically record interactions that your group had with Nicolae Miu, the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Are those recordings in 2 separate segments?
Yeah.
One short, one long?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we're going to play this short 9-second video here. We can get this okay.
What the hell? What the fuck? Out! He's a raper! Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, that was my mistake on the screen blacking out. Once you went to your desktop screen, I closed it.
I'm going to ask her to play it again.
That's fine. It's my mistake.
Grown man trying to have sex with little girls. What the hell? What the fuck? Out! He's a raper! Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Mr. Cockfield, is that the first video they recorded of Mr. Miu that day?
Yes, sir.
Is that your voice?
Yep.
At that point, were you sitting in a tube?
Yep.
Why did you start recording this?
Because he was just kind of looking suspicious from what I was seeing.
All right, was he, you saw in the video that he was standing away from your group? Mm-hmm. Is that yes?
Yeah.
Had he been closer at some point when you started video recording?
Not during that recording, no.
Right.
Like the first one.
Okay. Did you hear yourself say he's a raper?
Yeah.
What was that all about?
He had said like a weird comment. That's kind of why I started recording in the first place. Like, because he was having his snorkel, and it was like 2 feet deep water. So like, what are you doing? And then he just said like a weird comment, something about like some little girls. And then,
did you have any girls with you in your group?
No, I did not have any girls in my group.
Did you see any other girls on the river near where you were?
Yeah, there were some girls on the river.
Child age girls or?
Not that I saw, no.
Did you know Mr. Miu at all?
No.
Did you know whether he was a pedophile or anything like that?
No, I didn't.
Were you making some conclusions based on what you saw him doing?
Yeah.
Section leaving.
Sustained.
After
you said he was a raper, did he come closer to your group?
Yeah.
Did you restart your recording?
Yeah, because after I said that, I like looked away and was like, whoa, whoa, because he looks really scary when he looked at us. And then I like refloated a little bit. And then,
you say he looked real scary.
Like when I said that, like you could see like his face look at me, and like you could see me go like, oh, and then I got scared and then stopped recording.
Did he appear to be angry that you called him a raper?
Objections, declaration.
One at a time, please.
Objection sustained.
All right. When you saw the look on his face, did you start recording again?
Yep.
And the second video, was it how long after the first video?
Probably like 10 seconds. We had just floated a little bit further.
Can I play the second part of the video here, Hunter?
No, just keep it off. You have to tell us when you want us to play, or display, rather.
All right.
All right.
What is he on? Whoa! 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 Whoa!
Mr. Cockfield, is that the second video that you took that day?
Yes, sir.
Is that your leg in the screen as well?
Yeah, it is.
Counter, for the record, the video is paused at the 6-second mark. John, you see Mr. Miu's hand grabbing onto your tube there?
I do.
Is he touching your leg?
A little bit, yeah.
Did that cause you concern?
Most definitely.
Did he say anything when he came running up and grabbed onto your tube and by your leg there?
I guess I didn't hear him say anything specifically.
All right. Do you recall who you were sitting next to in the tube?
Yeah, I was sitting right next to Landon Weyer.
Landon Weyer? Did you know whether he grabbed onto any of or made contact with any of Landon's body parts?
Yeah, definitely.
You saw that?
Yeah.
Once he grabbed onto your tubes and was touching your legs, what did you do?
I stood up.
Were you concerned that he was reaching out for you?
Yeah.
Were you able to get away?
Not really.
I mean, did you stand up and walk away?
No, I didn't walk away.
Did you get out of your tube?
Yeah, I just stood up in my tube so I didn't float away.
Did he make any further physical contact with you after you were able to stand up?
No.
you know this person at all?
No.
Do you remember how long you'd been on the river when he ran up and...
I guess I'd have to take an educated guess and say like an hour.
Did you, when you first saw him, was he alone or was he with a group of people?
He was alone.
All right, did he ever indicate that he was with other folks?
No, not from what I saw.
Did you say anything to him at the time that he grabbed onto the...
Yeah, I was just saying like, whoa, what are you doing?
All right, is that on the video?
Yes, sir.
Did you threaten him in any fashion?
No.
Did you hear Isaac Schumann say anything to Mr. Miu?
No.
Overruled.
Can you say that again?
Did you say anything to Mr. Miu at the time that he ran up and grabbed onto your tubes?
No.
Did you and others start yelling at him to get away?
Yeah.
You remember the kind of language you were using?
Yeah, we were just yelling, like, saying, like, what are you doing? Get out of here.
Were you calling him some names?
Yeah, calling him like a pedophile.
All right, why were you calling him a pedophile?
Because he was running up on some kids, and he had said a weird comment earlier.
Did you grab onto your, or touch your part of your leg?
Yes, sir.
Objection, suspect, you're bleeding.
Sustained.
Fair to say you and your friends were making a commotion at that point?
Objection.
Yes, sir.
Sustained. On leading.
Did somebody else in the river come over to see what was going on?
Yes.
Did you know those folks?
I did not.
Do you remember how many folks initially came over to look, check in on you guys?
Not like an exact number, but it was probably like 6 people.
All right. The first 2 folks over, were they males or females?
First one was definitely a woman.
All right. Did you see the woman speaking to Mr. Miu?
Yes.
Did you hear what she told him?
Yeah, she just told him, like, get away. Like, pointing and, like, get away.
Is that also recorded on the radio?
Yes.
All right. So we're going to play another portion, but before that, I'm going to ask you, as you're recording this, were you using your cell phone?
Yeah.
Were you holding it close to your face or all your arms lying like?
I actually had it attached to my neck with like this, like there's like a tourist thing, kind of like you just put it in the pouch or whatever, and like it's attached to my neck. It'd probably go out like that far.
All right. Is it fair to say that your recording captured some things that you yourself didn't see at the time?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you're recording, some of the things you're recording, you weren't looking in that direction?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm going to play from the 6 seconds, Judge.
Tell us when you're ready.
Ready.
It's on the wrong setting. There we go.
It's going to be playing from 7 seconds.
We up, homie. What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? What? Get away from us. What? What are you doing? What's going on with y'all homie? He's on camera. Guys, let's tripping. He's on 4K. Yo, them new iPhones got that good quality. What did he say? Yeah, what the hell? Who is this? Yes. For the culture. Who is that? For the culture. Who is that? Who the hell is this?
Go. It doesn't matter.
He said he was looking for little girls. He said he was looking for little girls.
You're looking for little girls?
Yeah.
That's exactly what he said.
Weirded us out. I even have that part on camera. Did I?
Some young ass kid.
What the hell is this guy's problem, bro? We trying to have fun. He's gonna claim you? He's gonna claim you. We don't want this motherfucker.
paused at 150.
So is that essentially more of the video you took that day?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sorry.
Is that your voice sort of narrating what's going on?
Yes.
Was that you saying for the culture?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
I guess kind of like for the greater good. It's like a new saying, I guess.
Sort of street slang?
Yeah.
As you're recording that, did you see Mr. Miu take a knife out of his pocket?
I did not with my own eyes.
You've reviewed the video a few times? Mm-hmm. Yes?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yes.
Are you aware now that your video shows him putting
Yes.
up the knife?
Yes.
But you didn't see it at the time?
No.
Currently still frame judges number 2524. We're ready. We're ready. John, is this a still frame from your video?
Yes.
You see Mr. Miu in the video?
Yes.
You see what he's got in his hands?
Yes.
What is it?
Looks like his knife.
No. You didn't, was your testimony earlier, you didn't see him hold the knife or hold the knife?
No.
Did you, while you're recording, see him holding the knife down by his side with the blade facing up?
No.
Going back to still judge, this is 2533. Jawan, is this also a picture from your video?
Yes.
What do you see in that still?
I see him holding his knife.
If you had seen him while you're recording the video holding that knife, what would you have done?
Objection, speculation, irrelevant.
Sustained.
At this point in the video, who's standing in front of Mr. Miu, if you remember?
I guess I don't really know her name, but her, I don't really.
Men or women?
It's a woman.
All right. Was there one or two women standing in front of him?
There was two.
All right. At some point, did you see Mr. Miu do something in relation to one of those women?
Yes.
What did you see?
He punched her.
Which one, do you remember?
I think it was the blonde one.
When you just watched the video, you're aware your video does not capture that punch.
Yeah.
But you saw it yourself?
Yes.
Sustained.
Were you looking in a different direction than the camera was pointing?
The camera was, yeah.
And at the time that you saw him punch the blonde woman, that you handed the camera over to where your friends were?
Yeah.
After Mr. Miu punched the blonde lady, what happened? What did you see happen?
I saw all of her friends kind of like start going towards him and like try to, I guess, fight him.
All right, and did a fight break out?
Yes.
Did you know any of the names of these folks?
No, I did not.
Did you see somebody strike Mr. Miu?
Yes.
Did Mr. Miu go down?
Yes.
Did you at any point touch him in any way?
No, not once.
Other than that, you touched your leg earlier, you did not touch him?
No, I did not.
We're going to play another portion of the video. I think we're ready here. We're playing from 1 It's like 50. Ending at 206, Your Honor. John, did you also record that portion?
Yes.
And as you watch it here today, you see Mr. Miu stabbing folks with a knife?
Mm-hmm. Or yes.
At the time that you recorded that, did you know that was happening?
No.
Is that you laughing in the background?
Yes.
At one point, did you say you hit a woman?
Yeah.
Was that a reaction to what you described earlier?
Yeah.
Did you eventually realize that people were getting hurt?
Yes.
Did you realize that Isaac Schumann had been stabbed?
Yes.
How did you know that?
I kind of just looked down the line of people that were hurt. I saw the first person, like, that's not my friend. That's not my friend. That's not my friend. And the last person I looked at was my guy, Isaac Camp.
As the fight's going on, did you see people bleeding?
Yes.
At some point, did you realize what was happening?
Yes.
And that when you stopped laughing?
Yes.
Judge, we're going back to the video. It'll be from the 206 mark to the end.
What the fuck? Wait. What the fuck? He's dying. He's dying, bro. Wait, what? What? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Are we serious? Is this real?
Oh my god.
Who is that?
Oh my god.
Oh
my god.
Is this real? Is this real?
Oh my god. Oh my god, what the fuck?
Is this real? Is this real?
Bike, bro, bike, bike.
That's not bike! That's not bike! That's not bike! That's not bike! That's not Isaac! Oh my god! Oh my god! This isn't real! This isn't real!
John, is that the final part of your video that you took that day?
Yes.
At the end, when you were saying that's not bike, who were you referring to?
Isaac Schumann.
Is that a nickname?
Yeah.
Were you able to see where Mr. Miu went after he stabbed these folks?
No.
Were you concerned about where he went, or were you have other things on your mind?
No.
Did you make your way up to Isaac?
Yeah.
Were you able to see that he had been wounded? Did you try to get some folks to help?
Yeah.
Eventually, did some people stop to help?
Yeah.
And, was a nurse one of the people that stopped to help?
Yeah.
Sustained.
Did you know the folks who stopped to help you?
No, I did not.
Eventually, did police and medical personnel show up on the road?
Yes.
Do you know how long it took for them to get there?
No, I don't.
Did you see Isaac get transported off the river?
Yeah.
Did you follow?
Yeah.
Was he brought up to the Rosemary Bridge?
Yeah.
Did you speak to an officer? At some point, did you tell an officer that you had video of the incident?
Yes, I did.
And did you show that officer the video?
At the time, I just played it to the point where Mr. Miu was in it.
At some point, was the officer able to take a screenshot of a still from your video?
Yes.
That showed Mr. Miu?
Yes.
Approach?
Yes.
Isaac, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 38. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
That's my cell phone with a still frame of Miu on it.
Is that the still frame that the officer, the still picture the officer took of your phone that day?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
I'll move for admission of Exhibit 38.
The objection? Received.
Once you got up off the river, did you speak to a police officer?
Yeah.
Just briefly?
Yeah.
You saw what you saw happen?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes.
Eventually, was Isaac transported to a hospital?
Yes.
Did you follow?
Yes.
Did you speak to another officer at the?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell that officer what happened?
Yes.
Do you see the person in court who you recorded that day and who did this?
Yes, I do.
Point him out and see what he's wearing.
He's wearing navy and gray pants with some brown shoes.
Nothing further.
Mr. Trophacy.
So, Mr. Cockfield, you
Here we go with
are
Cross.
currently a two-sport college athlete, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You play football and you wrestle in college?
Yes.
And what position in football do you play?
I play defensive end.
Defensive end?
Yes, sir.
Can I ask you, how big are you?
I'm about 5'11", probably like 235.
5'11", 235 is what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that what you wrestle at, too?
Heavyweight, yes.
Back in 2022, about the same size?
I was a little bit smaller, yeah.
Wrestle at heavyweight still?
220 pounds, yeah, back then.
So you considered, back in July of 2022, you considered yourself to be a fit young adult, right?
I guess I'd like to think that.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you some questions initially about the interview that you gave with officers, okay?
Okay.
The interview that you gave with officers at the hospital, you indicated that Mr. Miu told you that he was looking for a snorkel. Is that right?
That is what I said.
Okay. You never mentioned to officers that he told you anything about looking for little girls, correct?
If that's what it says.
Well, in a situation where you say he's looking for little girls, do you think it would be important that you would tell officers that he told you he was looking for little girls?
Yeah.
But you never do that, do you?
I guess I didn't.
Did you think it was important?
I guess there was more things that were more important, but that is important in the grand scheme, yes.
Right, so more important was he was looking for a snorkel.
Not really.
Okay, but you mentioned that, right? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you say, if I have it right, you had 3 to 4 beers and were using marijuana.
Yes.
Okay. There was vodka that had been brought in by your group.
Okay.
True?
Yes.
In Tito's in like water bottles.
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any of that?
No.
Okay, so just the 3 or 4 beers and some marijuana?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also, I guess to your credit, tell the police, you guys were antagonizing Mr. Miu, right?
After the fact that he hit the woman, yes, we were.
Well, you don't consider calling him a raper antagonizing him?
I mean, based on what he was doing, and it looked like that really, like, that made him chase after us afterwards, so who knows what he was really doing.
My question to you is, do you believe telling him that he can't have sex with little girls and calling him a raper would be considered antagonizing?
Yes.
And you were the one who was saying that, right?
Yeah, but that's after he ran up on us and, like, was doing a bunch of weird stuff. Or, like, he looked weird, I guess I could say.
Okay, so...
I'm saying that, yeah.
This, and you know he's alone, right?
From what I see, he looks alone.
Okay, so, and you know that he's, and what you see, he's kind of an older man?
Yes.
Not very fit?
Yes.
Okay, so you see an older, not very fit man walking alone, and you start calling him names.
As I'm sitting on my tube, like, I'm saying, like, what are you doing with the snorkel in 2 feet water? And then he said something weird after that.
What business is it of yours on the river what he's doing? He's not bothering you, right?
I mean, I was interacting with every single person we saw that day on the river.
Okay, so
like, at least most people.
Joanne, my question remains, what business is it of yours to bother a man who's not bothering you?
I was just asking a question. What are you doing?
What are you doing? And he tells you, I'm looking for a snorkel.
At that point?
Yeah.
Or the snorkel was in his hand at that point.
Well, you tell him that, you tell the police that he told you he's looking for a snorkel. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you then say, grown man can't have sex with little girls. What the hell? What the fuck? He's a raper. Right?
Uh-huh.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. You have no information as to what this older man is doing, do you?
No.
Okay. And you say, after you call him a raper, he looks over at you, right? Mm-hmm. Yes?
Mm-hmm. Or yes.
Wouldn't you suspect somebody that you called a raper to kind of look over at you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Are you surprised that he looked over at you?
At the time, yes.
When you were calling him names, you're surprised he glanced over at you?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled. You can answer.
Yes.
Okay. Now, can I ask you a little bit about this thing, lanyard or whatever, that you were holding your phone in? Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's around your neck?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury how long is it?
It's not like that long. Like I said, I could probably pull my phone out that much and it's around my neck the whole time.
So can I ask you, in terms of when you're holding it, about how, I know it's not up to your face, okay, but how far away from your face or your chest do you think it would be?
Yes, I could say like 7 inches, 8 inches.
Okay, so you're not able to hold it like I'm, right now my arm is extended. You're not able to do that, right?
Not much.
Okay, so, and I won't get too close to you, but, so you're holding it kind of like this?
Yeah.
Is that fair? Mm-hmm. Okay. And you indicate to police in your interview, they say to you, are you calling him any names? And your response to the police is, there were a couple of us guys calling him a weirdo, right? You told the police that?
Yes.
Okay. You don't tell the police that you're actually calling him a pedophile initially and a raper.
I said on the thing that whatever else I said would be on the video. That's what I said.
Okay. And you don't know what he's doing walking over by where you're at, right?
No.
Okay. So, calling him a raper and saying he can't have sex with little girls, you're doing that to humiliate him, aren't you?
Not necessarily.
Well, what other reason would you be calling him names when you don't know anything about what's happening?
Trying to figure out the situation.
So the way that you're trying to figure out what's happening is by calling a grown man names, yes?
Yes.
And you are yelling at some point, get away from us.
Yes.
Right? Okay. And that's after he comes up to your group, right?
Yes.
And when he comes up to your group, you're holding your phone kind of like this, are you not?
Yes, I am.
Recording it. Mm-hmm. Yes, okay. And he walks around your tubes and away from your group, does he not?
After engaging with us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have to be happy. You wanted him to get away from you, and he is getting away from you, right?
Not much. I mean, we're just standing there, and like, he barely walked past us at all, and like, pretty much in our path. We can't flow past him. He's in our path. We can't.
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute. He walks past you guys, and you guys continue to move toward him. Is that right?
Not necessarily. Move towards him.
Yeah, so
what do you mean by that?
If you're Mr. Miu,
okay,
and at one point he turns his back to you guys, is that true? You saw that on the tape?
Yes.
Okay. So this person that you want to get away from you is walked away from where you're standing and turned his back to you. True?
Walked out of our path, like into our path from where we went from. We passed him, and then he ran up on us, and then went in front of us.
You and your group move toward him, like I'm moving toward you, right?
No. Well, I mean, like, the way you're describing it isn't necessarily how I would feel like we were doing it, moving towards him. It's kind of just, we were there, yeah.
You were moving, your group was moving closer to where he was standing.
After he had moved completely up to us.
I understand. Yes. You want him to get away from you. Uh-huh. He's moved downriver a little bit, and your group is moving in his direction. True?
Yeah, the way the river goes, yes, that is his direction.
Okay.
Yes.
And do you remember, Ryan Nelson testified, Mr.
Okay.
Do you remember someone yelling on you in your group? You got 10 seconds.
I don't recall that personally.
Okay. It's a 38. I'm going to play it, and I just want you to listen. You don't have to watch.
Okay.
Just listen, okay? Yes. So, Mr. Cockfield, if you just listen.
What did he say? Could you play it again? I'm not sure if I did. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Oh, them new iPhones got that good quality.
What did he say? I actually did not hear it.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. But you would agree at that point your group is moving in his direction, yes?
As the river would go, yes.
Right. You don't stop, but you're walking with your tubes in his direction. True?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. And you say shortly thereafter, you were asked this, you're yelling for the culture, for the culture, right?
Yes.
And you were asked what that meant, and your response was something like for the greater good.
Yeah, along those lines.
What is the greater good of you recording that?
I mean, this guy was, like I said, ran up to our group as we were floating past him, and we were causing a scene like, what is this guy doing? Get away from us. And then people come over to help us. So that's for the culture, for the greater good.
At that point, had the people come up?
Well, when I said for the culture, that's when the people came up. So if that's not at the point where, well, yeah.
Okay, and this is all.
I said it, yeah.
We try to talk one at a time, okay?
Sorry about that.
It's okay. So, this is something that you want to record, right? This incident,
yeah.
You want to record this, don't you?
I mean, not really sure what type of question that is.
Well, you don't stop. Hold on. You don't stop recording and try to figure out the situation. You just keep recording what's going on. True.
Yeah. I mean, why would I stop it? At that point, it looked like it was like a weird situation. I just want to record it.
I'm sorry. You said it looked like a weird situation.
Yeah.
Okay. And at this point, you see Mr. Miu walk over to this blonde girl.
Yes.
He's cleared a path for you all to walk through, hasn't he?
Yes.
So you have to be excited. You wanted to get away from him. You said he was standing in your path. He's moved out of your path. So your group can just go right by. True?
I mean, that group came over to help us, so why would we just leave them?
I want you to listen to my question.
Can I hear it?
He moves over so your group can go past.
Is that why he moved over?
I'm not asking you that.
Okay.
I'm asking you, you said you were yelling for him to get away.
Uh-huh.
You wanted him to get away.
Yes.
You said he was standing in your path, right?
Yes.
He moves over out of your path.
Yes.
So your group, you have to be excited because your group now can go right by, right?
I mean, we could float by it, yes.
You could have floated by.
Yes.
But you didn't.
Yes.
You stayed.
Yes.
Okay? And you stayed as this other group comes over.
Yes.
Okay? And you, on tape, yelled to this blonde, he's looking for little girls.
Yes.
You don't have that information.
He said that. I remember him saying that. So
he said that. Hold on. You don't have that on tape.
Okay. True. It was not on my video.
And you never told that to the police. True?
True.
Okay. When she comes over and you choose to stay instead of actually moving on with your trip, you hear her yelling at him, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Ryan Nelson described her as being in his face. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So, and her name is Madison Cohen. Okay, just so you know. So you would agree that Madison Cohen is in Mr. Miu's face, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you would agree she appears to be angry, true?
Yes. Or concerned, at least.
I'm sorry?
Concerned, at least, yes.
You don't tell her what's going on. You just say he said he's looking for little girls, right?
Yes.
Okay. So instead of trying to explain the situation, you're just yelling at her, saying this is what he said. Right?
Yelling to her what the situation is, which would be considered explaining, kind of.
So what's the situation?
He said he was looking for little girls, so I told them, like, that's the main concern of the situation. And then he ran after us, so, yeah.
And he ran after you, and instead of passing, you stay and tell her that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, initially, it's the six of you and Mr. Miu. True?
Yes.
You'd agree when this other group comes over, now there's more people involved.
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, an additional 5 people come over to assist.
Yes.
Okay. So now we're at least up to 11 or 12 people against Mr. Miu. True?
Okay.
Is
Yeah,
that right?
true.
Okay. And during this entire interaction, up to the point we are right now where Ms. Cohen comes over, Mr. Miu's not saying anything aggressively to any of you, right?
No.
He's not physically doing anything to show his aggression toward you, right?
No.
Okay. And you're not afraid of him at that point, true?
Because of the people that came to help, I was not afraid of him at that
Right.
particular.
So strength in numbers, right?
You could say that.
So the more people that are coming over, is it fair to say, as the number of people increase, your fear level decreases? Is that fair?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. And 11, 12, 13 against 1, you're feeling pretty comfortable at that point, right?
Yeah.
And you, when I say you guys, your group, the young Stillwater people, you begin to taunt him, don't you?
What do you mean by taunting?
Kind of get in a circle around him and all start pointing at him that he's a pedophile.
Object to the characterization of being in a circle around him. That's not the evidence.
That'll be up to the jury to decide. Objection overruled. It's cross-examination.
Right?
Can you say that again?
Sure. You guys form kind of a circle around him, are really close to him at that point, pointing like I'm pointing, gesturing, pointing at him, calling him a pedophile.
Yes.
Okay. And because of the way your camera is situated, you're pretty close to him as well, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay. And the purpose of taunting him and calling him a pedophile and pointing at him in that situation is what?
Kind of just to let them know what he was doing.
You already let them know what he was doing.
Yeah, but I guess it was just still going on.
What was still going on?
What you just described.
I know what you're doing.
Okay.
The question is, why are you doing it?
I guess I don't know. It was 2 years ago.
Were you doing it to taunt him and humiliate him?
Not necessarily.
So why are you doing it?
Said I guess I don't necessarily know.
Any other explanation that you can think of as to why you would go around somebody pointing at him, taunting him, calling him names, other than to humiliate him?
No.
Now, you had mentioned that he had punched the blonde girl, Madison Cohen.
Yes.
Okay. You agree that's not on tape?
Yes.
Are you saying that you saw it, though?
I did.
Okay. When you say that you saw him punch her, she's in his face, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And what happens, if you know, what happens to her?
Like after he punched her?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you see how he punches her?
I kind of just see like a hand come over towards her face or at her face, and then I just see like the follow through. I guess I didn't really see anything after that.
Okay, can you tell me a little bit about that? And what I mean is, I don't want to mischaracterize what you're saying, okay? Do you know which hand he uses?
No, I can't really think about which hand he used.
Okay. And when I think of a punch, maybe you and I think of it the same way. I think of a fist and somebody kind of putting their weight into it and punching somebody in the face. Is that how you think of it?
I think there's, I guess, a bunch of ways to punch people.
Okay.
Absolutely.
How do you see it?
Like a punch?
How do you see this punch?
Just like kind of like a hook.
Okay, so you see him, and you used your right arm, right?
God,
in that situation. So do you believe that he uses his right arm and throws kind of a hook across?
I'm not sure which arm, but it kind of felt like I saw a hook. Yes, a hook.
A hook. Okay. You don't see her go down, do you?
No.
Okay. And at that point, you see this group of people attack Mr. Miu, right?
Yes.
You see him get punched in the face, and fall backwards into the river.
Yes.
You think that's funny, right?
After he had hit a woman, I think he was sort of getting what he deserved, yes.
So you thought it was funny?
Funny, yes. I guess I was laughing.
Yeah. And in fact, you had moved up. You got your camera. You're kind of right up in his face with this now, aren't you?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. And as he's being attacked, you're laughing throughout that portion of the video, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay. When he gets pushed back in the water, you're still laughing after somebody had already been stabbed, right?
Yeah, I didn't see it.
But you're still laughing, true?
True.
You agree that, from what you've seen, Mr. Miu doesn't stab anyone until he's attacked, true?
After he had punched the girl and then was attacked, yes, then he started stabbing people.
Okay. Before that, would you agree the temperature kind of in what's happening is going up and up and up?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. More people are showing up?
Yeah.
She's getting in his face?
Yeah.
Right? It's feeling more volatile to you?
Yeah.
And you're feeling more comfortable because of the numbers, right?
Yeah. I was going to throw these away if I had a trash, but appreciate it. Thank you.
My last couple questions, Mr. Cockfield. There's a point on that video that you say, I'm paraphrasing, but you hit a woman, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. That's not at the point in the video when you believe he struck Madison Cohen, right?
What do you mean?
Well, there's two.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understood what you were saying there.
Fair enough. You know there's two women involved in this?
Yes.
Okay. When you say he struck a woman, is when he makes contact with Riley Madison, not Madison Cohen. Do you know that?
Say that again?
Sure.
You said he made contact with me. Yeah.
There's two women, okay?
Okay.
If we're going to do this sequentially, you say he strikes Madison Cohen with a hook.
Yeah.
On that video, you don't say anything about him punching Madison Cohen.
No.
Right?
No, I don't have to. Like, as it happens, I didn't.
Right. You don't mention that on the video.
Not right away.
What you mention on the video is that at the time, sequentially of the video, he makes contact with Riley Madison. Then you say he hit a woman.
I object, Your Honor. That's not the evidence.
Sustained.
I don't have any other questions, Judge. Mr. Cockfield, thank you for your time.
Mr. Smithstein?
John, you were asked about how big you are, that you're a football player and a wrestler. Do you ever touch Mr. Miu in any fashion?
Not once.
Did you ever cock a fist at him or anything like that?
Nope.
Did you ever tell him you were going to give him a beat down?
Nope.
You told Mr. Trophacy that you told the police that at one point he said he was looking for a snorkel. Did he actually say that at some point? Mr. Miu, I mean?
I'm not sure at this point.
When he ran up and grabbed onto your tube and made contact with your leg, did he have his snorkel in his mouth?
Yeah, that is. It's like trying to put
Did he drop it out? So
yeah.
you were asked about whether you heard someone say you got 10 seconds. You indicated you didn't hear that. Did you ever say that?
I never said that. Yeah. No.
Did you ever hear anybody in your group say that?
I did not.
Overruled.
Did you ever hear anybody in your group say that?
No.
Mr. Terofsky had asked you why you didn't float by him and get away from him, and instead you continued recording. Did you have any idea that any of this was going to happen?
No, I did not.
In your wildest dreams, did you ever think it would happen?
No.
As you sit here today, are you glad you recorded it?
Yes.
I'm going to show still frame number 2593. We're ready. Do you see that, John?
Yes, I do.
Is that a still frame from your video?
Yes.
How many people are confronting Mr. Miu in that still frame?
2.
Males or females?
Females.
Do you see 11 or 13 other people encircling him in that photo?
I do not.
Do you see anybody behind him?
No.
What do you see behind him?
Open. Looks open behind him.
I'm going to scroll through some of the stills from after this picture. We'll start. This is starting at 2593. Stopping at 2643. That sequence of stills, is that when you panned over to your group of friends?
Yep.
Were your group of friends surrounding him?
Yeah.
And the photos you
what
just
did you
watched, was your group of friends surrounding Mr. Miu?
No. No, it wasn't.
Overruled.
What was your answer?
No.
Were you all standing in a line?
Yeah.
Sustained.
How was your group standing in relation to Mr. Miu in these stills that you just watched?
We were just standing kind of by our tubes. Line.
When you spoke to the police, you told them that he punched a woman?
Yes.
Did you sustain? When you spoke to police, what did you tell him happened with the woman?
That he had hit her.
And that was right after the incident?
Yeah.
Nothing further.
Mr. Prophecy?
You were asked, you're this kind of big guy, did you touch Mr. Miu? And you said that you hadn't, right? He never touched you either, did he?
Besides the very beginning when I was sitting down on my tube.
Right. But otherwise, in terms of being physically aggressive, you weren't physically aggressive toward him, and you weren't harmed in this at all, were you?
No, I was not.
Okay. And you were asked on redirect about, do you recall telling the police that you were looking for a snorkel, and you said you didn't really recall that, right?
Yeah.
Why did you say it?
No, I'm saying I didn't really recall telling the police that.
But you believe that to be true, that he told you he was looking for a snorkel, right?
I guess I don't recall that.
Well, if he didn't, my point is, if you don't believe that he told you that, why would you say it?
I don't know.
The picture that you were shown with the 2 females standing in front of Mr. Miu, you remember that?
Yes.
You'd agree there's approximately 11 people standing behind those 2 people, right?
At that very moment, I'm not sure.
You'd agree that there's a group of people, 2 groups of people, your group of people, and the other group of people have come together, right?
Not necessarily all together. They were like kind of on their way, I guess.
Okay, but there's your group, and then I think you testified, plus at least 5 or 6 others that come over.
Yes.
Okay, so overall, at that point on that video, that still that you were shown, it's 12 on 1, right?
In that still frame, no, it wasn't.
There weren't 12 people standing there?
In that still frame, it was 2 standing next to him, if that's what you're asking me.
With 10 right behind him, right?
I don't know about right behind him.
Well, you saw the video, or you saw the still of you and your group moving forward once you say that Madison Cohen was punched, right?
Yeah.
You're all right there.
Like, they're right here, and then he's right here. Yeah.
Okay. And at that point, you were asked, well, it's open behind him, right?
Yeah.
There's a point in the video where you pan back. Do you see where Mr. Miu's group actually is?
No.
You don't know if he was by himself or with other people, right?
No.
You don't know if your group or the group that had come over had cut him off from getting back to his people, right?
I don't know.
Mr. Cockfield, I'm just going to ask you a couple questions about things you were asked on redirect. I'm going to show you picture or still 2623, okay?
Okay.
And that's a picture of your friend Alex, Vang, and a picture of Isaac, right?
Yes.
Okay. Are you looking at them when you're running this camera?
At this point, I'm just like panning around and like looking all around, I guess.
What I'm interested in is your head, your face, your eyes looking at where your camera's looking?
No.
Okay, so...
Or I guess I don't recall technically exactly where my eyes were looking while I was panning around right at this still frame.
Okay. But you'd agree that at this point, Mr. Miu and Ms. Cohen, there would be to, I'm looking at it, they're to the right of this, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. And your camera's, you're holding it like this, right?
Yeah.
Like this?
Yep.
And do you know at that point, in order to see what's going on over there, you're holding the camera straight and you're turning your head like I'm turning my head to the right? Yes?
Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
Well, what you testified to was that your eyes aren't necessarily in the same place as the camera.
Yes.
Okay. What I'm asking you is, you're holding the camera, showing Mr. Vang and Mr. Schumer.
Yes.
Okay. You're not looking at the camera. You're not looking where your camera's being pointed. Is that what you're saying?
Not at every second. No.
I understand. There are points that you're moving around.
Yes.
Right. But your head, in order to see what's going on with Mr. Miu, your head is turned in this direction in order to see this confrontation that's going on.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
While you're keeping your camera here.
Yeah, like I guess I can move my camera, move my head, everything can move.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Mr. Cockfield.
Thank you. You may step down. Is he released? No. All right. Please see the coordinator. She'll give you further instructions.
Judge, in case I didn't already ask, I'm moving for admission to 38. I think we might have already done that.
38's been received.
Thank you.
All right. We are going to take a short recess. We'll come back at 10 o'clock. Please take the jury out.
All right, the jury.
What's that? Oh, yeah. Well, we're going to switch out here now, too, right?
You got Landon.
What's your next? Yeah. On our list. It's right here.
Oh, yeah.
We are in recess until 10.
Recess until 10, so we've got 13 minutes. Woo, this is a heated trial, huh? All right, so we're going to mute this. We're going to mute that. And then now we're going to watch my video I put out yesterday because I know some of you are new to this case and you're kind of piecing it together. But I want to play this video for you so that you have like a full picture of what's going on here. Where is it? Right here. Right here. It's 7 minutes. Oh, that'll be perfect. Let's watch this. Let me go back. This gives you a little bit of background. The video, we're going to go to Sebastian at noon. I am going to have a second stream going over here on my third monitor or my second computer. We're going to have two streams at once so you can hop back and forth. We won't end this one. We'll just start the other one, do the press conference, and end that one. So you won't miss a beat. It made it sound like Danielle. It made it sound like he was because his lawyer said you're going to hear from him. So I'm assuming he plans on testifying. They didn't say that outright, though. Whew. I don't like the video either. It makes me sick to my stomach. But here you go. This is some background. This is a little bit more on this case. So you kind of know a little bit more as you're watching. I'm glad you like them, Wing. I'm glad you like them. Thanks for being here, you guys.
What is he on? Whoa! 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 Where's your way?
Hey everyone, welcome back to Jay's for Justice. A trial that I have been wanting to catch started today. We missed the first day, but we only missed a few hours of opening statements and some testimony, and we will catch up. But the disturbing video of the Apple River stabbing in Wisconsin happened in summer of 2022. They released the graphic video of the confrontation between the teens and Nicolae Miu. Nicolae Miu is charged with 1 count of first-degree intentional homicide and 4 counts of attempted first-degree intentional homicide from a stabbing on the Apple River on July 30th, 2022. And that stabbing killed 17-year-old Isaac Schumann and wounded 4 others. A jury was seated today with opening statements in the afternoon before the state called its first witnesses. Prior to the testimony of one of the witnesses today, prosecutors played this graphic cell phone video showing the interactions between the group of teens and Miu. And Miu is, I think, claiming self-defense in this. But the criminal complaint said that Nicolae, who was 52 years old at the time, was out tubing on the river with his wife and some friends when the incident boiled over shortly after 3:45 on that Saturday afternoon. Prosecutors say Nicolae Miu pulled a knife with a blade approximately 3 inches long from his pocket and lashed out at a group of younger people during a confrontation. But in 2022, Nicolae told police that he acted in self-defense when he stabbed 5 people, including Schumann. The other 4 victims were transported to the hospital with serious injuries. Also in the complaint against Nicolae, prosecutors described this video that reflects the defendant swimming up to a group of juveniles with a diving mask and snorkel and grabbing their tubes. The video reportedly shows multiple people surround Miu and yelling at him, capturing members of the group accusing the defendant of being a child molester and looking for little girls. Prosecutors maintain it was clear Nicolae Miu had opportunity to walk away from the situation, but his wife later claimed that he put the mask on to search for a cell phone that had been dropped in the river. As the confrontation escalated, the video shows the group appearing to move toward the defendant, and he was pushed backwards in the water. Investigators say they spoke with multiple witnesses and members of the group involved in the confrontation, and they supported what others told law enforcement, that Miu was bothering them. The defendant was only physically confronted after he had punched a female in the face, according to witnesses. So just so you know, graphic content, this is the actual stabbing video. It shows the confrontation beforehand as well.
That's that. What is he on? Whoa! 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 Where's your way? We up! What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? Get away from us! What? What's going on with y'all homie? He's on camera. Scripting. He's on 4K. Yo, the new iPhone got that good quality. What do you say? Yeah, what the hell? Who is this? Yes. For the culture! For the culture! Who is that? For the culture! Who is that? Who the hell is this? Go! It doesn't matter. He said he was looking for little girls! He said he was looking for little girls! You're looking for little girls? Yeah! That's exactly what he said! Weirding us out! I even have that part on camera, did I? Some young ass kid! What the hell is this guy's problem, bro? We're trying to have fun. He's gonna claim you? He's gonna claim you! We don't want this motherfucker! Let him on camera! Let him on camera! He on camera! Oh God! Oh God, he on camera! Oh God, he on camera! He ain't a woman! He ain't a woman! You ain't a woman! He ain't a woman! You got him! What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? He's dying! He's dying, bro! What? Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Are we serious? Is this real? Oh my God! Who is that? Oh my God! Oh my God! Is this real? Is this real? Oh my God! Oh my God! What the fuck? Is this real? Wait! That's not bike! That's not bike! That's not bike! That's not bike! That's not Isaac! Oh my God! Oh my God! This isn't real! This isn't real!
You know, in the comment section, if you're interested in watching this trial and streaming it, trial watch with me. Give this video a thumbs up, and I will see you in the next one. Have a good one, guys. Stay safe. All right. So be sure to check out my other video. I'm reading your comments, and I know that it's very, I don't know. I can't say it's a tough one. It's a tough one. I don't like that video. It gives me a lump in my throat. When I saw it yesterday, I was like, oh my God. Yeah, we are streaming the Sebastian update in 1 hour. 1 hour. We will be starting a new one. Hey, Truth Bomb. Ha, Dewan recorded Miu's acquittal. Uh-oh. I think Jammers just had fat fingers. Uh-oh. Is Jammers butt deleting people? Jammers. What are you doing? Sorry, Cringe, and sorry, Karchi. I think that was definitely a mistake. We might be in Jammy's pocket. What happened? It was in her pocket. No, listen, I think that, hey, Shamrock, he didn't communicate clearly, but they don't own the river. They have no right to say where he can walk and where he can't, right? If they didn't want to be around him, they could have kept it moving just as much. They could have kept it moving just as much. We got about 2 minutes, and then we should be back in the courtroom. I know I thanked you earlier when I saw it, Ryan. I didn't know if you saw it. I typed it because we were in trial. Thank you so much for the cash app for burgers, cheeseburgers. Thank you. Ryan is making sure that I eat because when we do trial watch, I tend to not eat when I should. Yeah, they're totally in this realm of, oh, let's record everything. Oh, it's okay. It's okay, Jammers. It happens. She was running. And she started blocking. I'm just kidding. At least it was only a 1 second timeout. Right. All they had to do was keep it moving as well. But they were drunk and they weren't even old enough to drink and smoking pot. And pot is illegal in Wisconsin. So all in all, these kids were committing crimes before they even approached this guy. So can we talk about that? I mean, we're holding Jennifer and James Crumbly up responsible over here for what happened to their kid, what happened at Oxford High School. But then over here, we got Mama testifying. Oh, I put sunscreen on his ears that morning. What was the point of that? What was the point of her testimony? And why is this buffering? Oh, it's back. Like, what the hell? So what do you think? Do you think that it keeps buffering? Why? Yeah. Is it the stream? Is it me? Is our stream buffering? What the fuck's going on? Truth Bomb, I agree. Truth Bomb was over here on Fox 9 Minneapolis. I saw Truth Bomb. I was like, Truth Bomb, come chat. Thanks for coming over. Dude, me too, true crime. I'm 50. And I'm telling you, if I would have approached these kids, even if it was a bunch of girls, I would have been very intimidated to walk over and try to find my phone. And if they started heckling me and calling me like a creeper and saying bad things about me and like yelling it across the river when there's other tubers, can you imagine what could have broke out maybe from this dude saying, he's a raper. He's looking for little girls and little boys. Can you imagine like the wrong people on the river maybe having a few drinks themselves, taking matters into their own hands? You know what I'm saying? I would be scared to death. And he had a 3-inch knife. It's little. It's not a big, huge. He didn't have a freaking K-bar. And when you have these tubes, you use this twine rope shit to string them together so that your group stays in one group. He could have had it for that, to cut the freaking rope. But that guy said that he punched that girl with his right hand, and in the video, he has his knife at his side in his right hand. So tell me how he punched her. It was a woman that was in his group's phone, right? But they had probably been over in that area. So like the river, narrow, it's like shallow on one side, deep in the middle, shallow on the other side. So he went from one side of the river to the other. His group was tied up over here. That group was tied up over here. And he went over there looking for the fucking phone. When he walked up, they was like this. And he thought they had his phone. So he leaned in to grab the phone and he lost his footing and he fell. And that was when they started screaming, "What are you doing? What are you doing? What is he on?" Thanks, Renate. It was a pocket knife. My husband has a pocket knife in his shorts 24/7. And if he was surrounded by 15 built athlete teenagers, he might get it out too. I don't know.
All right, we are back
All
on
right,
the
we're back,
record.
guys.
The attorneys are present. Mr.
Thanks for
Miu is
keeping
present.
open
The jury
minds.
is present. We are ready to resume testimony. Mr. Anderson, who is the next witness?
Madison Cohen, and as a reminder, Judge, she does not want to be filmed.
All right,
Oh,
so
she doesn't-
as I mentioned at the
she doesn't
beginning
wanna be
of
filmed?
trial, there are certain witnesses that
But she had
prefer
no
not to
problem
be
getting in
recorded either
Miu's
by
face.
video or audio.
Okay.
Supreme Court rules
This
allow
is the
me
girl
to
that says she
instruct,
was punched.
that the audio and video recording cease. So I'm doing so now. So everyone's going to go offline.
Oh, we can't even hear her? What? She gets to testify in silence? You've got to be kidding me right now.
I don't know.
We can't even hear the testimony? No, there's no way to untime, I don't think. You can't undo it. Let me see. I can't believe we can't even hear it. No, I don't think she's underage. Not anymore. This has been 2 years. Maybe she should have backed up if she was so afraid. Right. Let me see what I can do here for Karchi. Can't undo it, but I'm going to add her as a mod. And then that way Karchi can talk. She should be able to talk if I add her as a mod. Karchi, make yourself known. I know. Is anybody in Wisconsin? This is nutty. So I'm reading Fox 9, Minneapolis, St. Paul, and they're saying case over, not guilty. Self-defense. A lot of people think it's self-defense. Yeah, coddling. Exactly, W. I agree. Oh, let me check. Ooh, you are KK. Well, Sebastian doesn't start until noon. I thought I changed the time of that. Hold on. Let me go handle that real quick. If someone wants to check Twitter to see if they're updating on this witness, I don't know how long she's going to be. It sucks. Thank you, J-Lo. I'm checking that right now. I might have forgotten to change it last night. It was such a busy day yesterday. Oh, shit. I did forget. My bad. Psych. Hold on. Let me explain myself over here. I know. 10:45. Why? Okay. We're good. Yeah, now we don't even get to hear Madison. Like, she's one of the key witnesses here, and we can't even hear it? Because she requested? That's just some bullshit to me. Do y'all know the best channel to watch the Sebastian update? These are the prosecution's witnesses. These are yesterday there was one kid that testified. Maybe we can watch that while they do this. Are other channels doing this too? Probably. Lots of people covering Sebastian. I love it, putting the pressure on the Proudfoots. I don't know. What was I going to put on? Oh, yesterday's. That's right. That's right. That's right. Opening statements were pretty good. Do you guys want to watch the opening statements? Since they're fucking with us. I'll put it on 2 times speed. We can listen to opening.
Questions about high stress events.
We won't listen to the judge's instructions. Do you guys want to hear the state or the defense or both? I like to hear what the defense is going to do, but
You are the sole judges of the credibility.
Multiple people were injured. Tony, you'll see.
Okay, here we go.
In counts 2 through 5, attempted first-degree intentional homicide. In count 6, battery. Mr. Miu has pled not guilty to all charges. He alleges that he acted in self-defense. Mr. Miu is not required to prove his innocence. The law presumes every person charged with the commission of an offense to be innocent. This presumption requires a finding of not guilty unless in your deliberations you find it is overcome by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu is guilty. The burden of establishing every fact necessary to constitute guilt is upon the state. Before you can return a verdict of guilty, the evidence must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Miu is guilty. Because the state has the burden of proof,
look like the
state is allowed to present its evidence
night
first.
court.
When the state has completed its evidence, Mr. Miu may, but is not required to, present evidence. If he presents any evidence, the state is allowed to present evidence in response to that called rebuttal evidence.
All right, here we go. Let me know if this is too fast for you guys. And I'll take it down a notch.
Senseless and horrific acts of violence when all Nicolae had to do was walk away.
He's so quiet.
That's what you're going to see in this case. You'll see he eventually did walk away, but not until after stabbing 5 people. As Judge Waterman said, my name is Carl Anderson. My co-counsel, Brian Smestad, and I represent the state of Wisconsin in this case. It's our duty to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Nicolae Miu is guilty of all charges. You're going to hear in this trial that Nicolae said it was self-defense. But there's a video of what happened. You're going to see the video. You're going to see the sequence of events. You're going to hear a lot in the video. You're going to hear people yelling at Nicolae over 20 times, some version of, get away, go away. You hear the boys, the teenagers yelling, get away from us, get the fuck away, get back, get away from us, walk away, walk away. You're going to hear that there's another group of tubers, adults, who hear this and come over to help the boys. You're going to hear them yelling, go, get your ass and go, get your ass and go, go. You're going to hear that Isaac's group and the group of adult tubers, I'll probably refer to them as the Carlson group throughout the trial, didn't know each other, still don't know each other. You're going to hear from both of those groups testify about what they saw. You're going to hear that there's 6 victims in this case. 1 that was punched, 5 that were stabbed, and you're going to hear from all those victims except Isaac Schumann. That's because on July 30th of 2022, Nicolae Miu killed him. It was the summer before Isaac's senior year of high school. He was living in Stillwater, Minnesota with his mom, stepdad, brother, and stepsister. He was looking forward to going to college after high school. The photo on his left is his last school photo from his junior year of high school. The photo in the middle was his last birthday. He went out to celebrate at a restaurant with his family when he turned 17. The photo on the right, he was showing off the new trailer he bought to his mom for his new car detailing business. On July 30th, 2022, it was a nice day. The weather was in the 80s, perfect sunny day for tubing. You'll see body cam that it was busy. There was a lot of tubers on the river. Isaac was tubing with 5 of his best friends: Alex Vang, Juwan Cockfield, Owen Peliquin, Ryan Nelson, Landon Weyer, and the last photo is Isaac. His friends called him Bike. These are, you'll see, this is how they were dressed when they're on the river. These are screen grabs from that day. The other group you hear a lot about is the Carlson group. The only one who was stabbed out of Isaac's group was Isaac. The rest of the people stabbed and punched were from the Carlson group. Riley Madison was stabbed. Dante Carlson was stabbed. A.J. Martin was stabbed. Tony Carlson was stabbed. Madison Cohen was punched. The other group you'll hear a lot about is Nicolae Miu's group. Some of these folks you'll hear more about than others, likely. Ariel, you'll see him in the video of the incident. Gilma, I expect you'll hear testimony from her. Eric Von Williams, you may see in some body cam, hear testimony. Nicolae Miu, that's Sandy Miu, Nicolae's wife at the time. Ernesto, you'll see in the incident video also.
This was actually Kyle Rittenhouse's attorney.
Together. A lot of these other people knew Nicolae,
Kyle Rittenhouse, not
or just met Nicolae that day.
Chauvin.
Sergio he's the far right. He wasn't actually in this picture, but he was the last member of that group. So all these groups were tubing on the Apple River. They're all out with friends. They're all drinking. This is a map of the Apple River. Tubers started at River's Edge up on the top right, and they kind of tube in this snaky U shape, down and then left and up. A lot of the tubers stop and did stop in this case at the hideaway. There's a bar there, there's a beach spot to hang out. The incident, the stabbings, occurred shortly before the tubers reached the 35 bridge that crosses over the river. You might hear it referred to as the Sunrise Bridge. And then the place where tubers exit is called the Village Park exit. And you'll hear that the only group of these three groups that made it to the exit was Nicolae's group. You'll hear that shortly before the incident, Ariel's phone got knocked in the water. It was in a waterproof case. You'll hear testimony that he wasn't that worried about it. He said he has insurance for his phone, but Nicolae insisted on looking for it. So the group ends up waiting at the sandbar. Nicolae goes downstream.
Thank
He's
you,
got gloves on with a
Kristen.
Snorkel. He's gonna look for the phone.
Thank you so much.
Isaac's group is tubing a ways downstream. And you'll hear them describe that this older guy is tubing next to their tubes in extremely shallow water, getting really close to them, not really saying anything. He's got we'll describe a strange look in his face. They're creeped out by him. You'll hear from several of them that he said something about looking for little girls. You'll hear from one or two that he said something about looking for a phone. Jawan, second from the left, filmed the main video in this case. He also filmed a 9-second video shortly before that main video. And in that 9-second video, you'll see Jawan saying, he said he's looking for little girls, he's a raper. And Nicolae is walking away. He doesn't keep walking away. At the end of that video, he stops and he turns around. 2 seconds later is when that main video starts. The video of the stabbings. You'll see at that start of the main video, Nicolae is walking towards the group of tubers. They're down in their tubes, the teenage boys, Isaac's group. In the beginning, when Nicolae's walking towards him, he's got his hand down on a pocket on the right of his shorts. You'll hear from people from his group that that's where he kept his knife. You'll see in the video that he then starts to run. He runs at the boys who are down in their tubes. That's the only time in this video you'll see Nicolae run, when he runs up on the group of teenage boys. He doesn't even run after stabbing 5 people, he walks away. There's his hand on that pocket. He's carrying a snorkel and goggles. That group in the background there, in the middle photo, that's the Carlson's group. And eventually come over in response to the yells of the kids. Nicolae puts his goggles in his mouth and grabs onto their tubes with 2 hands. You'll hear in the video the boys are yelling, "Whoa, whoa, what's this guy doing, weirdo?" You can see their reactions in the video. That's Alex Vang on the left. Nicolae drops his goggles and snorkel in the water. He then starts reaching in the water where they fall into the water. He starts walking around their tubes. They're yelling at him, get away from us, walk away." They're also chirping at him. You'll hear Jawan saying, "He's a pedophile." Nicolae says something back, you can't hear it in the video. He's standing, now this is facing downriver, so the direction they're tubing, that's that bridge going over the river in the background. Boys are yelling, "Get away." That's Isaac in the middle photo with the white hat, purple trunks. That's Isaac again.
Thank you so
in the left
much,
photo, standing with
Kendo.
his
Coming
hands
in
up,
hot.
fingers displayed. You can see a gold bracelet on his left wrist.
Coming in hot
You
with
see that again in the
25
video.
on J for J,
At this point in the video, you hear the boys start
411.live.
to cheer.
Thank you so much.
And that's because you'll hear from them that the Carlsons
Coming
are also
in hot.
going over to help. Those 2 people you see walking over are Madison and Dante. Madison's later punched, Dante's later stabbed.
Getting those goals filled up, guys. You guys are
There's Isaac's bracelet.
awesome.
As Madison is walking over, she's yelling, "Go, go, go." Nicolae says, you'll hear it in the video, "They took my snorkel." Madison's pointing and yelling for him to go.
So then they take his snorkel on top of it all.
You can see in that pocket on his shorts, a metallic clip, his pocket knife. Madison's pointing and yelling at him to go. Nicolae.
There's Madison, the one that's testifying
looks
that
back
we
at the
can't
group of
listen
boys
to.
in the right photo. She directs him back away from the boys, back to her. You'll hear from her, that's why she went over there in the first place, was to try to get him away from the boys. She keeps telling him to go. He starts smiling. He waves upstream towards his group. More women from the Carlson group come over. That's Riley in the middle, in that middle photo. She ends up getting stabbed. The right photo, you can see Nicolae puts his hand on
It's already Diet Coke
knife.
time.
He's talking to him. He's smiling. The boys are laughing. They're drunk 17-year-old boys. They have nothing in their hands, as you'll see in the video. They're laughing and pointing at Nicolae. He's smiling.
It all
Then you'll
happened
see
so fast. I agree.
His hands start moving. You can't quite see what they're doing. You can see they come together in front of his waist.
Thank you so much,
You can see
Kendo.
behind him, there's nothing but clear and empty water. As Madison and Riley, two women, are talking to him, telling him to leave, he takes out his knife. He opens it, blade up, still smirking, looking straight at the women. You'll not see Nicolae raise his knife and brandish it. You'll not hear him yell at anyone to get back. You'll not see him say anything at this point in the video, after he takes his knife out. You'll not see him try to take a step back or walk away. You will see him looking around, smirking, while continuing to hold the knife down by his side. While holding the knife, he looks around, looks back over at the boys. You can see Riley leaning over, trying to keep his attention. Nothing but clear water behind him. You'll see Madison's got sunglasses on. Some more people from the Carlson group come over. That's AJ in the yellow swim trunks. He gets ultimately stabbed, you'll see. That's Dante in the right photo. He gets stabbed. This entire video is 3 minutes and 23 seconds long. It's not a very long video. But from the point in the video when witnesses say,
Do you guys
Nicolae
want me to
punched
skip
Madison,
this?
Until you see Nicolae walking off after having stabbed
Quick,
five
like,
people,
put a 1 in
it's only
chat
about
if you want
20
me to
25
skip the
seconds.
video and get
It happens
to
very fast.
the defense opening statements. Put a 1 in chat, skip, 2, don't skip.
You'll see that when you see it played in real time. You'll see the boys are loud, they're boisterous. You'll hear that in the video. There's a lot of yelling. Pedophile is looking for little girls. Go, get away from us. You'll not hear anyone in the video threaten Nicolae. You'll not see anyone raising fist to him before it turns physical. You won't see anyone besides Nicolae with a weapon.
Nicolae!
You don't see the boys touch Nicolae until after
Okay, we'll skip it.
stabbings start.
We will skip it. I am down with that. Okay, let's get to here's the defense closing, or opening rather. Okay, here we go with the defense, yes. And little Missy over here is still testifying in silence. I'm keeping an eye on it. Potato, you said play it through?
Is Mr. Miu is present?
Jesus, I cannot.
Dad had sent him over.
With that mic.
Knocked him in.
This diagram that the defense brings out is really, really interesting, though. Watch.
Little girls.
Hold on, I gotta turn this ish down. I thought that his lawyer did a good job.
Against 1. They yelled and they screamed in order to attract a crowd.
They got a crowd.
I mean, that dude could have gotten beat up
They
seriously.
told lies to make the crowd angry. He's looking for little girls. He's looking for little girls. They layered their lies. They made them louder to make the crowd more angry. He's a predator. He's a predator. They chanted. They pulled on him. They closed the space around him. They got up in his face and they pushed him. Somebody else pushed him. And they pointed and they pushed and they pushed and they pushed. And when he put up his left hand, to block and protect himself as they're in his space, in his face, he puts up his left hand to protect himself. And then they got violent. They got violent. They knocked a grown man, punched him, knocked him into the water. And when he's down in the water, they come up on him and they hit him again when he's down in the water. When he tries to get up out of the water, they attack him from the front, smack him across the front of the face, while somebody else comes from behind and starts pushing him down. In that moment, he feared for his life. And he responded in self-defense. Let me show you what they did. Dante Carlson, who had earlier come over into that group, right? His dad had sent him over to help Nick. But the crowd got Dante going, and it didn't matter. He was going to hit him. And when the opportunity arose, as Dante Carlson will tell you, he laid him out. Knocks a grown man back off of his feet, where it's not just his butt. You'll see on the video, it's his shoulder, it's his head. He goes into the water. He didn't have a measuring stick. He wasn't figuring out what the height of the water is. He went in the water because they hit him into the water. And when he's down, you'll see, he's down in the water. And Dante Carlson, who punched him with his right hand, right? He was so confident. Had his beer in his left hand.
Karchi, sorry
and
about
he's given
the
a beat
timeout.
down with his right hand. He then runs around him as Nick is falling into the water. And he's in the water. He runs around him with the beer in his hand because he knows he's got his group around him. And then he comes around and he smacks him again. You can see in the first photo, you can see the shadow of Dante's arm coming across. And you can see it hits him across the face and across the ear. That's not just a slap. That's a full hand. You'll watch the video. It knocks him down. And then when he's down in the water, you'll see A.J. Carlson, who you'll hear tells you that he came over there to mediate. But for whatever reason, maybe it's because of a crowd, maybe it's because of a mob, maybe it's some other mentality, but when this happens, he sees this old man down on the ground. He doesn't go to help him. He goes to push him from behind. And while he's pushing him from behind, look in the upper corner there, that's Dante's arm. You can see in the middle slide, that's Dante's hand smacking Miu across the front of his head. And then you'll see on the third slide, that's
Pushing
where
him
he's
down,
extending
too.
through. So confident he's going to beat this old man down that he keeps the drink in his hand. That's the close-up that you can see through there. Dante Carlson hitting Nick Miu in the face while his friend attacks him from behind. You're going to need to make some choices in this case, right? Make some decisions. Some of the things that might help you to do. Let me just take a step back, all right? Who is Nick Miu? Who's the man that they wanted to beat down on the river? We're going to tell you about that. How did he get there? What made him be in the river on that day, as we saw here earlier? And we'll tell you that story. And then lastly, why did this angry mob, this pack of players, why did they attack him? And we're going to tell you that. First, who is Nick, right? Nick's 54 years old, lives in Prior Lake. He's married. Right?
We have
He's
98,997. We need 3 more subscribers to get to
She's gonna be a
99K.
witness. She was there with him that
Holy.
day. Him and a bunch of other 50-year-olds went to go have a peaceful
It's like the
day
fajita.
on the river. Right? Nick grew up in Romania. Right? And when he was about 15 or 16, he immigrated over here. We're not going to get really into it. Romania was not a good place to be in the 80s. Communist dictator, all kinds of other bad stuff was going on. Nick's dad, like a lot of people in the world, wanted to have a better place for his family.
Oh,
to
I
go
know.
out.
I said that
So
yesterday.
they,
What a stupid
political refugees,
tattoo.
were accepted by a church in Minnesota, and they came over to Minnesota. When Nick was growing up, his first language was Romanian. Because he lived in this communist dictatorship, he also needed to learn Russian. Because he was in Europe, he also learned to speak French.
Nicolae.
And because he's a pretty smart guy, he also learned Latin. So when he was 15
Look at
and
the
16,
Yorkie. Aw.
he comes over to the United States, and then he picks up English as his fifth language. He can speak fluent English. He's fine. But I think it's important for you to know that's not his first language. When he graduates from high school in Minnesota, he decides he wants to go on and further his education.
You think he was
And
an
goes to
engineer?
school in South Dakota. He becomes a mechanical engineer, and he's worked as a mechanical engineer for years and years. Bit of a handyman, as I imagine a lot of engineers are, right? I don't think of myself as a handyman. He's a handyman, good with tools, hangs out with tools, and you'll hear from other people
Hangs
how
out
he's
with
used tools in the past. And you'll hear that as you'll hear on the tape, as he tells the police,
He hangs out with tools.
living a peaceful, quiet life in Minnesota, never been in trouble before. Him and some of his work friends, as all of us sometimes as adults, our circle of friends tends to be people that we work with. He has a group of friends, Amanda and Ernesto. They've been down the Apple River before. In fact, they've invited him before, and he's been down the river one time before, several years earlier. So they make a plan with all of those, the group of people that we saw, right? Oh, I forgot one thing here. Nick, like a lot of people, maybe as they get older, isn't of the best health. In 2020, he had a heart attack. And he needed to have quadruple bypass open heart surgery. So these are the photos of him recovering from that. And it took him some time. And he'll tell you how that still makes him feel fragile, right? He doesn't feel as fit as he was when he was 18 or 22.
Hell, neither do I.
So he decides
Oh
to
my
get
God,
out on
that
the river with his
picture of
friends.
him, I
These are some
can't.
of the friends. And as you'll see in photos, right? He's in the water that day. It's warm that day. Sometimes he's wearing his sunglasses. Sometimes he's not. Sometimes he's got a hat on. Sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes he has his shirt on. Sometimes he doesn't. This is the photo of the start, which is pretty much the exact same thing he was wearing at the end. His friends Amanda and Ernesto asked him to come along. There's a lot of other adults that are coming, right? There's no 20-somethings, no teenagers. They pack food in coolers. Sure, they have a couple of beers, but it's really just a time to get together with their other adults and float peacefully down the river. Nick likes to snorkel, right? So he brought his goggles and his snorkel, right? That's just kind of who Nick is. He's a bit of an explorer, a bit of a curious mind, and he brought his goggles and snorkel. And you'll see a video of him prior to this where he's just kind of laying well, he kind of floats there with the goggles and the snorkel, and he's looking at the bottom of the water. Probably not a lot of exciting things at the bottom of the water in Apple River, but he was there to see it if there was something there. Before he leaves, he gets a call from his friend Ernesto, because Ernesto knows Nick and knows that Nick's a bit of a handyman, and is like, hey, remember last time we had all those strings? We got all those strings, you got to cut up stuff, you got to do this. Can you bring that little pocket knife that you've got, that utility knife? I've seen you use it at my house. You've used it as a tool. Make sure you bring that, because we need to cut up some of the strings. So he does. Gets back, packs that up, brings it along, and sure enough, when they get there, they have their provided strings, and then people you'll see, they tie up tubes, they tie up coolers, they tie up everything else, and he uses his pocket knife to sometimes cut those up, right? You'll also see as he's going through on the river that day that his shoes kind of fall apart, right? And you'll see that pictures of his shoes, he's got strings, and he's tied them up, and he continues to cut with the little pocket knife that he has to make sure that his shoes, footwear, are something that he can have. So they float down the river. Right, this is the group. You saw that photo already with Mr. Anderson showed that to them, right? And again, here he has the hat on. Here he's got the hat off. You'll see later, not surprisingly, when he goes to snorkel, he doesn't have his sunglasses on. And sometimes when he snorkeled, he had a shirt on. Other times he took it off. Here's another picture of him on the river with the group. Again, has the hat back on, depending upon what the sun is like. So, how did he get there, right? Well, as we talked about, Ariel, his friend, loses his phone, right? And whether they wanted to look for it or didn't want to look for it, I don't know how that's relevant. I don't know how his wanting to go help his friend look for his phone is any way important. You'll get to decide that. But we know at the end of the day is, it's uncontested, his friend lost his phone. And as you saw in some of those photos, they have these little bags that they put him on, and they didn't know if it was going to float or if it was going to sink. But the water between him and the other two groups was downstream. So if something went into the water, it would float towards where those other two groups were. So Nick used his head and walked where he thought the phone was going to float to, and he goes looking for it, right? And then while he's looking for it, he runs into another group, right? And this is the group that we're going to talk about, two different groups, right? The first group he runs into is this group of high school, right? And you're going to hear that they're drunk. You're going to hear that they were smoking stuff. The one piece of evidence that we know for sure is that at the time of the autopsy, Isaac Schumann's blood alcohol concentration was 0.219. And if you ask his friends are going to say he was the most sober one in the group. So we have this group, they're drunk, they're loud, there's 6 of them, they're football players, they've run as a pack together before, and you're going to hear some videos, they're a quite confident group, right? And they see this man that maybe others are going to judge upon his appearance. This group of 6 see him, and they start making judgments about him based upon what he looks like. He's an old man in the river with goggles, and they don't like it. So they start calling him names. Right? And there's a video, you're going to hear it, because they start harassing him, they start heckling him. They're basically trying to humiliate him. That's what they're doing. And Mr. Cockfield, one of the football players, he grabs his phone out and he thinks it's funny enough that he's going to record it. And you'll see that recording just before this, where he says, "Grown man looking for little girls." And he thinks it's really funny. And then he screams out, "Raper!" He doesn't scream that out for his benefit of his 5 football friends that are with him. He screams it out to draw a crowd, get other people involved. Now, Mr. Miu may or may not have heard that exact thing, but he hears them yelling and he turns around, and what does he see? He's looking for a phone, right? We know that. And when he turns around, he sees somebody holding up a phone. Maybe he's wrong, maybe he's mistaken about why they're holding up the phone, but he sees them holding up a phone, so he turns around to approach them because he thinks that's the phone he's looking for. I'm looking for this phone, it floated down this way, these kids are yelling. And he starts jogging towards them. As you saw, as he jogs toward them, he's an unfit 260-pound man trying to move through the water, and he picks up his feet for about 4 steps, and then he reaches his hands out to grab their tubes, and when he does so, he puts the snorkel and the goggles in his mouth. Maybe they thought it was an act of aggression. I don't really think it was. You'll get to see it and watch it. But we know nothing happens after that. Because as soon as he goes and approaches, the goggles and the snorkel drop. He loses them, and he immediately starts looking for them. That's about 5 seconds into the video. He starts looking for them, and they start yelling at him, "Get away, get away, get away." So this is the tubes, right? You as the jury, you're looking downstream this way, right? Nick is standing here in front of the tubes. He looks, he comes up, and then he walks to the other side of their tubes, and he's now on this side of their tubes, downstream from them. He's downstream because that's where he thinks the goggles and the snorkels from. And did he tell the police officer that he thought they knocked the goggles and snorkels out of his hand? Yes, he did. Is that what he believed happened? Yes, it was. Is that what really happened? No, that's not what happened. And the great thing you're going to be able to see in this case is there's a video. There's a video that we can check everybody's testimony against. And you know what? Riley Madison got it wrong. Dante Carlson got it wrong. Madison Cohen got it wrong. Anthony Carlson got it wrong. Pretty much every witness, when you compare their human memory against the video, they got it wrong. Because we're humans.
Anna.
We can't get it as good as the video does. So he got that wrong, but he's still nevertheless looking for his goggles. His goggles are down in the water. He's looking for it, right? He starts walking around there. There's nothing that prevents this group of football players who are screaming at him from just walking around. He's one man, maybe 2 feet wide. And you hear from there, they talk about him walking away, but they can just walk, just float on by and leave this man alone. But they stay to harass, they stay to heckle, they stay to humiliate. Because he starts walking away from them. And if you watch and you count, you watch it enough times, he takes about 10 steps away from them. And it's sometime during those 10 steps, when that group says, "You got 10 seconds. 10 seconds. That's what this group of drunk teenagers says to that old man. And he's walking away at that point. And then what you'll see when the video comes back, he walked away. They followed. They followed. They didn't go around. They went right up to him where he had walked away. Now remember, as he's walking in this direction, his group is 200 and some feet that way, 280 feet that way. This water is deeper. As he starts walking away, he gets into deeper water. He doesn't have his goggles, doesn't have his snorkel, still can't find the phone. He's getting farther away from this group. The drunken teenagers are yelling at him, and now they keep following him. Now, this video, right? We're going to show some slides from the video.
Truth
And
Bomb.
it's super important, obviously. We're very thankful that we have it so that you will know exactly what happened. But what you got to remember is the video was taken by Juwan Cockfield. It is from Juwan Cockfield's perspective. It's from his point of view, right? It makes it obvious. And so the person that we're watching oftentimes is Nick Miu, right? But you need to know, which is obvious, that the video is not from Nick's perspective. We're not watching it from Nick's perspective. We're watching it from somebody else's perspective. And why is that important? Because the judge is going to tell you, right? It's important because at the end of the case, you'll need to determine the reasonableness of his beliefs from his point of view. You'll need to determine the reasonableness of his beliefs, not actions. You're here to determine his beliefs and the reasonableness from his point of view. So as you're watching that video, you're going to be asked at the end to be like, what would someone in Miu's position, from that standpoint, what would they feel? What would they believe? Let me just quickly read to this, right? If I can, the law of self-defense. In determining reasonableness, a belief may be reasonable even though mistaken. In determining whether Nick Miu's beliefs were reasonable, the standard is what a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed in Nick's position under the circumstances that existed at the time of the alleged offense. Not 30 seconds before, not a minute before, at the time of the alleged offense. The reasonableness of Nick's beliefs must be determined from the standpoint of Nick Miu at the time of his acts, and not from the viewpoint of the jury now. So I say that to you just so you know when we're looking at the evidence, what you're going to be asked to do at the end. So they get him into this position, and this is 50 seconds into the video. He's walked 10 steps away, they come up to him and approach him and cut him off. So he walks away one time, they follow him. But Nick, right, sees, right, so he's here, he's got a group of people here, and he looks off to his left and he sees a group of adults. There's 2 adults coming this way. Great, adults, not drunk teenagers. Adults are coming this way. He doesn't continue to engage with this. He gets and starts walking over here. He walks over to engage with the adults in the hope, as I think most of us do, when we see perhaps another adult and we're dealing with a group of drunk teenagers, maybe I can appeal to reason. These are adults. And when he walks over this way and the path down the river is wide open, those drunk teenagers follow him. Follow him over here, where he then gets confronted by Madison Cohen. And Madison Cohen is not listening.
Get your votes in,
She's not there
guys.
for an appeal to reason.
Yeah, she's still
Her
on the
immediate
stand.
words are to Nick Miu in his
Yep,
face,
see?
go, get the fuck out, go.
Ooh, get it.
And you'll see Nick's reaction is kind of like, as you heard from the, look, they have my goggles, like, why are you in my face? What's going on? And you can see, they'll call it a smirk, they'll call it a smile. Look, there's 4,819 frames in that video. 4,819 frames. I have no doubt that you can pause on one of those 4,819 frames and find a photo where somebody's mouth is making a particular shape of anything at any time. Is he smirking? Is he smiling? You watch, you decide. Because he looks perplexed. He's immediately confronted, and he starts to give an explanation, and Dante Carlson tells him, it doesn't matter. Right? Appeal to reason? Nope, we're not doing that. That's kicked out the door. There is no appeal to reason at all. And while this is going on, the Carlson group, right, who sent 2 people over, also has Quentin Carlson, and he's an older adult. Madison Cohen, Dante Carlson, A.J. Martin, they're in their early 20s, which is fine. They're certainly adults, but that might be different than somebody in their 40s. Quentin Carlson, he sees what's going on, and what he says, I was worried about the group against one guy. I was worried that they were going to gang up on him and something bad was going to happen to the old guy. So I told my son Tony and Dante to go make sure they don't attack that old guy. That's not somebody looking at it from Nick's perspective. But that's somebody who can see maybe what Nick sees, hear what Nick hears, and his thought is, ooh, something bad's gonna happen to that old guy. So he sends over his kids. And when they come over, right, the high school group.
Thank you, Karchi, for more money for
continues in what I think we
burgers.
now know, it's a new term,
Oh,
is
so
they
sweet.
gaslight him. They just start making up lies in order to affect his perception of reality and everybody else's perception of reality. As soon as that group comes over, that high school group says, he's a predator. And then immediately they're like, he's looking for little girls, he's looking for little girls. There will be zero evidence that there were ever little girls even anywhere near on that river. Zero. There's going to be zero evidence that he was looking for little girls. But they drum up, right? They get this crowd going. They've got the two people here, and they start yelling at, and then the crowd gets to be more, right? As this is going on, it's about 1:13, 1:15 into it, where they start screaming at him, he's looking for little girls. And then you'll see as he's standing here, after he's walked away from that group, he walks over to the adults, he's kind of pointing at them like, I got my snorkel. And they confront him. And as he's standing there, he turns his back on her, and he just stands here. And as he's standing with his back turned, and the path down the river is wide open, instead of just walking on by, Madison Cohn decides she's going to put her hands on him, and she grabs him and starts pulling him. And you'll see he turns around and immediately looks to his hand and says, don't touch me. Don't put your hands on me. They don't walk away. They stand right there. The crowd, the drunk high schoolers, continue to say he's looking for little girls. Somebody says, is that what he said? And then it changes to the next lie is, we've got it on camera. We've got it on camera. You're going to see that they downloaded that phone. There ain't nothing like that on the camera. There ain't nothing like that on the camera because that's not what happened. Because these drunk teenagers were gaslighting him and they're enticing a crowd. Nick stands there. He's now got people all around him, right? They're chanting at him, he's a predator, he's a predator. He's all alone. It's getting louder. He raises his left hand to his group. Like, somebody needs some help here. Like something's going on, right? And when that happens, you'll see the camera, Juwan Cohen turns the camera to show where he's waving to. So the high school group has knowledge that Nick Miu, who's standing right here, doesn't want to go that way. Nick Miu, who's blocked right here, wants to go that way. Because that's where his group is, because that's where everybody looks. And you'll see on the camera Madison Cohn as she stands and he waves, she turns and looks and sees he's got some friends. So does Madison Cohn say, yeah, why don't you just go that way? She doesn't. What she does is she reaches to her friends and says, hey, get over here. She calls in more numbers. She calls in more numbers to confront him. Because at that point it was 8 against 1 and she wanted more. So she brought over Riley, she brought over Janelle, she brought over Gabby, and then she calls for Anthony, and then she calls for AJ. And then it's those 13 people that surround him, right? And they're standing there, and you're going to see, they're all around him. They are relentless in what they're yelling and screaming. From his standpoint, this is like, what is happening? What world did I just step into in which there's this group of drunk kids, drunk teenagers who, they want to say kids, I get it, but you saw those pictures. They're all bigger than Nick. Nick's smaller than he was then, right? But he hasn't grown any. He's just shrunk more, right? But he's not a big, fit guy, right? They're screaming, they're chanting, right? And at that point, yes, Nick, outnumbered 13-1, reaches in his pocket, finds his pocket knife, opens it up, and stands there with it. He doesn't brandish it, no, but he doesn't hide it. He's standing there with it. His belief at that point is, I don't want to use this. I don't think showing it to him is going to help. But if something happens, I don't know what's going to happen. So he's standing there with the knife. And as he's standing there with the knife, Riley Madison is right in front of him, and she pushes on him. And you'll see that in the video. And then next to her, who's blocking him from his people, is Madison Cohn. She takes her right hand, and she pushes his left shoulder, and he has to go back. She pushes him back. And while all this is going on, the group of drunk teenagers are screaming, chanting, yelling. The numbers are getting bigger. They come over towards him. All right? They push him again. They block his path. And this is the same. That's what it looks like. You're Miu. You're looking upriver to see where your safety is. Behind you is deeper water. You've walked in that direction before. You appealed to reason, and they said it doesn't matter. They're up in his face, right? and Madison Cohen's pushing and pointing at him, right? And Miu's standing there. He's got the knife in his right hand. He doesn't use the knife. He's standing there while they're pushing and pointing at him, right? And when he does that, all of a sudden, that's when Dante Carlson gets violent, right? He's predisposed for violence, I submit to you. That's the entire purpose of the gaslighting, of getting the crowd there, of yelling with the crowd, of getting it all jacked up, is Jawan Cohen wanted to record a viral video in which some old man was getting beat down, and he was going to get it on tape. He created that world. He put him in that world.
I object a lot of this is argument, not summarizing.
Sustained. Please focus on what you anticipate the evidence will show.
That's what the evidence is going to show, all right? Dante Carlson has told you before, and he'll say, it doesn't matter, right? At that moment, that's when Nick Miu raises his left hand to protect himself. He's raised it before to call for help. I think I missed it. He raised another time to call for help, a second time, and now they're crowded around him in his face. He raises his hand to protect it, and that's when they get violent, right? It's a push, not a punch. It's a push to protect himself, not a punch. The evidence. You'll watch that video. You might watch it 20 times. It's not on the video. There's no punch on the video. She's standing there yelling, and when she's standing there yelling, there are two people between her and Nick Miu. He's got the knife in his right hand, right? It's not on the video. There's no physical evidence. She says he punches her with his right hand. He's got the knife in his right hand. There's not a mark on her. You're going to see from John Schultz, his video, he spoke with her right then. He's right in her face. He's got a body cam. You'll get to see the body cam of her face, and she, not a blemish on it, not a mark on it. Doesn't support that he punched her. Third thing, multiple evolving stories. Listen to what the witnesses say. Who really says is there a punch, and what position were they in to say it? Because here's what they said before. Quentin Carlson, he told the police, she said he was punched. She said he punched her, but they said it was a slap. So everybody else initially said it was a slap. Gabby, one of the witnesses, says he smacked her with his left hand. She's consistent with he raised his left hand. Mr. Alexander Vang, one of the high school kids, says he hit her with an open hand with his left hand. AJ, he says he saw him pull her hair, which nobody's going to say. That's just wrong. Nobody's going to say anything along those lines. Dante, the person who laid him out after he said that, spoke with the police, and initially what he said to the police is I saw Miu make a swift motion to Riley Madison. Then he says, I saw Miu make a motion towards Riley Madison. Then he says, I saw Miu make a swift motion to Riley Madison. Then he says a fourth time, swift motion, Riley Madison. I don't know what he's going to say when he comes up there now, but what he said before isn't a punch, and it wasn't to Madison Cohen. That's when the violence begins, right? They attracted the crowd, they moved in closer. Now, one of the things you're going to want to ask, and you will ask that, is when this happens, this group of 13 is around, and the old man gets knocked and he's down in the ground. Listen to the video. Is there anybody in the group that says, whoa, this is out of hand? No. You'll hear when he gets knocked on the ground, the volume goes up. The cackling and the laughing goes up. And the videographer pushes people away to get in closer to document the beatdown as well as he can. This isn't somebody that's just taking a video on the side. And again, we move around. Dante Carlson is confident enough to still have the beer in his hand while this happens. Miu's response is in self-defense, right? People come at him, and he makes a quick, short jab motion. He believes he has to use the knife because he's outnumbered. A.J. Martin, once. Riley Madison, once. Dante Carlson, twice, but he only has 2 stitches. Isaac Schumann, once. Dante Carlson, once. When they come at him, he gives a quick jab. They back up. He doesn't lunge for them. He doesn't follow them. He doesn't recklessly swing it around. They come at him after they gave him a beat down, and he jabs out. When even Brandy Hart, I think you're going to hear from her, right? When
I'll be live in just a
Mr.
couple
Strauss,
minutes
he
with
asked
the
questions.
Sebastian
People
presser, guys.
attacked you,
My
he
computer
responded.
decided to restart.
She agrees with that. So,
Of course.
what happens is pretty much all on video, right? At the end, the judge is going to read you that jury instruction similar to what he did about credibility. And how much of credibility is going to play a part in this trial is going to be up to you. You guys are the finders of fact. You decide what happened. But I'd submit to you, it's all on video. Pretty much know what happened because it's on video, right? So we can talk about credibility. Nick spoke with the police, right? He told them he was afraid. He told them he feared for his life. He told them he was acting in self-defense. He also told them, I don't really remember anything. And he lied to the police about the knife. He did. He lied about the knife. It's his knife. He brought it. He was outnumbered. He believed in me. He believed in me. The truth is, he used it because he was surrounded by that angry mob. Right? When their attacks stopped, he walked away. When they stopped coming at him, every one of them came out, right? He responded like a victim of trauma response. You'll hear from witnesses in his group who will say he looked like he was in shock, so white as a ghost. From his perspective, right? He had just been attacked by an angry mob who was trying to kill him, and he got his way, he got out of there. So as he walks back, he still has fear, right? It's not something that just goes away. That fear inside him.
Mr. Vang?
And as he walks away, he wants nothing to do with the group that just attacked him. He wants nothing to do with the knife.
Please face
and
the
he
clerk,
tosses
raise
it
your
up
right
onto the shore.
hand. She will administer the oath.
Maybe not the best decision. Maybe not how he should have responded. But he was.
They're done with her already. This is the next witness, guys. Here's the other guy that was there in the crowd. Wow, that was fast for her.
Thank you.
Mr. Smestad.
Can you say your name for the record, please? Spell your last name.
My name is Alex Vang, V-A-N-G.
How old are you, Alex?
I'm 19 years old.
Do you go to school? Do you work?
I'm a student at St. John's University.
What are you studying?
Global Business Leadership.
What year are you at St. John's?
I'm a first year.
Were you familiar with a person named Isaac Schumann?
I was.
How did you know him?
He's my best friend.
How many years were you best friends with Isaac?
7th grade, I first met him.
Were you with Isaac Schumann on July 30th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
Were you part of a group of your friends that tubed down the Apple River near Somerset, Wisconsin?
Yes.
Were you with Isaac when he was stabbed and killed that day?
Yes, I was.
It's my understanding from other testimony that you were the driver and drove everybody to the river.
Correct.
Did you rent tubes at River's Edge?
Yep.
Do you remember if you got a receipt for the tubes?
I don't think so, no.
Do you remember what time you got on the river?
Estimate maybe around 1:30.
Was your group together in the tubes?
Yes.
Were your tubes connected together?
Yes.
What's the plan to float down to Village Park in Somerset?
If that's at the end, yes.
Do you have plans for a return trip back to River's Edge?
Say again?
Did you have plans on how to get back from Village Park up to River's Edge?
Yeah, we were probably gonna find a ride.
While you were tubing in the river, you were drinking alcohol?
Yes, I was.
What kind of alcohol did you have?
Just some beers, some Michelob Goldens, maybe some the like ultras or something, whatever they're called.
Did you have any hard liquor?
I did not.
Do you know if anybody in your group was drinking hard liquor?
I don't recall.
Did you use any other drugs that day?
Yeah, I smoked some weed.
All right. By weed, you mean marijuana?
Yes, please. Or, yes.
All right. As you were floating down the river, did you eventually have contact with the defendant, Mr. Miu?
Yes, I did.
All right. Do you know whereabouts you were in the river when you first saw him?
I don't recall. I just know we were a little bit a ways from a bridge.
Had you been on the river before?
I have.
How many times?
Just the year previous.
When you first saw Mr. Miu, what was he doing?
He was just looking in the water with some snorkeling gear.
All right. Did you ask him what he was doing?
I did.
What did you say?
He said, you're snorkeling in some pretty short water, like, what are you looking for?
And how did he answer?
He said something along the lines of, he responded with looking for little girls or something like that.
All right. Are you aware that, we'll strike that, did you record any part of your interaction with?
I did not.
Now let me finish my question.
I'm sorry.
Is this your first time testifying?
It is.
Are you a little nervous?
Yes.
All right. Did you yourself record any part of the incident on the river?
No, I did not.
All right. Are you aware that somebody else in your group was?
Yes.
Who was that?
Jawan Cockfield.
Have you had a chance to review that video?
Yep, I watched it once.
And have you seen yourself in the video?
Yes.
At the time that you asked Mr. Miu what he was doing and he responded like that, is any of that on the video?
No.
At some point, did Mr. Miu run up on your group?
He did.
Did that cause you concern?
Yes, I was very scared.
Did you bail out of your tube?
I did.
What did he do when he ran up?
From what I remember, he ran up to us and grabbed our tubes and stopped us from carrying on.
All right, were you floating at that time?
Yes, we were.
He stopped you from floating?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a still frame from the video. 0156. Or do you put it on the screen? Alex, I'm showing you frame 0156 of Jawan's video. Are you in that picture?
That's me, yes.
Does this describe when this picture was taken? I mean, what's going on when you're in the water there?
This must have been when he was running towards our tubes and was just about grabbing our tubes, and I was off the tubes at that moment.
Whose leg is in the foreground of the picture?
I'd assume at the very bottom that's Jawan's.
All right. At that point, had you separated yourself away from your raft of tubes?
Yes, I did.
Why?
I was concerned for my safety. I didn't know what his intentions were running up on our tubes.
All right. Is it fair to say that prior to him running up, Jawan called him some names?
Yes.
All right. Were you involved in calling him any names before he ran up on the group?
Yes.
Do you know whether he was alone or with the group?
From what I saw, he was just by himself.
Did he have a tube?
No, not that I saw.
When he ran up on you, were you able to see whether he had anything in his pocket?
No.
At any point during this interaction with him, did you know he had a knife?
No.
Did you know Mr. Miu at all?
I did not.
Do you remember how long you'd been on the river by the time you had this run-in with him?
I'd estimate maybe an hour, hour and a half.
When he ran up and grabbed onto your raft of tubes, did he say anything that you heard?
I don't recall.
Did he, I know from the still we just looked at that you had gotten off your tubes. Did he make any physical contact with you at all?
Not me, no.
At any time during this incident, did he ever have any physical contact with you?
No.
As he's grabbing onto your tubes, did you say anything to him?
I don't recall.
Did you threaten him in any fashion?
No.
Did you tell him he had 10 seconds to leave or anything like that?
No.
You did call him some names?
Yes, I did.
What kind of names did you call him?
Pedophile, predator.
Maybe a dumb question, but you don't seem to be proud of that?
No, sir.
Do you agree that you boys probably weren't very kind to him?
Yeah, I agree.
In the context of what happened, though, did you know what his intentions were?
No.
Eventually, did you and your friends start yelling at him to get away?
Yes, we did.
Were you using raised voices?
Yes.
You've seen that all on the video?
Yes.
At some point, did other folks come over to see what was going on?
They did.
You recall who was or can you describe the first person that showed up to?
The first person I saw come up was maybe a small white lady.
All right. What did she do?
She pretty much just confronted him face to face, saying to leave these kids alone. You could leave right now. Just leave these guys alone.
Did she swear at him?
I don't recall.
All right. Did she have dark hair or blonde hair?
I don't recall, but my best estimate would be blonde.
Right. At some point, did you see two women from another group confronting him?
Yeah.
And what was the other woman doing, the second woman?
From what I remember, she was just next to the other lady. I don't recall what she was really doing.
Right. Did you hear her tell him to leave at all?
A lot of people were telling him to leave.
Right. Including you?
Yes.
At some point, as you reviewed the video, do you realize you guys are laughing at him?
Yes.
Why was that, if you know?
He felt like it was kind of those situations where, like, we like caught someone doing something wrong, and it's something like that.
Did you think that he was getting in trouble from this other group?
Yes, I was thinking that he was finally about to leave and stop all the commotion that's going on.
Were you feeling relieved?
Objection.
Sustained.
Say again.
No, I'm sorry. There's an objection. I have to rule. Sustained means don't answer.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So
next question.
Is Mr. Miu talking to the two women that were they standing in front of him, behind him? Where were they?
The two women?
Yes.
They're in front of him.
Did you ever hear him say, get out of my way, let me go?
I did not.
Did you ever hear him call out for help?
No.
Did you and your group of friends surround him? By that I mean encircle him?
I'm going to object. I'm going to ask him to let him answer the question.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that all.
I'm going to let him answer the question. He was trying to answer the question and he was interrupted.
Well, it's his witness. I'll let him interrupt his own witness.
Did you encircle Mr. Miu before any of the fight started?
I wouldn't say circle. I would say we were standing near to him. We weren't, yeah.
All right. If we can go to slide 2593. If we can turn it on. All right, Alex, I'm showing you still frame 2593 from Jawan's video. Is this what you saw when you described the two women standing in front of him?
Correct.
Were any of your friends behind him?
No.
In relation to this picture, where was your group of friends located?
I would say maybe to to the back and to the left.
All right. Were you within arm's reach of him?
From this picture, no, I wasn't.
Was anybody else in your group at this point within arm's reach of him?
No.
All right, so as he's being scolded by these women, what did you see Mr. Miu do?
Say again?
What did he do? Once this frame is up, once these women are standing in front of him, did you see him do something?
Yeah, from what I remember, these two women were confronting him, and he decided to punch one of the ladies, which I remember being the blonde one, right in the face.
You saw him do that?
Yeah.
Did you know that lady at all?
No, I did not.
Did you ever met her before in your life?
No, I did not.
Did you even talk to her on the river?
No.
She was a complete stranger to you?
Complete stranger? Yes.
What part of her body did he punch?
The face.
Do you remember, and I know this was 2 years ago, but do you remember which hand he used?
The right hand.
At that point, do you know whether he used a closed fist or an open hand?
I don't recall, but I know he struck her in the face.
All right. And how did she react bodily?
Well, I mean, a lot happened when that first happened, but from what I remember, she reacted how anyone else would react to getting hit in the face, is maybe holding the part where she got hit.
Did she go down?
I don't recall.
After Mr. Miu punched the blonde lady in the face, did her friends react?
They did.
What happened?
Well, after he punched her in the face, their friends hopped on him, trying to pretty much retaliate from him hitting her in the face.
Was Mr. Miu likewise struck in the face? If you saw?
I don't recall. I knew he was getting hit.
Did you see him go down?
Yes, I did.
At any time while this fight had started, did you see him holding the knife in his hand at all?
No.
Did he eventually get back up?
Yes, he did.
At that point, did you notice that there were some folks that were injured?
I'd say within 5 seconds, I realized that there were people stabbed.
All right. Do you remember who the first person was that you saw stabbed?
I saw the blonde white lady get stabbed first.
Not the same one who got punched or the same one that got punched?
I don't recall. I just do remember seeing a blonde white lady stabbed first. I can't tell you if it was the same one, but...
Okay. We're gonna look at a still frame here. Still 2944. As you had watched the video and saw yourself laughing, at some point, was there a point in the video where your expression changes?
Yes.
All right, we're going to show a sequence of slides. Start at 29:15. All right, Alex, this is slide 29:15 from the video. Do you see yourself in that video?
Yes, I do.
Is that you in the back center?
Yep.
You're looking off to your right?
Yes.
I'm going to object. Leading. It's not a question, actually.
Okay. Which direction are you looking?
From where I'm, from my point of view to my right, or a bit, pretty much like around like this direction.
And we're going to go through it here.
Cheeseburgers, of course.
All right, and we're looking at slide 2944. Do you see yourself in that still as well?
Yep.
What's the expression on your face?
Completely shocked.
What had you seen at that point that made you have that expression on your face?
I'd seen a stab wound that was actively bleeding, and it was nothing.
Man or a woman?
Woman.
Is that the woman that you testified earlier that you had seen get stabbed?
I would need to see again, but I don't completely recall.
Were you injured in any way?
No.
Did Mr. Miu do anything to you?
No, he didn't do anything to me.
All right. Did you ever lay a hand on him?
No.
At some point, did you realize that Isaac Schumann had been stabbed?
Yes.
Did you actually see that happen?
I didn't see the action of him getting stabbed, no.
When did you first realize that he had been stabbed?
I noticed he got stabbed when he fell into the water.
Were you near him when that happened?
I was close. I was a couple feet away from him.
What did you see on Isaac as he fell into the water? And I know this is hard.
Yeah. So when he fell into the water, I knew he was holding the left side of his chest, and it's when I picked him up, I noticed he had a huge gash in his chest that was bleeding out.
We're going to play a portion of the video starting at the 2:15 mark. While that's getting set up, did you, once you realized that Isaac was injured, did you go to him?
Yeah, I immediately grabbed him, saw that he was injured and wasn't able to completely move, and that's when I decided I needed to hold pressure onto the wound and drag him to the shore.
Did you do that?
I did. I apologize.
At some point, did some folks stop to help you care for Isaac?
Yeah, some adults came by and helped us out.
Did you...
Adults help, but what were they doing to an adult?
were you present
Harassing?
while they were trying to render aid to Isaac?
Yes, I was.
Eventually, did EMTs and police arrive on the river?
They did.
Did you see them take Isaac off the river?
Yes.
Did you follow?
Yeah, my sister and my brother-in-law picked me up and drove me to the hospital where he was getting sent to.
While you were at the hospital where they brought Isaac, did you speak to police?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember if you spoke to police on the side of the river as well?
Yep.
Did you tell them what happened?
Yes.
All right, if we can go to the screen. We're playing the video starting at 2:15. Alex, I'm going to ask you to review this, and I know it's going to be difficult.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? He's dying! He's dying!
The beginning of the video, was that you running towards where Isaac was in the water?
Yes.
Did anyone else run towards Isaac besides for you?
Yeah.
Who else?
Owen Peliquin.
Was he in your group that day?
Yes, he was.
I know it's been almost 2 years, but do you remember the face of the person who did this?
Yes, I do.
Do you see him in the courtroom here?
Yeah.
Can you point him out, say what he's wearing?
He's right there.
What's he wearing?
Suit jacket, dress pants, brown shoes.
Far left of the table from your perspective?
Correct.
while you were at the hospital. Is that when you and your friends were informed that Isaac had passed away?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Tropisi.
Mr. Vang, you're a student at St. John's?
Correct.
Okay. You go to school with Joanne Cockfield?
I do.
Okay. Are you guys roommates or anything?
No.
Just friends?
Yes.
Okay. And you acknowledge that you provided an interview to police in this case, is that right?
Yes.
And that interview was given the day of the incident, is that true?
It was.
Okay. Is your memory better on the day of the incident, or is it better 21 months later?
I would say it's just about the same.
Okay. You would agree that in your interview that you gave on the day of the incident to police, you never mentioned to them that you had a conversation or heard Mr. Miu talking about little girls in any way, right?
Yes.
You never tell them that, do you?
I didn't. I was still in shock. There was a lot of little details that I could have explained, but there was still a lot going through my head, and I couldn't possibly process every single little detail that happened, but I tried to give them the best I could at that moment.
Well, the good news is we've had 21 months since then. In those 21 months, did you ever follow up with them and say, you know, I left something out? He told me he was looking for little girls. Did you ever do that?
I made sure to tell my team that a couple weeks before this happened, when we were talking.
You told the prosecution a couple weeks before this happened, before this testimony?
Yes.
That had happened?
Yes.
Okay. You never tell the police that, right?
No, not at those moments, no.
Okay. And you never follow up with them and tell them, right?
No, I didn't.
What you tell them is, you see a guy snorkeling by himself, and we're just saying, oh, he's snorkeling by himself, right? That's what you tell police.
Yes.
Is that true?
Yeah, he looked like he was about to do some snorkeling activities, yeah.
Okay. And then you just say he was chirping back at us and we were chirping at him, right?
Yeah, I made a little joke like the water's super short, you know, like what you looking for, maybe just a little chirping like, yeah, the water's short, you know, maybe it's not, maybe like, I don't know anything about snorkeling. It was a little joke.
Okay. And does he respond to you?
Yes, he did.
What does he say?
I asked him what he was doing looking in the water. He said he was something along the lines of, I'm looking for little girls or something.
Okay. Now, of course, that's not on tape, right?
It's not.
And Joanne Cockfield has testified, and he agreed that your group was antagonizing Mr. Miu. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Would you agree that, at least on tape, the loudest antagonizer is Joanne Cockfield? Would you agree with that?
He was the closest to the phone.
I mean, you can hear his voice the most.
Yes.
Right? And do you recall Joanne Cockfield on video saying grown men cannot have sex with little girls and calling him a raper? Remember that?
I don't recall.
If you can just listen to this, Mr. Vang, you can watch it too, obviously, but listen. Now, before we start, can you bring it up? Is that you?
That is.
Okay.
up the wrong video. Can you turn it down? I apologize.
Oh my God, his iTunes just started playing music. What the hell? This kid's lying his ass off too. Overprivileged brats.
Can I just get Exhibit 2? Sorry. Thank you.
Chirping? I don't hear any chirping, y'all. Look at Nicolae. He doesn't even move. And that is a small ass courtroom. That has got to be awkward as HE double hockey sticks. The instigator's name was Cockfield.
Can I ask you, Mr. Vang? You see any little girls around there?
I did not.
Okay. Is that you, Mr. Vang?
Yes.
Okay.
We just hit 99K.
Grown man trying to have sex with little girls. What the hell? What the fuck? Out! He's a raper. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
You remember that now?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, Mr. Miu's not bothering you guys at all, is he?
No, he's walking away.
Okay. Walking away, and you guys, at least Mr. Cockfield, starts calling him a raper. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you tell police that you say, we almost started calling him a predator and a pedophile, right? You didn't almost, you did, right?
Yes.
So you have no idea why he's there, right?
No.
And you guys take to just humiliating this man. True?
We wouldn't say what we said if he didn't say what he said.
I know, but as we've already established, you don't tell that to the police and it's not on the video, right?
Say again?
We've already established you don't tell the police that he said that, and it's not on any video that was recorded.
Objection, Your Honor. That's been asked and answered.
It has been. We're plowing the same ground.
Okay. So, do you, when he walks up to your tubes, you said that you were, if I have it right, you were very scared. Is that right?
Yes, I would say he ran up to us, and I was scared.
Okay. Did your fear dissipate as time went on? Or did you remain very scared throughout the incident?
I was still internally as scared as I was.
He walks around your tubes and starts walking away from your group. Is that right?
Maybe a few steps.
Thank you so much. Hello. Yay, 99K, y'all.
He turns his back to your group, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, you just want to get by? You just want to be able to get past him? Is that fair?
Yeah, we were floating down still. From where he was, it would just be like this. Like, we were just moving along the river, going with the flow, until he ran up to our tubes and stopped us.
I'm going to need you to listen to my question. My question was, what you're hoping for is that you're able to get past him. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And there comes a point where this blonde woman that you've mentioned, she's testified, Madison Cohen, where she starts to come over, right?
Yes.
And he moves from where you guys are over to her, doesn't he?
Yes.
Okay. He gives you that path that you're looking for to float on by, right?
Yes.
You don't take it though, do you?
He already stopped us.
That's not my question. My question is, you've admitted he gives you a path and you don't take it, right?
Yes.
You stay, right?
Yes.
It stays, don't they?
Yes.
Okay. And you guys who have the ability to go past him, do you hear this woman yelling at him?
I do.
Okay. And she never tells you guys to go past, does she?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you hear Joanne Cockfield tell her he's looking for little girls?
I don't recall.
Okay. Ryan Nelson describes her as getting, and Joanne did too, by the way, as getting, the blonde girl, as getting in Mr. Miu's face. Did you agree with that?
Yeah, she was face to face with him.
Okay. Ryan Nelson said that she was in his personal space. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. I've asked some of
Wow, the poll is
your group
amazing
to
too, you
listen.
guys. Thank you so
I
much,
don't-
Shell.
You can watch, but you need to listen to hear if you can hear on this video.
We're halfway there on our
someone say
bars.
the words. You've got 10 seconds. Okay. So I just want you to listen to it and tell me if you hear it. You can play it twice if you can.
Gotcha, he says. Thank you, Jenny, for being a member for a year. A whole year, Jenny. Love you. Thank you, Meg. Meg wouldn't give away donations if it wasn't worth it. Or give away memberships, rather. Give away donations.
We're ready. So I would just ask that you listen, okay, Mr. Vang?
What did you say?
You can play it.
Why did they just play that little clip?
What did you say?
Oh, Scott H.
Okay. So somebody in your group says you got 10 seconds, right? Do you say that?
No.
I'm going to object. You didn't let him answer the first question about if someone in his group said that.
Sustained. Can you ask? Sure. Go back and just clean it up.
Do you say that?
I do not.
Okay. You hear someone's, on this recording, you hear someone say it, right?
On the video, yes.
Okay. You'd agree that you don't believe it's Juwan Cockfield because he's holding the camera, right?
No.
So, fair to say it's someone else in your group, yes?
I don't recall if it was our group.
Okay. The other group wasn't over there at that point, right?
They have body cam too.
I didn't know where that point of the video was.
Okay. As the blonde girl comes over, she comes over with a couple other people, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so, and at that point you believe that Mr. Miu is alone? True.
Yes.
So, when she comes over, she brings a couple people with her, so it's, and you have 6, so at that point it's at least 8, 9 people versus 1, right? Is that fair?
Yep.
Ryan Nelson said that changed his fear level, that the more people that showed up, the less his fear decreased, and so did Juwan Cockfield. Is that how you felt?
Yeah, I would say it slightly got better, but I mean, there was still commotion in front of us. I mean, it helped that a different group came to help us out but I mean, the threat level was still there from what I saw.
You don't see Mr. Miu with a knife, right?
I don't.
Okay, so the threat level, you have 9 people around you, he's by himself, and you felt the threat level was high. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you number 2440, okay? Is that you?
It is.
Is that you? Are you in this picture? Do you appear to be concerned or afraid in that picture?
No.
Okay. And is it fair to say that you're not afraid or concerned because the numbers of people have increased in part?
Say again?
You initially said that you were very afraid and very scared, right? You just said on that photo that you don't appear to be very afraid or very scared. True?
Yeah.
My question to you is that because the number of people that have shown up has increased?
Yeah.
Yes? So the more people that show up to assist, the less afraid you're becoming.
Yes.
You are, right? Okay. And you would agree that Mr. Miu's not doing anything in terms of being, at that point, being physically aggressive to anyone, right?
Yeah.
He's not saying anything aggressive either, is he?
I don't recall.
If he would have said anything aggressive, do you think you would have, I know you didn't remember everything, but do you think you might have put it in your statement?
Possibly. I don't know. I don't completely remember what's going on through my head when I was giving my statements.
Did you ever ask to maybe do it at another time when you felt a little better?
I did not.
Okay. Now, you agree there comes a point when you and your group come around Mr. Miu and are pointing at him and calling him a predator, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're doing that to humiliate him, aren't you?
I'd phrase it as calling him out.
Calling him out. That's why you were doing it.
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of the blonde girl that you say you see get hit, I want to make sure I got it right. You said right hand?
Yes.
Okay. And today, I don't want to misquote your testimony, punch or slap?
I'd say punch, but I don't know all the way. I'd say I'd estimate a punch.
Okay. So, fair to say that if he hits her with his right hand, he hits her on the left side of her face, right?
Yep.
So he hits her on this side of her face.
This side, yes.
Yeah, okay. There's been various statements on how it happened. Juwan Cockfield referred to it as a hook. Is that how you would refer to it?
Yeah, it was a pretty good punch.
Okay, so pretty good punch with his right hand, punching her in the left side of her face.
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that he was holding a knife in his right hand?
After the video, I did, yes.
Okay. So your testimony under oath today is that he would have had to punch her, right? He couldn't slap her. How would you slap her holding a knife, right? Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So with a knife in his hand, with a closed fist, he makes a hook motion and punches her in the face. That's your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. You told police that he slapped her in the face, didn't you?
Yeah.
So, under oath today, you're changing your testimony?
For after yeah.
Because your memory's better today than it was 21 months ago.
Say it's about the same or a little better.
Okay. So, if he's holding the knife, comes across her like this and punches her in the face.
This is insane.
That's your testimony? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you told police he slapped her to the ground, right?
Yes.
You're saying that's a lie?
Well, I've seen the video. But I mean, according to my statement, that's just from what I remembered when the moment happened.
So are you tailoring your testimony today based on what you've seen on that video?
No. But from what I remember is that she didn't fall, but she did get hit in the face.
Right, but it's much different than what you told the police that day, right?
Once again, I was in a lot of shock, and there was a lot of details that I completely didn't process at the moment. I apologize, but that was the best I could have gave at that moment at that time.
And I think you told police when you see Mr. Miu get hit, you believe that he's, quote, almost knocked out, right?
Yeah, he fell to the floor.
Okay. But in your opinion on that day, he's hit to the point that you believe that he might be knocked unconscious.
Yes, when I see someone fall to the floor after they get, I can assume that they might have fell unconscious or they might have gone dazed.
Okay. And certainly falling into the water unconscious, that would be dangerous, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And he's a big guy, isn't he? Like on that day, he was a big guy.
Yes.
All right. So when you see a man the size of Mr. Miu get punched in the face, knocked in the water, you believe potentially unconscious, he's getting his butt kicked, isn't he?
Yeah, I would say he got hit, yep.
I mean, he's getting his butt kicked, right? There's multiple people hitting him.
Objection to the term multiple.
Multiple.
Overruled. You can agree or disagree with the characterization. It's cross-examination.
Can you give me the characterization again?
He's getting hit.
What did he say? Give me the what again?
You'd agree with that?
Yes.
He's getting hit, knocked on the ground, and then hit again across the face. You'd agree with that?
Yes.
Right? You see on the video him getting pushed from behind, right?
I don't recall if that was on the video or not.
Okay. And my question to you was, you believe he's getting his butt kicked, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked if he did anything to you, and you said no, right?
No.
You didn't do anything to him either, did you?
Correct.
One question. You agree that when he gets knocked into the ground, when he gets knocked on the ground in the water, you'd agree at that point he's surrounded by people. You'd agree with that. People have moved around him at that point, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't have a place to go at that point. True?
True.
Nothing else.
Mr. Smithstead?
Alex, Mr. Troffs, he'd asked you about Mr. Miu getting his butt kicked. When he stood up out of the river, did you see him bleeding anywhere?
No.
Did you see any marks anywhere?
No.
His face looked swollen at all?
Not that I recall.
In contrast, did you see other folks bleeding?
Yes.
Do you remember how many? At that point when he...
From what I remember, I saw the lady who got stabbed, the man with the stomach open, and my friend Isaac. But there was blood all over the water.
Did any of those people who were stabbed at any point have a knife in their hands?
No.
Nothing further.
Mr. Troffs? Thank you, Mr. Vang. You may step down. Is he excused? No. All right, please see the witness coordinator on your way out. She'll give you additional instructions. I understand lunch has arrived, so I think this will be a great place to break. Before you go downstairs, members of the jury, do not begin your deliberations over the lunch hour. You may talk with one another, but you cannot talk about the case. Do not interact with the attorneys, with the media, parties, members of the public. Do not conduct any independent
The
research.
licorice has arrived.
and do not attempt to conduct any investigation.
Ooh, that will scare somebody.
We will reconvene in 1 hour, so that'll be 12:45.
12.
Please take the
We're
jury
back
room.
at 1:45 Eastern, 12:45 Central.
Fucking fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
This is daddy calling stuff.
No, those are.
I'm going to take my cord back.
Stacy, that's horrible. Black or red what?
Please be seated. Before we break for lunch, is there anything that needs to be put on the record?
Thank you, Jams.
Not from the state.
No, sir.
All right.
Let's
Enjoy
hit
lunch.
100K, says James. I concur. I concur. I'll be right back, guys. We'll chat for a little bit.
But we're in a pretty good video. So, Dante. Yes. I think we have another.
The only other kids It's Owen or
Landon's next.
Landon?
Landon Weyer.
All right. Thank you. Very good. Sorry.
These are my slides from.
Let's chit chat a little bit.
I just figured.
I can't with this wall. Nice fake oak. Oh man, this trial is something, isn't it? Let's see where you guys stand in this vote. We have 151 votes. 19% say guilty, 57% not guilty. Oh, red or black licorice. And 24% unsure. See, I say shit, and as soon as I say it, I forget it. Do you see that? That's bad, isn't it? Do you guys want to finish watching? They're going to be back in an hour, so 1:45 Eastern. No homemade soup. I did say licorice. So another trial we watched, the judge was like, she was really soft spoken, and she was like, wait, let me get into my Judge Matthews form. I really hate to do this to you guys right now. I know that your time is important, but we have to send you back in the jury room. But don't worry, there's homemade soup and licorice back there. So just go help yourselves, eat all the licorice you want, and we'll see you back here. And I can't even promise that it'll be 15 minutes. It might be a little bit more. And then tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. An hour later, they're still not back. That's pretty much Judge Matthews' courtroom. And speaking of Judge Matthews, we will be back in front of Judge Matthews on April 9th or 8th? 9th for their sentencing hearing. That's how she talked. She had no sternness in her voice. She had no conviction. She just, she even asked the media, can I ask you to not record? Like, she didn't even know. It's like, what? This is your courtroom. Licorice. I would never assume that people like licorice. That's just not a, like, broad snack that everybody likes. Because snacks. I need to get that on the soundboard. Snacks because snacks. The Sebastian Rogers press conference, I have no words about. I have no words. I don't know what to think. Yeah, more like a preschool teacher, not a judge. How is licorice even a snack? That's so funny. I do like me some Twizzlers, but if I'm getting paid $15 a day, don't leave Twizzlers in the jury room. Leave me some peanut M&Ms or something good. Brunch, Mom. Hi, Brunchy. Brunchy, did you see the ID show? Oh my gosh. I basically narrated the whole show. I was like, what? I didn't believe they used that much of it. It was pretty amazing. It's a big FU to those that got me kicked off the second Dateline. A big FU. Because snacks. Snacks because snacks. Snacks because, you know, my kid likes snacks and it's so awful. Look at Brunch Mom. Look at this OG. She's here to brag. 39 months. She's a coconut with shell. Ah! That's so cool. These are some OGs, guys. You know, that's how you know that you have a good community, when you have people that stick around that long. They become a member and they stick around that long. It still blows my mind, honestly. Let's do a sub count. We got over 99K. And Jammers, thank you so much for your tip. Y'all are champs at using the www.j4j411.live, aren't you? Aren't you? We're at 99,001 subscribers. Schnacks. Ooh, black licorice is the worst. I can't. Oh, I remember those black licorice wheels. Oh, nasty. Easter peanut butter M&M or peanut M&Ms. I love any M&M. Caramel. Coffee. But any other M&M, my fave. My fave. What's your 3 favorite candies right off the top of your head? Mine is M&M's, Snickers, and Reese's. Snacks. Mega, you get a membership like celebration every month, I think. Chocolate Twizzlers? Ew. No, I don't remember that nastiness. Chocolate covered espresso beans, never had them. That sounds amazing. Snickers, Twix, Reese's. Not a big fan of Twix. The cookies kind of Score chocolate. Oh, I used to like those when I was a kid. Peanut butter M&Ms are better than Reese's. Reese's eggs and trees and hearts are the best. The thick ass ones. Payday. My mom loved Payday. 100 grand. Oh my gosh. Reese's and Milky Way. Milky Way. It's too sweet. It makes my brain like fizzle from the sweetness. Fizzle dizzle my shizzle. Kit Kats. Blech. Worst candy bar ever, Kit Kat. They taste like wax. Baby Ruth's. Rolos. Rolos are good. Have you ever had those Rolo cookies where you put like a Rolo in the middle of the dough? Oh my God. Oreo Cadbury eggs. Nasty. Worst Easter candy ever. Yeah, it scrapes my brain, literally. It's like some voices do. You put Rolos in your coffee? Did it actually melt? Because they're kind of waxy. I'm not a huge fan of the chocolate on those things. Bueno, no bueno bars. I've never had one of those. If you go to Aldi, though, try their candy because it's from Europe and it's amazing. The chocolate, you won't look at American chocolate the same. You won't, I promise. Let's see here. Ooh. We're gonna do a little giveaway. We're gonna give away 5 J4J memberships. just because you guys stuck around for lunch. I feel like you're more dedicated than most. I feel like y'all are more dedicated than most. Oh, Peeps are the best. Except I ordered Peeps in my DoorDash or whatever the frick you call it, Instacart, and they were out of the plain yellow. Like, I just wanted plain yellow Peeps or plain pink bunny Peeps. And then they bring me these cotton candy flavored Peeps because they were out of them. Aldi peanut butter cups, hands down, Crystal, hands down, the best peanut butter cups. I'm telling you. And they come in a bag. The Aldi ones come in a bag unwrapped. Woo! Yes, 2 years in Germany. That's where the good chalky comes from. I love Aldi too. We need to have Aldi chats. Do you guys ever watch the videos of like the upcoming things at Aldi for the next week? Oh, I'm always so mad I can't just order one of everything. All right, we're going to give away 5 memberships. And the memberships are given away randomly, but based on how often you're chatting. Sayla, hello. You are new here. I saw you subscribed earlier, and you were a part of pushing us over that 99,000 mark. So thank you so much. It's good to have you. Lint balls. Yeah, the Aldi Finds section. They have really good meat. I actually bought a 6-pack of the frozen Cattleman's Ranch hamburger patties. Excellent. Under $10, I got 6 patties, and they were really good. I cooked them in the air fryer, and nothing smoked and nothing caught fire. They weren't bad at all. All right, here we go. There's going to be 5 gift memberships coming your way from me. Should we count down? 5, 4, 3, 2, good luck, and 1. Congratulations to everyone who wins. Miss K, Shutterbug, Crystal, PKC, and Nasilia. Welcome, welcome. All these frozen pizzas, amazing. They're French bread pizzas, amazing. Welcome, everybody. Join our Discord. If you're a member or a Patreon, you have access to our Discord. So make sure you utilize it. We have a lot of fun there. We do watch parties. Last night we did a watch party. I surprised everybody. You guys should be telling everybody about this. Why aren't you guys telling everybody what we did last night? You guys should be in here saying, last night, Jay, we all thought that it was an April Fool's joke. And she planned this watch party at 9 p.m., which we never do. And because I'm usually sleeping by then. So I planned this watch party on April Fool's, and they all think I'm going to fuck with them, right? But I would never waste your guys' time like that. So anyway, they show up, and I had filmed this show on ID Channel last year. I found out it was going to air April 1st at night. So Potato's like, don't say shit. Just have a watch party. So that's what we did. And it was quite fun.
Did I ask them to do that?
I didn't ask. No one asked me to do it, but I did it. You were unsubbed, for the record, Your Honor. Well, I just got a notification. It says St. Petersburg, Florida recreational marijuana will be on the ballot come November. I don't know if that's for the whole state or what. Well, thank you for resubscribing if you were unsubscribed. We're still at 99,001, and it teeters. Like later I'll look at it and it'll drop below 99. But usually once you get over it, well, at least for me, it teeter-totters a little bit and then it goes up. It's weird. YouTube is a weird, crazy world. All right. I want to finish watching this and maybe we can get through the first witness too before lunch ends. This is defense opening statements from yesterday. We watched I don't know what you're talking about, Carlin. Hidden messages. Oh, you mean like shit that gets deleted? Anyways, we watched the prosecution's opening. This is the defense's opening. And then there's one witness from yesterday that we missed.
Suffering from serious shock and trauma at that time. That's what he did. It's not going to be a contested fact. He looks back to his group, right? And they'll say that he's wide-eyed, he's white as a ghost.
You're brought
remember,
out
he's just been repeatedly hit in the head, pushed down into the water. His body continued to respond in that way. When he walked away, he knew he'd done some quick jab motions. He didn't know the extent of anyone's injuries. Did he hear them yelling? Sure. They'd been yelling for 2 minutes, screaming and yelling at him. He had been in trauma at that point. He didn't know what the yelling was about.
Truth.
He didn't know that anyone had died.
He looked confused.
Maybe he should have. Okay, fair enough. But in that situation, would you expect him, who'd just been attacked and responded in just short, quick jab motions, to know the extent of everyone's injuries? They go back, and everyone's like waiting. Traffic on the river pretty much shuts down, and they wait there. When the police come by and kind of basically move everybody along, his group moves along to the exit. He's got his hat and his sunglasses and his shirt on, just like he did at the start of the trip. Right? He's been in shock. He'll tell you he was cold. So these are the three things that you need to think about, right? One, what happened? Don't think it's going to be a big mystery. It's on video. And I hope that that's helpful to you. Because the facts, I don't think, are going to be very contested. Two, you are going to be asked, what did Nick believe? Right? He told the police, and he'll tell you, he feared for his life. In that moment, against that group who were violent with him and knocked him down, he feared for his life. Right? The video evidence supports this. Right? And I'd ask you rhetorically, what other reason is there? What other reason could there be? They came at him. He was in fear. He responded. The last question. Were his beliefs reasonable? I don't want to belabor the point about the law, right? Can't find it right away. But it's from his viewpoint, right? It's from his standpoint. The belief may be reasonable even though mistaken. In determining whether Nick Miu's beliefs were reasonable, the standard is what a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would have believed in Nick Miu's position under the circumstances that existed at the time of the alleged offense. So what do we know that might help you to decide that, right? We know he walked away and they followed. We know he tried explaining to them and they said, it doesn't matter. We know they told lies about him to incite the crowd. We know he knows that those were lies, and he was watching as this crowd gets louder and more intense and bigger. We know they cut him off from where he wanted to go back up to his wife and his friends. We know that somebody else that was watching, who was kind of like Nick, a little bit younger, about the same fitness level though, and when that person, Quentin Carlson, sees what's going on, his first thought is, there's something bad that's going to happen to that old guy. We know he was surrounded, we know he was outnumbered, and we know that this environment was ripe for violence. That's the environment they carry. And we know that Nick is fragile. He believed he was fragile. This is somebody who went through open heart surgery within a couple of years. He didn't have fitness. They attacked him, kept attacking him, and they gave him every reason to believe they weren't going to stop. Were his beliefs reasonable? This is Isaac Schumann. I'm sure he was a wonderful man, wonderful human being. And we're going to hear a lot about him. But in this moment, on this day, on that river, when he was drunk, he tried to strangle Nick Miu. His hands were on his throat. He was pushing up against Nick Miu. And Nick reaches out as he's falling back. That's what Nick did. His belief at the time, when he's being strangled after being constantly attacked, was he needed to get out of that. And the only way that he could do that was with his knife. He believed his life was in danger. And we submit to you under those circumstances. That's reasonable. At the end of the trial, we're going to come back up here, right? We'll be back up here, and we're going to ask you to return a verdict of not guilty on all counts. The judge will tell you on that last day, he'll tell you the law. If you can reconcile the evidence upon any reasonable hypotheses consistent with Nick's innocence, you must return a verdict of not guilty. Okay, just one more time.
What?
I will tell you, if you can reconcile the evidence on any reasonable hypotheses consistent with Nick's innocence, you must do so. You must return a verdict of not guilty. Only reasonable hypothesis in this case is he feared for his life. And that belief was not unreasonable. They created that world to get that environment. In that world, he believed it in that moment. And that's reasonable, because anyone in that situation would believe the same.
The defense says that
So at
he's
the
being
end,
choked, or they're trying to choke
I'll
him.
ask you,
That was the defense's side. Prosecution says that Nicolae was the aggressor. Do you guys think Nicolae was the aggressor in this situation?
In a moment, we will hear from the state's first witness. Members of the jury, members of the gallery, if you want to stand and stretch, you may. We are not going to take a recess. I'll give the attorneys a moment or two to reorganize their tables.
Okay, we're going to hear from the first witness. This is the owner of... He owns the campground. He doesn't really add anything of substance, but his name's Mr. Anderson. And I guess it's important that you know everybody involved. So here is the owner of the campground.
Record.
Stephen Kaufman.
And how do you spell your last name?
Kaufman.
Stephen Kaufman.
And you usually go by Steve or Stephen?
Steve.
Steve, what do you do for a living?
I'm the owner of River's Edge Campground.
What is River's Edge?
River's Edge is a campground and tubing, wedding reception facility.
Okay. And where is it at?
The exact address?
No, just is it in Somerset, the township?
We're in New Richmond.
Okay. And permission to approach?
Yes.
Truffles, toffee, and almond roche.
Appear to be a map of the route tubers take from your campground?
Yes.
And permission to publish, Judge?
Any objection? All right, you may.
Move to admit also.
Any objection? 25 is received.
So the arrow on the top right.
He looks like the corn rake murder guy.
That is correct.
Todd,
And
whatever.
Is that out where it's pointing where campers or
Doesn't he?
tubers
The
are
corn
into
rake
the
murder?
river?
It would be just to the right or upstream of that arrow. So the arrow would point about where our bridge is, and so just to the right more. In this map, it shows a little island there. It'd be right next to that island.
Okay. But you want to actually just come circling on here? Okay, thank you. And you see the arrow marking hideaway? What's that?
That is another campground and tubing facility.
Is that a common place where tubers will stop if they leave from your place?
Yes.
And is there, what's there for, why do tubers tend to stop there? Is there a beach, bar?
They have a bar there, yes.
Okay.
These
And
kids
then,
weren't old enough to be
is
at a
the
bar?
Exit where tubers get off of the river identified on that map?
It is.
And is it about where that arrow is, a little off?
No, that's about correct.
Okay. And that, you see where that arrow is that says incident location?
Yes,
Are you familiar with that location of the river also?
I am.
And does that bridge, that 35 bridge, have another name that people call it?
Not that I'm aware of.
Have you heard it referred to as the Sunrise Bridge or no?
I have.
Okay.
Because there's a campground that used to be called Sunrise Park, and so that's why they call it that.
All right. And
Do you allow underage drinking on your river, sir?
and then the exit is the Village Park exit?
Correct.
This whole river route, is that in St. Clair County, Wisconsin?
It is.
If you know, how many tubers about would you get on a typical nice weather Saturday in the summer back in 2022?
River's Edge that day, we had approximately 12 to 1,500.
Oh, on July 30th, 2022?
That particular day, I thought your question was on a nice
Oh.
weather Saturday.
Okay.
But I don't know the exact number for that day, but I'm believing it was in the 1,000 range.
Okay. And when tubers rent, do they rent tubes from you?
They do.
And would you normally see families, is it known to be kind of a party scene, family scene, mix?
A little mixed. River's
Okay.
Edge really strives to get as many families as possible, but yeah, you get mixed.
Okay. And when groups tube together, do they often tie their tubes together?
Correct.
Do you guys sell pre-cut string for tubers to do that?
We do.
And you did back in July of 22 also?
Correct.
About how long does it take to tube from the start to the exit?
Takes about 2 to 2.5 hours on a normal day. Of course, that can fluctuate with river levels and the speed of the water, and that would be without stopping.
Okay. So it depends on how fast the current is,
Correct.
and then it depends on how long and how often people stop?
Correct.
And do you happen to know about how long it takes to tube from the 35 bridge to the exit?
It's about 30 minutes.
Okay. And how about from the Hideaway Bar to the 35 bridge?
You have similar time. You can see on the map it's about similar distance as well. So I'd say 30 to 45 minutes for both of those.
And were you working on July 30th, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And at some point, did you get word of an incident on the river?
I did.
Do you remember what you were doing?
I was on my way to the exit, just
They don't
to check
patrol
on
the
my staff
river,
and
or
check on, we collect the tubes from the tubers and just do a normal check-in, and Mike Cappers happened to be there at his bus stop and told me about it.
And so you guys, for both, and Mike Cappers is the old owner of Hideaway?
Correct.
And so you guys tubers would go down through the river, either through your place or through the Hideaway, and then all of you would pick up at the Village Park?
Correct.
You have buses going back and forth?
Yes.
And where did you go then, once you heard about it?
I went to where he told me the incident had happened, and so I was on my little moped scooter, and I drove to the incident.
What was the scene like when you got there?
There were a large police presence and an ambulance, and
Calm, orderly, chaotic?
I wouldn't say it was chaotic. People were moving at a rapid speed. but
looked pretty
it
fucking
was-
chaotic to
it was-
me.
Seemed organized.
Were tubers still coming through?
No, we had directed everyone to get off at the Hideaway location at that. By the time I got there, we had already had people directing people off of the river.
And is that something law enforcement asked you to do, or did you just figure you should, if you remember?
I think it was a little of both.
Okay. And at some point,
No, he
did you
doesn't
get a
own the
description
river.
of the person who had stabbed
That's
people?
why he could have went wherever he wanted in the river.
I did. when I got to the scene, I ran into a couple who I assumed were husband and wife, and asked them what happened, what was going on. And they said they were tubing with their children. A little upstream from them, they heard some shouting, and by the time they got there, this had happened, and they don't know exactly what had happened. There was a gentleman that they said was, middle-aged man that left the scene.
At some point, did you get a photo of the person who was alleged to have been done the stabbings that was going around?
I did then, so maybe 15 to so minutes, 10 minutes later, then Mr. Cappers texted me a photo that had, I don't know where he got it from or how he got it, but
If the kids weren't drinking, do you think this would have happened?
the person.
Did you forward that photo on to your staff?
I did, yes.
And did you also have a friend with you that day?
I did. He wasn't with me, but he was at this location when I got there, so.
What was his name?
Carl Schilling.
And then did you either give or show him the photo?
At that time, no.
Did you tell
Because
him?
we didn't have it yet. I'd left.
Okay.
I had left before I got the photo.
Did you send it to him at some point, if you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. You might have, you might not have.
You're right.
We had fake IDs too, but it's not like that anymore. And people get charged for supplying
Your
alcohol to
friend's name
minors
was
now. It's not a slap on the
Carl
wrist
Schilling,
anymore.
The one that was in the area?
Yes.
Carl Schilling.
Are you aware that whether Carl or a staff member later alerted law enforcement to somebody matching the description at the Village Park exit?
I am.
Was that Carl and one of your employees?
Correct.
And I should have clarified, Carl and an employee, two different people.
Correct.
Because Carl's a friend, not an employee.
Yes.
Okay.
He's a friend. Ooh la la. He swallowed hard after that one.
Do you guys, I forgot to ask this before, you rent tubes for just people and also for like cooler tubes?
We do.
They have been that aggressive,
Rent a
confident.
cooler tube. It's just
Without
another tube
alcohol?
with a basket or a space for people to float.
Okay. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Nelson?
Carl Schilling, I want to ask you some questions about him, okay?
Yes.
Was he the guy with the baseball bat that went hunting for Nick Miu?
I wasn't with him, so
Okay, but you heard about that. You're aware that
What?
he grabbed a bat and went hunting for Nick, right?
I heard that he had a bat, yes.
And that at some point, while holding that bat, he confronted Nick Miu
That's what I heard, yes.
at the exit, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
They had very high
I wanna ask you some
alcohol
other questions just
levels.
about the Riverway, okay?
Yes.
You own some property, correct?
Yes.
But the river itself, that's public space, agreed?
Agreed.
Everyone, if once you're on the river, anyone can use it, correct?
Of course.
No one has more right to be on the river than anybody else, right?
No, sir.
You agree?
I agree.
And certainly no one has more claim to a particular space than anyone else, agreed?
Agree.
You've heard the expression, stay in your lane, I would imagine?
Yes.
And roads have designated lanes, is that right?
Yes.
And you would agree that there's certain responsibilities to do certain things in a particular lane, right?
Sure, yes.
The river, there's no designated lanes, are there?
No.
Sometimes everyone's going in the same direction, hopefully.
Correct.
But as far as lanes and designated spaces, it's a bit of a free-for-all, right?
It is a natural river,
And the
water's
space-
gonna take you. The water will guide you where you need to go.
But the people that are on the river and have the
Okay,
ability
dude.
to move amongst themselves on the river, they're free to go wherever they want on the river.
You think
right?
so,
Yes.
Schmicky?
And sometimes there might be some groups that are more dominant than other groups on the river, right? That happens?
Checked on relevance and speculation.
It's a stain on form, it's vague. Can you be more specific?
Sure. You rent tubes to lots of different groups, right?
We do.
As you said, some are perhaps younger teenagers, young adults? Yes?
From 6 to 106, yes.
And some are grown adults in their 40s or 50s, correct?
Of course.
Sometimes you rent to a group of 2 people, right?
Yes.
Sometimes you rent to a group of 6 people.
Correct.
Or 10 people.
Yes.
And it all depends upon, there's different sizes of different groups, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in your experience, there have been some groups that have been larger and louder than other groups?
Sure.
And sometimes there's other groups that might be quieter than other groups, right?
I want to know about
Maybe
the
depending on the
17-year-olds
group that you're at,
bringing
you might have
alcohol to
different
his
goals or objectives for the day,
establishment.
Correct?
Correct.
I'm sure, again, and you're not encouraging, but you're aware that there might be some groups that their goal and objective is to go there and get drunk, right?
Sure.
You're aware of that, right?
I am.
And then there might be other people that are just there to enjoy a peaceful day with their friends, right?
Yes.
And sometimes these groups interact, correct?
Correct.
You would agree that the larger and the louder groups don't have any more right to be in a particular place than the quiet groups, do they?
No.
Do you give any messages to the renters of your tubes to say, like, look, if you see a large loud group, you need to back away and give them distance right away?
No.
Individuals have the right to be there just as much as everybody else, right?
Correct.
So on the river, it is simple as, does might make right? If you're just larger and louder, you get a right to that spot or not?
I wouldn't think so, no.
Those are the only questions. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson, do you have anything else?
I think he let shit
Thanks
slide,
for asking
man.
hypotheticals, I guess.
Those kids knew that it was a safe
So
place to go
nobody owns
drink
any of the river is
openly.
public.
They weren't even
Correct.
worried.
You also wouldn't want somebody harassing another group of tubers.
No.
Nothing else.
Mr. Nelson?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. You're free to leave. Is he still under subpoena?
Those kids felt totally comfortable
really-
with open
All right, thank
alcohol in their hands, the actual can. They weren't even hiding it all.
So this is just a blown up version.
I mean, some of it was wait for this kid. He gets eaten alive too by the defense. But they weren't even hiding it. This guy wasn't running his establishment the right way. Let's face it.
And Nelson?
Mr. Nelson, please come forward.
Well, I guess that's
Stop right
why
there.
you probably sign a waiver when you go there, right? So if you sign a waiver, he's not responsible.
Okay. Take a little closer. Turn, face the clerk. Raise your right hand.
But how can a minor sign a waiver saying not holding this place responsible? See, you can't do that for you can't. You can't. If they have waivers, how can a minor sign a waiver and it be legal? Stupid.
You will administer the oath.
Here's another future frat boy.
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Judge, before we begin, we have an agreement on a couple exhibits.
Okay, what's the agreement?
The agreement is that Exhibit 2, the video of the main video would be admitted, as well as the individual frames, which is marked Exhibit 3.
Is that correct, Mr. Terofsky?
Yes.
All right, so Exhibit 2 and 3 will be received.
And then we have an agreement that now, before we start taking testimony, we'll publish Exhibit 2, the video.
You're going to play the video?
Yes.
All right. Members of the jury, you're about to see the video that they have been referring to. Please pay attention. Please listen carefully. Parts of it may be difficult to hear. The video that you're about to see is evidence, so you may consider this along with the other evidence during this trial. Mr.
Can we
Mr.
dim the
Smith,
lights a little bit?
Night
just
court.
turn down a bank or two over the monitor.
I don't know if I can watch this again right now. Listen to this kid. They go, "Where do you work?" He's like, "I work in the trades." Listen.
Can you say your name for the record, please?
Ryan Nelson,
And how old are you, Ryan?
18.
What do you do for a living?
I work in the trades.
Are you a drywall installer or something?
Yeah, drywall finisher.
Oh, oh my God, we have butt joints again. Guys, we got another person doing butt joints.
So there's a lot of butt joints that we have to cover. And I'm like, Dudley, let's do butt joints together because I don't want to have to
Do 'em all by myself.
Jameson, or Mr. Smithstead, sorry.
Can you say your name for the record, please?
Ryan Nelson,
And how old are you, Ryan?
18.
What do you do for a living?
I work in the trades.
Are you a drywall installer or something?
Yeah, drywall finisher.
Where do you live?
Stillwater.
Were you familiar with the person named Isaac Schumann?
Yes.
How did you know him?
He was one of my best friends.
How long were you best friends with Isaac?
Since middle school.
Do you recall the day of July 30th of 2022?
Yes.
Were you with Isaac on that day?
Yes.
Were you with him when he was killed?
Yes.
How old were you back on July 30th of 2022?
17.
Had you finished high school yet?
No.
What grade were you in?
Summer going into senior year.
On July 30th of 2022, had you made some plans to spend time with your friends that day on the Apple River in near Somerset?
Yes.
What was the plan? How did the day start?
Well, we texted the night before and made plans to meet up, and I'll go tubing on the Apple River.
Where did you meet up at?
Stillwater High School.
Who was in your group that day?
Me, Isaac, Owen, Jawan, Landon, Alex.
Judge, if I can approach the witness.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 62. Yeah. You recognize that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it is?
It's a picture of all my friends over there.
Fair to say it's a composite picture?
Yes.
Are those pictures of you folks from the river on July 30th of 2022?
Yes.
Are those photos from after the incident with Mr. Miu?
Yes.
Does that explain the looks on your faces?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to publish to the jury. I have a blow-up.
Any objection to 62?
No.
All right, 62 is received. Go ahead and publish.
You guys.
The other side might be easier.
I just had a sound bite come to my head during that segment. Listen. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. This played in my head as I watched this scene. Wait for it. Wait.
When you got to Stillwater High School that day,
Oh, wait, I
was the
missed
plan
it.
to all
Hold
ride
on,
together
hold on.
over to the Apple
I
River?
promise you'll laugh. It's worth it. I am so bad about finding specific spots in these videos, but okay, here we go.
All my friends over there.
Fair to say it's a composite picture?
Yes.
Are those pictures of you folks from the river on July 30th of 2022?
Yes.
Oh my
Those
God,
photos
it
from
just was
after
so
the
funny when it
incident with
popped
Mr.
in my
Miu?
head.
Yes.
Does that explain the looks on your faces?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to publish to the jury. I have a blow-up.
Any objection to 62?
Sometimes I just.
All right, 62
get
is
these
received. Go ahead and
thoughts.
publish.
This is what I had in my head. I'm so stupid. As he walked, I was like, roly poly.
The other side might be
Oh,
easier
yeah.
because it doesn't have a paper.
As he walked, it was like, roly poly. Oh, she is nuts.
When you got to Stillwater High School that day, was the plan to all ride together over to the Apple River?
Yes.
Who drove?
Alex Vang.
I'm going to have you look at Exhibit 62 there, that you're holding on to. Can you identify the folks in the picture for the jury? From left to right.
Alex Vang, Jawan Cockfield, Owen Peliquin, me, Ryan Nelson, Landon Weyer, and then Isaac Schumann.
That's Isaac in the hat on the right?
Yes.
Is that what you were all wearing on the river that day?
Yes.
You may have already answered this, but who drove from Stillwater over to the Apple River?
Alex Vang.
And you all went in his vehicle?
Yep.
Where did you go first?
We went right up to park where we got the tubes.
Why are
River,
they
I think
all-
it's called.
You rented tubes there?
Yeah.
Do you remember how many tubes you rented?
One for each of us, and then one more for our stuff, I believe.
All right. When they give you the tubes, are they connected together, or do you connect them together there?
You had to get a wire, like a twine, to connect them together.
Did you do that?
Yes.
Did you make sort of one big raft out of your tubes?
Yes.
After you rented the tubes, did you get on the river right away, or were you hanging out in the park?
No, we went right straight to the river.
All right. Do you know what time it was when you got on the river?
Not exactly. Probably roughly around noon.
Judge, I can approach the witness again.
Yes.
I did have one for Brian. What was that one?
Brian, when you rented the tubes, do you remember who paid for them?
No.
All right. Do you remember getting a receipt?
No, I don't.
All right. I'm showing that's been marked as exhibit 27B. Can you take a look at that? And specifically look at the backside. Whose name's at the top?
Alex Vang.
Who's that?
He's one of my friends. He's on the river.
All right. At the bottom, there's a time for when
The video,
you
Chrissy.
rented the tubes. Can you tell us what that is?
And they said it.
12:39.
They were drinking
You
vodka.
didn't see this that day, though?
No, I don't remember.
Your Honor, I'll move to admit that exhibit. I don't know if there's any objection to it.
Any objection?
Well, there's no foundation.
Sustained.
We'll wait for it.
That's fine.
Once you got on the river, did you folks bring drinks with you?
Yes.
In a cooler of some sort?
Yes.
What were you drinking?
Beers and seltzers.
All right. You're 17 at the time?
Yes.
Beer and seltzers.
Do you remember how many beers you had?
I personally had about 3 to 4.
Were you or other folks in your group
3 or 4.
smoking marijuana?
Yes.
Was Isaac Schumann smoking any marijuana?
I don't think so, no.
As you're going down the river, did you eventually have contact with the defendant, Mr. Miu?
Yes.
Do you know where it was when you first saw him?
Where the incident happened.
Sure. Were you near any landmarks that you can remember?
A bridge.
What was he doing when you first approached him?
Well, he first approached us. He was snorkeling by our tubes.
Did you ask him what he was doing?
Yes, multiple times.
And what did he tell you?
He didn't say anything.
Did he ever tell you he was looking for a phone?
No.
Do you ever remember hearing him saying anything about looking for little girls?
No, not me personally.
All right. Ultimately, did you approach your group?
Yes.
You were here when we played the video in the court right before your testimony?
Yes.
The first part of that video, did you see Mr. Miu running up towards your group?
Yes.
Is that the legs of a couple of your friends in that video, the first few seconds of that video?
Yes.
That's your raft of tubes?
Yes.
As Mr. Miu is running up on your group,
We got about 10
did he
minutes
say
left
anything about why he was
before
running towards
we're
you?
back.
No.
Did he say why he was grabbing onto your tubes?
No.
Were you able to see on the video that he was reaching towards where the
Congrats,
legs were of the two
Ryan.
people in the tubes that you can see in the video?
Yes.
Did he make physical contact with those folks?
He didn't make physical contact with me, so I know.
Did everybody bail out of their tubes once he ran up?
Yes.
Did you have some concern when you saw him running up and grabbing onto your tubes?
Yeah, a lot.
Allergies hit my nose.
Did he say anything at all after he grabbed onto your tubes?
No.
Were you sitting or standing in your tube when he ran up?
Sitting.
Did you get up?
Yes.
Why?
I was scared.
Did you want to? Were you trying to get away from him?
Yes.
Did you say anything to him?
Yes, we asked him what he was doing, and we told him to leave multiple times.
We told him to leave like we
Fair to say you were raising your voice and yelling at him,
Yeah.
like you saw in the video? Did you threaten him in any fashion?
No, not at all.
Did you hear Isaac Schumann threaten Mr. Miu in any fashion?
No.
We told him to leave. Kid, I'd be like, screw you, dude.
Did you yourself have any kind of knife?
No.
Did you see anybody in your group with any kind of knife?
No.
Is it fair to say you were calling him some names?
Yeah.
Why were you doing that?
We had no idea of his intentions, and we asked him, and he never ever stated them.
At some point, were you yelling for him to get away?
Yes.
Did another group on the river come over to investigate what was going on?
Yes.
Did you know any of those people?
No.
Did you see where they came from?
Just the other side of the river.
Were they adults or were they kids?
Young adults.
Older than your group?
Yeah.
Once this other group came over, was it women or men, if you remember?
I believe 2 girls approached first.
All right. And what did they do when they approached?
Also told him to leave.
All right. Did he leave?
No.
Once these other folks came over to tell him to leave, did that change your level of concern with what he was doing?
Yeah.
In what way?
It was a little confusing and also concerning why he wasn't leaving. He could have just removed himself from the situation like everyone asked him to.
Did he ever tell you why he wanted to stay
Maybe
near your
you
group?
should have removed yourself.
Is it fair to say that at some point you and your friends were laughing at him?
Yeah.
And why were you doing that?
We thought he was just really weird, to be honest.
Do you remember how many folks were in the group that came over to help you guys?
No.
Do you know how many times you told Mr. Miu, or you and your group told Mr. Miu to leave you alone?
More than I can count.
All right. Your Honor, we're going to show still 1219 from Exhibit 3.
I always liked beer. Probably too much. I don't really drink anymore at all.
All right, Ryan, do you see the picture that's on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
That's still number 1219 from the video. Can you tell us who's in this picture?
Isaac, Owen, and then I can't quite tell who that guy on the left is.
All right. Is Isaac, which one is Isaac?
Look at these bathing suits, purple and pink.
Wearing a hat or not wearing a hat?
blue.
Wearing a hat.
What is Isaac doing in this picture?
Holding Owen. It looks like arm towards Owen and looking at Mr. Miu, maybe.
The person on the right, who's that?
Owen Pelican.
He was also in your group?
Yes.
What's he doing at that point?
It looks like saying something to Mr. Miu.
Oh, yeah. We used to get peach schnapps.
Where were you when that, if you remember, where were you in location to this picture, or in relation to this picture?
I believe I was near Juwan and Landon.
Back behind the tubes?
Yep.
Juwan's the person taking the video?
Yes.
We would drink the peach
Now we're gonna
schnapps
show
right out of the
still number
bottle.
1279. All right, Brian, this is still frame 1279 from the video. What does this picture show?
Isaac with his hands raised.
All right, does he have anything in his hands?
I know.
Who's that in front of Isaac?
Mr. Miu.
Yeah, he's lunging
Are his
at him.
hands open or closed in fists?
Open.
He's lunging at him.
Can you tell, or do you remember what he was doing with his hands at that point?
No, it just looks like he has his hands raised.
I'm going to show you now, still 1297 from the video. Who was in this picture?
Me.
That's you on the left?
Yep.
Holding onto the tubes?
Yes.
Mr. Miu on the right?
Yes.
Is that Isaac, part of Isaac's arm in that photo?
Yes, looks like it.
All right, do you have anything in your hand in this photo?
No.
Referring to your right hand. Your left hand you can't see, right?
Yeah, I didn't have anything in my left hand either, though.
Right. 2596. Showing you still frame 2596 from the video. Can you tell us what that is?
Me.
Thanks,
All
Lisa.
right, and on the right, who's that, if you know?
I don't recognize her.
Is that one of the folks that came over to
He's laughing,
help you
too.
out? Do you have anything in your hands there?
No.
At that point, you appear to be smiling.
Yeah.
While you were having this argument with Mr. Miu and trying to figure out what he was doing, were you able to see his face?
Yeah.
Did he look to be frightened?
No.
What kind of facial expression did he have?
He was smiling.
While you were having this
Petrified.
argument with him, were you able to tell whether he had anything in his hands?
No.
Did you ever see him holding a knife?
No.
Fair to say the video shows that the incident happened pretty fast?
Yeah.
While the
5
two women
minutes.
are talking to Mr. Miu, what happened next? What did he do?
He punched one of the girls in the face.
You remember which one it was?
I believe the blonde one. I'm not 100% sure, though.
And looking back at the photo that we have up, which is 2596, is that where you were standing when he punched the blonde woman in the face?
Relatively, yeah.
So fairly close?
Prove he
Yeah.
punched her. Prove it.
Prior to Mr. Miu punching the blonde woman, had you seen anybody strike him in any fashion?
No.
You didn't see anybody punch him?
No.
When you say he punched the lady, is it possible that he was flailing his arms to protect himself or something along those lines?
It looked like he struck her definitively with his right hand.
You guys think that Nicolae
After
will
the blonde
testify.
woman was punched, what
Nicolae
happened next?
to testify.
I believe her friends tried to come to her rescue and push Mr. Miu to the ground and hit him and pushed him again.
You saw that?
Yeah.
Did you see him in the water?
Yes.
Do you remember how many times he was hit when he was in the water?
2 or 3 maybe, I believe.
Right. At some point, did he get on his hands and knees?
Yeah.
What happened next?
He got up, swinging his knife and stabbing everyone.
Right. At that point, did you know that he had a knife in his hand?
Yeah, well, I didn't know until I saw the person standing next to me who had his whole stomach cut open, and yeah.
Amber, I agree.
The person who got his whole stomach cut open, was he holding any kind of knife?
No.
Did you see anybody in the group
looks
that
like
came
he
over to help
tied
you
one on last night.
have any kind of weapons?
No.
What did you do after you realized that the one gentleman had his belly slit open?
I was in shock. I didn't really know what to do. I tried to tell my friends.
He
so I'd
also, Nick
make sure
has
they were
an
seeing what I was
accent.
seeing, and then I went and stood in our tubes.
You
Nick
left
has
the
an
general area?
accent.
Yeah.
Were you aware that Isaac had been stabbed?
Not for like a minute.
Eventually, did you realize that Isaac was down?
Yes.
Did you see him in the water?
Yes.
Did you see a wound on his body?
Yes.
Where was it?
His upper chest.
Was he bleeding?
Yes.
Ultimately, did you and then the rest of your group or attempts made to help Isaac get to shore?
Yes.
Who did that?
Owen and Alex.
All right, and where were you at that point?
I was still standing in the tubes.
Were you injured at all?
No.
Did you ever lay a hand on Mr. Miu?
No.
After you realized that folks had been stabbed, did you see what Mr. Miu did?
No.
Did you see where he went?
Mm-mm.
Is that a no?
Yeah, no, sorry.
We're going to show you still frame 3177. Can you tell us who's in this picture that you know of?
The only person I recognize is myself.
All right, you're in the blue trunks in the middle?
Yes.
Is this the point where Mr. Miu had punched the blonde woman?
Yes.
Did you take a step forward?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
In her defense, to help protect her.
All right. Did you end up doing anything to help protect her?
No.
I think you already testified some other gentleman took care of that.
Yes.
Whereabouts on her body did Mr. Miu punch the blonde woman?
I believe in her face.
Say that again?
In her face, I believe.
All right. At some point then, did you go to the area where Isaac
They
was
told
being
these girls that this guy was looking
laid on
for
the
little
shore of the
girls
river?
and was
Yes.
a rapist.
Did you,
And got them
the
involved.
rest of your group also end up there?
Yes.
Did anybody call 911 if you know?
Yes.
You know who did that?
Not. I think a lot of people did. I don't know specifically.
Were there some folks that stopped to render aid to Isaac?
Yes.
Was one of them a nurse?
Yes.
What kind of aid did she give Isaac?
I wasn't over there. I'm not sure.
All right. Did you see anybody doing CPR on him?
I wasn't close enough.
All right.
Where'd you
At some
go?
point, did the police arrive on the river?
Yes.
They
Where the hell were you,
waded through
kid?
the water to get to where you folks were?
Yes.
Did you speak to the police officers
After, yes.
up on the shore?
Yep.
At some point, was Isaac taken off the river?
Yes.
Was he ultimately put in an ambulance and taken to a hospital?
Yes.
Did you follow?
Yes.
They're coming back in the
Do
courtroom.
you remember which hospital they brought him to?
Is it Lakeview in Stillwater?
When you were at Lakeview Hospital, did you speak with an officer there as well?
Yes.
Even though this incident happened almost 2 years ago, do you still remember
The
the face
judge
of the person who
isn't
did
back
this?
yet, though.
Yes.
Do you see him in the courtroom here?
Yes.
Can you point him out and say what he's wearing?
He's wearing a black suit, black pants,
There's
brown
still
shoes.
more, so maybe next recess we can finish watching it. The judge should be in momentarily. We can finish this when they take their next break, because they'll probably take one more short break. And it looks like we can keep watching until they come
Your Honor,
back.
ask the record to reflect identification of the defendant.
Next question, please.
Nothing further.
Search your office.
I don't know, like 20 minutes or so left. The blonde got privacy. She already testified alone.
Oh, actually, yeah, it's on Exhibit 2. It's on there. Judge, the 9-second video is on Exhibit 2 also, which the state also moves to admit.
Oh, this is
Any
when they
objection?
play the video.
All right,
We don't need to
proceed.
watch that again. I think we're square on that. Okay, we're all caught up, y'all. Consider us caught up, because that was just the video walkthrough. Lisa, I know. The video gives me anxiety. No one's been charged but Nicholas. Or why do I keep calling him Nicholas? Nicolae. Nicolae Miu. Miu. Meow.
God almighty.
He should have walked away. They shouldn't have been assholes. The whole situation sucks. But the question is, was Miu defending himself or was he intentionally trying to kill someone? I don't think he went over there to intentionally kill anyone. I mean, prove it. Prove that that man walked over there with the intent to kill. I don't think he did. I don't think he did. Oh, she got privacy because she's a victim. Because she's a victim, she got privacy. I mean, if they wouldn't have been idiots, I'm sure Nicolae, with his accent, said, I'm looking for a phone or something like to that effect, and they didn't understand him. You don't do that. You don't come at people like that you don't even know. He had a little pocket knife. It's not illegal to have a pocket knife. And because you have a pocket knife, you have intent to kill? Mm-mm. I don't know what his deal was. I mean, he was caught at the end of the river thing. I mean, where was he supposed to go? They went to the exit of the river. I don't think they were driving out in their car. I don't know. I need proof that he was trying to flee. Just because he put a shirt on doesn't mean he was fleeing. I'm not defending the guy. I'm just playing devil's advocate. The question is, would he have fled? Was he fleeing? Was he just going to go on about his biz and not report it? I don't know. We're back with audio. Well, intent to kill is what we're talking about. The charges, though, Karchi. Intent. They're saying he had intent. That's what he's charged with, and that's what they have to prove. So stand up.
Guys, I'm eating junk and watching rubbish. You better come out and stop me.
Keep the change, you filthy animal.
And then sit down.
Sit down, bitch. Sit down.
Stay standing.
I just think he's way overcharged if they wanted it to stick. But who knows? Jurors can play on emotion.
Members of the jury, welcome back. I'm glad you're here. I hope lunch was good. The attorneys are present along with Mr. Miu. We are ready to resume the
The
afternoon
licorice
session.
was wonderful. I'll
Mr.
see you
Anderson,
guys.
Who will be the next witness?
I'll see you guys in just a few. Enjoy the stream.
Mr. Carlson. Is this Mr. Carlson?
Oh, it's Quentin. Actually, I'll do Quentin first, Judge.
Okay. Quentin Carlson, please come forward.
They were done with that kid?
Please face the clerk. Raise your right
Who's
hand. She will
Quentin
administer the oath.
Carlson?
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to
Oh,
give
shit. Maybe he saw from afar.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smith, or Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name for the record?
Quentin Carlson.
And can you spell your last name?
Carlson.
Can you go by a nickname sometimes?
Q.
And how old are you?
50.
He's
Sorry.
breathing, y'all.
And can you look over at that board there?
I can't see it, I'm sorry.
Well, here, actually, I'll hand it to you. 26.
He's charged with first-degree intentional homicide.
Are you in a yellow shirt there?
I am.
And so you were tubing with these folks on July 30, 2022?
Yeah, my birthday.
Was that your actual birthday?
Yes, sir.
Was tubing on the river kind of a tradition for your birthday?
It was. It was something my wife had started before she passed. So it was our 6th year going down the river.
Oh, man.
Had you tubed on that river before?
I had, but not in years. Normally we went down the Namakagon, but due to some issues we'd had there, we changed the venue.
And while you were tubing, at some point, did something catch your or your group's attention?
Yes.
What was that?
We had come around a bend and noticed a group of teens that were calling and beckoning us to come help them. At that point, I had told my boys to stop our tubes, and I observed for a minute. And at that point, I saw Mr. Miu charge their tubes and stop the tubes from progressing down the river. I saw him acting in an aggressive and drunken manner, and I just thought that it probably was going to end badly if it didn't de-escalate. I asked my 2 boys to go over there and make sure nothing happened. I never dreamed it would turn into what it did.
And what was did you have a specific fear regarding escalating, whether that was Miu or the boys, both, one or the other?
At that time, the boys were all sitting in their tubes, but the way he was acting and the way he was, he was literally standing, the tubes had kind of wrapped around his legs, and he was stopping the tubes from going down the river. And I thought at some point, the boys at that point were still calling out for us to come help them, but I thought if those boys get off their tubes, they're going to beat the brakes off of this guy. And he's drunk and, obviously wasn't making good decisions. So we own a bar, and my boys are good at de-escalating fights and calming people down. And so I told Tony to go over there, and I told Dante to follow him. The girls were the first off their tubes and had run over there ahead of it. But it was Tony and Dante that I had asked to go over there.
And did you, at some point, did the incident turn physical?
It did. And to be honest with you, I was still across the river. The river was very rocky at that point, and I don't walk so well. But Matty had come running to me. He punched me. And the next thing I knew, I had a string of boys running at me. First my son Tony, and then Dante yelling, "Daddy, stab me." And I just remember thinking, stab you with what? I was bewildered, and I just didn't realize what was going on until I saw AJ literally disemboweled. And at that point, it just erupted into chaos, and we tried to get the kids to the riverbank. And Dante went running upriver for help. It really it was a matter of seconds, and the whole thing had changed. So.
And today you used Nicolae Miu's, I think you called him Miu, but fair, you didn't know his name at the time.
No, I had no idea who he was.
You didn't know the other group of tubers either?
No.
So were you kind of over by your tube still?
I was still on my tube until Maddie came running over. It was after she said that he punched me, and I started looking at her face, and then literally within seconds, the boys were coming at me, and I was trying to assess their injuries and trying to make sense of it all, in mere moments.
Did you see anything on Maddie's face of injury?
Yeah, I mean, her eye was red and swollen.
Like skin around the eye, or what do you mean?
I mean, her cheek was all puffed out. I mean, it was clear that she had been struck.
Given how far away you are, you didn't actually see any of the stabbings or the...
No, I saw Dante strike Mr. Miu, and I had yelled out, to stop, because I didn't know what was going on at that point. That was prior to knowing that he had hit Maddie, and prior to knowing that anyone had been stabbed.
Did you see where Nicolae went?
I didn't. I honestly was worried about my kids. I wasn't paying attention to where he went. I almost, I was looking at my kids, not looking upriver, not looking at what was going on. AJ's injuries were so severe, and I hate to admit it, but I was worried about my son Tony, and my son Tony was taking care of AJ, and there was nothing going to pull Tony off of AJ, and so I really was just very focused on Tony. I know I had sent Sheena and a couple others, Sheena and Janelle upriver after Dante to make sure he was okay and to try and get us some help. I knew that shortly downriver there was a sheriff's stand where they monitored the river. I just didn't know how far it was. I had actually thought it was closer than it was. And so I hoped that they were able to get a hold of the sheriff there.
Nothing else, Judge.
Mr. Nelson?
Mr. Carlson?
Right.
I want to ask you some questions about your birthday, okay?
Sure.
It wasn't just your birthday, it was also celebration of Madison Cohen's birthday as well, correct?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Would it surprise you if Madison Cohen testified that it was a celebration of her birthday?
No, it wouldn't surprise me.
Okay.
I mean...
Do you know her very well?
Through my kids.
Okay.
I've gotten to know her much better since this incident.
Sure. On that day, though, fair to say, it was you and your friends, there was including you, there was like 11 of you, is that right?
I mean, I can count it for you. It was 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 of us, yeah.
And the 11 of you were celebrating, correct?
Correct.
And part of that celebration involved consuming alcohol.
I get where you're going with that, but the reason we went to the Apple River, I put a limit on how much alcohol the kids could bring because we'd had a problem with drinking on the Namakagon, and I didn't want a bunch of drunken people at my birthday that year.
Sure, understood. But in the past, you...
I wasn't drinking at all, so...
Understood. A couple of things there. So you said that in the past you had trouble with people maybe in your group drinking too much when they were on the river.
Absolutely.
Okay. And when people were drinking too much on the river, in your experience, That caused problems, for lack of a better term?
Well, the group size had grown to 50, 60 people in the past, and so we wanted to keep it a small, controlled group.
And I'm asking about the previous time. I'm going to get back to July 30th, but you mentioned something about the Namakagon, so I want to ask you some about that. Make sense? That experience of yours was when...
relevance of the past.
It goes to his credibility about what he's saying about today and his impressions.
It was raised in direct. I'll give you a little bit of latitude to explore it.
Your experience on the Namakagon was that when people on the river tubing drink too much, it causes problems.
Yes.
Okay. So now back to July 30th. Okay. On that day, you're with your 11 people and everyone's celebrating, correct?
Okay.
Yes? I wasn't there. I'm trying to gather facts.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know what you mean by celebrating. We were quietly floating down the river until we were called upon.
Lots of different ways to celebrate, correct?
Sure.
Sometimes it's just you celebrate with your words, right?
Sure.
Sometimes people consume alcohol as part of that celebration, correct?
Absolutely.
Sounds like you weren't doing that, right?
That's correct.
But other people in your group were, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, there's a photo that you have in front of you which they're actually consuming alcohol in the photo, correct?
That is correct.
Is part of that photo in order to document not only the celebration but the consumption of alcohol on that day on the river?
I don't think anyone was trying to document the consumption of alcohol.
It's just a coincidence that of the people in that photo, 4 of the people are actually consuming alcoholic beverages while the photo's taken?
Yeah, I guess I don't think it was, I don't know that there was any exact intent in that. You know, they were having fun.
Sure, and part of having fun was for them to drink alcohol, right?
I think you're putting a lot of emphasis on it when the emphasis wasn't there.
I appreciate that maybe the emphasis wasn't. I'm just trying to gather the fact. They were drinking alcohol, yes?
Yes, we've stated that a couple times.
Okay. Now, as you know, there's a couple of videos involving what we're here to talk about in this trial. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you seen any of the videos regarding what happened?
I have not seen it yet.
Okay. So there's some things that you've said that are maybe in the video, and so I'm trying to put things into context with you, even though you haven't seen the video, if that makes sense, okay?
Sure.
What I gather from you is you were watching, and at some point you see Nicolae Miu approach this group of 6 teenagers, is that right?
Charge, yeah.
Okay. You use the word charge. Whether there's a video on it, we'd get to decide that, correct? But that's what you remember, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as he goes towards them, he's coming from upstream, walking downstream. Is that right?
No, he would have been downstream coming upstream.
Okay. So your memory is he's coming...
He was in front of them and ran back up river at them.
Okay, that's what your memory is.
Well, that's what happened.
It may or may not have been what happened, but that's what your memory is, right?
Okay. Yes.
You would agree if we were going to rely upon your memory or the video might be more reliable?
Certainly.
Okay. At some point, you look over there, and Nicolae Miu and these 6, did you know how many there were other than you said a group?
No, they were sitting in their tubes, so I mean, I didn't take a head count.
Sure. If I told you that there's been identified 6 people in that group, would that surprise you?
No.
Sound about right?
Certainly, I would have thought there was more, honestly.
Okay. And at some point, you look over to there and you see Nicolae Miu standing in between the tubes in the direction that the tubes are trying to go downstream. That's what your testimony is?
Correct.
Okay. Can I show you what, can I have permission to approach?
Yes.
Showing you what I've marked as exhibit number 101. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
And you see on the bottom of this, it says upstream.
Okay.
And you see up there, it says downstream.
Correct.
And there's a red circle that says G2.
Yep.
And then there's 6 red dots over here. Do you see that?
Yep.
And then there's a blue dot with an M in it, correct?
Correct.
So if I were to tell you that G2 represents your group, number 2, and that G1 represents the group of the 6 people, and the blue dot is Mr. Miu, does that make sense to you?
Yes, I would say it's a little inaccurate, but we were directly across the river, not behind them.
Okay. So I'd move this G2 up to here?
Correct.
Is that more accurate?
Yes.
The 6 dots over here, does that appear to be accurate? Again, you weren't documenting, but does it look like what you saw?
At what point? Because during my viewing, they were all still sitting in their tubes. It wasn't until after Madison had been struck that everyone got up out of their tubes.
Okay.
And Madison was running towards me. So at that point, I really didn't see that. I was watching the kids. I had lost
I'm going to go back
view
here
of
and
them.
I'm going to leave this up here.
Okay.
So is it your testimony that the 6, the other group, I'm going to call them the teenagers, the 6 teenagers, they stayed in their tube until Maddie came over there?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they were sitting in their tubes calling for help.
Okay. So your memory is 2 things. One is they were sitting in their tubes until Maddie came. Agreed?
Yes.
And your memory is that they were calling for help. Agreed?
Agreed.
And if the playing of that video contradicts that, would you agree your memory is wrong?
Yeah, I mean, if it contradicts it.
What you remember is that whatever you saw, it raised concerns that you wanted to make sure that something got de-escalated, correct?
Correct.
And so as a result of that, you told your 2 sons, Dante Carlson and Anthony Carlson, to go over there, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you spoke with the police about that, right?
Yes.
And what you told the police was, I was worried about that group of kids against one guy. I was worried that they were all going to gang up on him and something bad was going to happen to the old guy. Is that what you told the police?
Absolutely.
And the reason you told that to police is because that was what you were thinking. That was your actual worry, correct? Right?
I mean, that was my concern. And my concern was because he wasn't walking away. He was drunk and he was absolutely being aggressive to those kids. At one point, their tubes had wrapped around his legs and he was just refusing to walk away from them, even though they were screaming for anyone on the river to help them.
Okay. Again, I appreciate that that's your memory. I want to unpack some of that. You said that it was your impression that Nicolae Miu was drunk, correct?
Yes.
And that was based upon your observation from 150 feet away for about 90 seconds?
Yes.
Okay. You don't actually know if he had consumed how much alcohol, do you?
Well, I've had a lot of experience observing drunk people.
Sure.
It certainly fit the bill.
Okay. But my question, sir, was you did not know if at all he had drank any alcohol. Agreed?
I didn't know, in fact, he had drank any alcohol.
Sure. What you saw is essentially him perhaps unsteady on his feet in the water, correct?
No.
Well, you couldn't smell him. Agreed?
No.
And you didn't observe him drinking alcohol. Agreed?
Agreed.
You couldn't hear him say anything. Agreed?
Agreed.
You didn't hear him have slurred speech. Agreed?
Agreed.
So whatever your conclusion was as to his drunkenness, it must have been based upon how you observed his body moving around. Agreed?
It was more his behavior.
Okay. And his behavior is your observations of his body moving around, correct?
Again, it wasn't because he was unsteady on his feet.
Okay.
It was the way he charged at the tubes. It was just the way he carried himself.
Okay. And again, this is all based upon your memory, right?
Yes.
All right. So you sent the boys over there because you didn't want an old man, I think as you said here, to get the brakes beat off of him, correct?
That is correct.
I think we've heard different expressions here. Maybe, would that be similar to get a beat down, correct?
Yes.
Or maybe some other people call it to get beat up? Would that be the same?
That would be the same.
And I think one witness called it getting his butt kicked. Same thing?
Fair.
Those are all kind of interchangeable terms?
The same thing.
All right. That's what you were worried about, right?
Yes.
And part of that was based upon the fact that you saw that he was one man and there were these 6 teenagers, correct?
No. I just thought it was because he was drunk.
Sure. Okay. Would you have been worried about one drunk man on the river if there was one teenager standing there?
I don't know if I would have or not.
Okay. The words that you used to the police was, I was worried that they were all going to gang up on him, correct?
I was.
And the reason that you used the word gang up on him is because you were concerned he was outnumbered. Agreed?
Again, that wasn't my thought process.
Okay. You just used the word gang up even though it wasn't your thought process?
Yes.
Okay. And then
I thought he would continue to provoke them until they did something.
Okay. And this is, again, your observations from 100 feet away?
Sure.
Did you hear any words that he said?
No.
All you heard was the boys screaming for help?
Correct.
Did you hear the boys say he's a predator?
I heard him say that he's a pedophile.
Okay.
I didn't give it much credence at the time.
Okay. You had no reason to believe that, correct?
No.
You had no basis to know why that they were screaming pedophile, correct?
No.
But you would agree that you're hearing them scream at this one man on the river pedophile, that increased your worries for that one man, correct?
Sure.
And that part of that is because when you call somebody a name that dehumanizes them, that might mean that crowd is more willing to be violent against that person they've dehumanized. Fair to say?
Actually, Judge, it's speculation.
Overruled.
You would agree with that?
No.
So the word pedophile to you didn't have any particular concern for you?
No.
It was the same type of word as jerk or some other pejorative term?
I believe the kids were just throwing it out there, yes.
Okay. And you didn't believe the kids were speaking the truth?
I had no... Again, I wasn't worried about what they were speaking or what they were saying. I just saw a situation and didn't want it to escalate.
And as a result of that, you sent your 2 boys over there, correct?
Correct.
And and Dante and Anthony, they're not teenagers, right?
No.
They're adults, correct?
Correct.
And you thought your 2 sons would be able to de-escalate the situation, correct?
I did.
Did you observe Dante go over there?
I did.
Did you observe Madison go over there?
I did.
And when you saw Madison go over there, did you see Nicolae Miu walk towards Madison?
No, what I saw was Madison walk between the tubes and Nicolae and tell him to move on down the river.
Okay. Can I approach you, Judge?
Yes. You're welcome to use the fresh markers in the package.
I think I'm going to go with the red one for a second. Carl, do you have a preference where I do this?
Somewhere I can see it. Sure.
Okay. So I'm going to make some drawings up on here. If you can't see it, Judge would be okay to him stand there to observe if he needs to?
Yeah, if he needs. Can you see there?
I think I can see it okay.
Okay. Can the jury see? Everyone on the jury see the... There is a sweet spot in this courtroom where everyone will be able to see.
I'm happy for you to tell me that, Judge.
I'm wondering where it is.
Oh, okay.
You're sitting.
I think you'll have to push it all the way up against the wall.
Okay. All right. where I wrote downstream on the top?
Mm-hmm.
And upstream down here?
Yep.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And if I use that...
It's backwards from where I'm sitting now versus when I was then. So.
At that time, you were over in this position where I had G2 before, is that right?
Yep.
Okay. And then... the 6 tubes were over in this direction, is that fair?
Correct.
Randomly, but does that look about right?
Yep.
And then Mr. Miu, would he be in this position?
No, he was directly in front of the tubes.
Right here?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. Is that what you saw?
I mean, maybe 6 to 8 feet in front of him if we're talking spatial distance, but I mean, he was indirect.
Generally that position?
Correct.
All right. And what you then saw was Madison Cohen come from this position and stand in between him and the tubes.
Correct.
So if I put an MC here, would that be correct?
Yep.
She came from over that way.
Yep.
That's what you saw?
Correct.
Okay. What did you see her do then?
She was pointing downriver and telling him to go, 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 get the fuck out of here, go.
Okay. Did you hear her use the F word?
I did.
Okay. She was that loud?
Yeah, because he wasn't, I mean, he was just staring at her blankly at that point.
Okay. And you could see that from over here?
Yes.
And did then Dante come over there too?
I don't remember the order that everyone went over there after
Did
that.
eventually Dante get over there?
Yes.
Did Riley Madison get over there?
Yes.
Did Anthony Carlson get over there?
Yes.
Did AJ Carlson get over there?
AJ is not a Carlson.
I apologize.
Sorry.
AJ Martin?
Yes.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. I'd love to call him my own, but.
Appreciate that. And then Janelle, what's Janelle's last name? It starts with a D, right?
Yeah.
Just call her Janelle D?
Fair enough.
Okay.
Yep.
And then there was a Gabby K as well?
Yeah.
All right. So
and I believe there was another, there was someone else. There was some of the kids' friends I didn't know, so.
Okay.
All
And
right,
they were
just
all
Matt.
in the same area around Madison?
I don't know where they were standing. I mean, they were behind and to the right of Madison.
I think some people had said they told the police that they created a wall between Nicolae Miu and the tubers. Is that what?
That's possible.
Is that what you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay, but we know we have at least, if I put a Riley Madsen's one person somewhere in this direction.
I think Riley had actually walked up and stood next to her.
Okay, so Riley could be here.
Yeah.
And then Dante's over in this area?
Again, I don't remember.
Okay, can I just, I mean, I know, I'm just trying to make sure we have enough bodies over here, right? So can I put a big D here for Dante?
Sure.
And then we have Tony's there someplace?
Yep.
AJ's there someplace?
Yeah, yep. And I think Scotty stayed back and held the tubes with me.
Scott's over here.
Yep.
Gabby K's over here somewhere?
I don't remember where Gabby was.
Okay, well, maybe just put her in the middle for now with a question mark.
Yep.
Janelle D is somewhere over there?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Okay, so somewhere here. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people from your group walked over there? That's how you remember it?
Correct.
Okay. And then there was the 6 teenagers, correct?
Correct.
So at least as we have it drawn here, at some point, it looks like there's 6 of them, 5 of them, maybe 2 more that are standing there in Mr. Miu's space, right? Or in front of him, I should say.
Yeah, I wouldn't say they were in his space, but.
Okay. In front of him. Yeah.
Sure.
Other witnesses have described Madison Cohen as being in Nicolae Miu's face. Would you agree with that?
Judge, I'm going to object to the line. I think they could just ask the witness and not if they agree with previous testimony.
Sustained.
Do you rephrase the question? Do you agree that Madison Cohen was up in Nick Miu's face?
I guess I wouldn't describe it like that.
If somebody else described it that way, would they be lying?
Objection. Sustained.
During this time when you're making these observations, you're still sitting in your tube over there at G2, is that right?
I think I might have stood up out of my tube by that point, but yes, I was still with the tubes.
Okay. Fair to say you did not see Mr. Miu touch Madison Cone. Agreed?
That is correct.
It was reported to you later by others, correct?
It was reported to me by Maddie.
Sure. And also by others, correct?
I don't think anybody else told me.
Well, didn't you originally tell the police in fact, do you remember speaking with investigator John Schultz? Do you remember speaking with him?
I remember speaking to an investigator at the hospital, yeah.
I told you this man over here with the badge on and the tie and the gray shirt with the folder in front of him is investigator John Schultz. Does that refresh your memory as the person you may have spoke with?
No, but I'll take your word for it.
You spoke with a police officer at the hospital, correct?
Correct.
And you told the police officer she came, and I think you're referring to Maddie.
Mm-hmm.
She came. The next thing I know, she's like, he punched me, Quentin. He punched me. They said he slapped her, but whatever. Do you remember saying that to Mr.
I don't
Schultz?
remember saying that, but I may have. I won't argue that I didn't.
And if you did say that, it was because that was the truth. Agreed?
Agreed.
And the truth on that day was that Maddie told you he punched her, but others said they saw a slap, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see anything, correct?
I did not.
And as you sit here today, you don't know who said slap, you just know some people said slap, correct?
Correct.
And the only person that told you, excuse me, let me say that, when you spoke with the police, when you told the police that Maddie was punched, you told her that's the only person that said that was Maddie, correct?
Correct.
And then you used they as a plural to say what the other people said, correct?
Correct.
Has anyone since then told you that they observed any of that group, Riley Mattson, Dante Carlson, Tony Carlson, AJ Martin, Gabby K, or Janelle D, told you that they saw a slap and not a punch?
I don't recall that anyone has. I don't recall having a conversation. Obviously there was more severe injuries and those were the concern.
Sure.
And it was clear that she had been struck. You could see the mark on her face.
You've said that before. Let me ask you some questions about that.
Sure.
Where did you see that mark on her face?
It was that her cheek was visibly swollen. There was pictures taken and they were offered, but I don't know whatever happened to them.
Okay, and we'll get to the pictures. Let me just put that aside here for a second. Can you point on your face where it is you saw the mark on her face?
Pictures.
No.
Okay.
He can't remember.
You don't have a memory of that?
I remember her cheek and around her eye being swollen.
When you say you have a memory, I mean...
I don't know if it was her left or right cheek. I don't.
So do you have a memory of actually seeing it? Because when I have a memory, I see a picture there, and then I could see your face, and I could see the mark on one side or the other. You don't have that in your head right now?
She was coming at me, so I would say it would have been the left side of her face.
Okay. So, and again, it's not a quiz, but I just want to make sure that we're the same, because somebody else had said they didn't get left and right correctly.
Oh, Lord.
And so can you just reach your hand up and touch the left side of your face where you think you saw it? Okay, and again, for the record, you use your
shaking his
left
head
hand
no.
to reach up and touch your, underneath your left eye on your face, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, I apologize, but I couldn't tell from there. I have a little scar under my left eye. I couldn't tell from back there if you did. It doesn't
No,
look like you
just
did.
bags under my eyes. I work nights.
Nope. Sometimes we project on our own onto others, and I apologize for doing that. So what you recall is, did she point up to her left side of her face?
She came over holding it.
Okay, she came over holding the left side of her face, right?
Yeah.
And when she's holding the left side of her face, I imagine she's holding the left side of her face like you did with her left hand, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. When she walked over to that group, she had things in her hands, correct?
I guess, I suppose she probably did.
Yeah. I mean, she had a phone, right?
She had her drinky poo.
I don't know.
She had a vape.
Again, I don't know.
And she had a White Claw.
Oh, Lord.
If I showed you photos that said that she had those things in her hand, would that surprise you?
No, it wouldn't, but I can't say that I know what she had in her hand.
It's in a fucking video.
When she came back to you, she still had the phone, correct?
Objection, Judge. I think you just said it doesn't.
What is he throwing his arms
when
up
she
at?
came back, I'm asking a different time frame.
Fair enough.
Your daughter got
Answer your
privacy.
question.
You
I
ain't.
still don't remember.
Okay. When she came back, did she have the can in her left hand?
Again, I don't remember what she had in her hand.
Would it refresh your memory to see a still frame of her standing by the tubes afterwards speaking? Can I show that to you?
Sure.
I'm just going to object that wrong.
He objected.
We know what's in the video.
Relevant.
Sustained. I don't think this is a good use of our time. He doesn't remember. The photos may or may not show something
Sustained
different.
Would you agree if she's seen after she says that she got punched in the face on the left side of her hand and she walks over to you at G2?
Yeah.
Right? And if she's seen in the video over there holding a can in her hand with the phone in her right hand, right?
Yeah.
She's got her hands full, correct?
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
I mean, if her hands are full, yes, I would agree that her hands are full.
And if her hands are
Speculation on what might be.
it's a hypothetical.
What?
Well, come on up, please.
Oh, sidebar. Sidebar. Q is causing chaos in the courtroom. And Miu finally moved a muscle. Y'all, this guy's lying his ass off, and they haven't even gotten to the video part where they're going to contradict. They're going to take what he put on that board, and they're going to show in the video that it's nothing what he's saying happened. Maddie is his son's girlfriend. The apples don't fall far from the tree, folks. They really don't. Look at Proudfoot's. Look at the foots and socks. You see it all the time. Apples don't fall far from the tree. He's totally lying. It was total mob mentality. He's like, yeah, my Maddie was hurt, but I can't remember where. Can you point to where she had a mark on her face? No. That was huge. All right, let's see what the judge is going to say.
We're going to start over. So yes, sustained.
What is going on? We're getting ice ASMR. Oh, this he's going to turn red and start sweating soon. You watch. He didn't charge at them. He thought that they had the phone he was looking for. He slipped. And then they went after him, started calling him a pedo and a rapist. Then it all escalated from there. Oh my God, this guy's breath.
I'm going to ask the first photo.
He did, Miss K. Yep. We're about to get some photos. Remember, he said left side of her face.
I want to show 2657.
Tell us when you're ready.
I'm ready, Judge.
Here we go. Oh, there's Miss
Showing
Maddie.
you picture 2657, and I believe the evidence is that this is at approximately 1 minute and 50 seconds into the video. Is that Madison Cohen that you see in front of you with the blonde hair?
That is correct.
And she has a drink in her left hand?
Yep.
He's the father of Maddie, the blonde that's screaming. They were all drinking together. He owns a bar. And he's not a happy man. No, that's his nose making that sound, y'all. True crime, that's his nose. This is Mr. Carlson. Yes. It's his son's girlfriend is Maddie. She appears to be a real charmer. Well, they've showed her in the video. They just didn't show her testimony. She was white girl drunk. Typical trashy mentality is what you're going to see in this video. I hate to say it. But, you know, just calling it like I see it. Oh my God, Meg, is that pissing you off? My phone keeps like finishing sentences for me too.
I want to show you slide 4235.
Yep, Big Mouth Maddie, who escalated the whole situation.
Is that you in the yellow shirt, sir?
Yep.
And then over here, does that appear to be Madison Cohen with the blonde hair and the one-piece suit?
Oh, come on, dude.
It's really not clear enough to say for sure.
You liar.
The person who's got the blonde hair in the upper corner there with the one-piece suit, does it appear as if that person has something in their left hand and something in their right hand?
I couldn't say from that picture. I'm not sure that matters. She came over clutching her eye, whether it was with the back of her hand, her forearm,
Lord, you're
or
not
the front of her
finishing the
hand.
questions here, dude.
She came over holding her eye.
So your previous testimony, when you said she had her flats of her fingers up against her eye, you're saying...
I didn't say that.
That's what you showed. So
you asked me where on the face, and I used my hand to show where on the face. I didn't say that's how she was holding her hand.
You did. I thought I did both, and if I was wrong, that's fair. So tell me now, tell the jury now, what did you see her do in relation to the place on her face where she said she was punched? What did she do?
Again, I don't remember. I just remember she was clutching her eye.
Okay.
Whether it was the front of her hand, the back of her hand, or her forearm, I couldn't say. Again, this all happened very quickly, and I was able to see that she was okay. There was people stabbed, and that was my concern.
And I appreciate that. If it seems like I'm judging you, I'm not
just
trying to
want to
give
be
that
clear.
impression. I'm just trying to gather the facts so that the jury can make their decisions. Make sense?
Yep.
Okay. You had said that there was a photo taken of this mark on her face.
Correct.
Did you take this photo?
I did not. Her mother did.
Okay. And this is something that was told to you?
Yes.
You didn't see the photo, did you?
I think I did.
Okay.
Was
Who
her
showed
mother
you the
there?
photo?
I believe her mother showed it to me.
Was her mother even there?
And when did her mother show you this photo?
We all went and had lunch after the bail hearing.
What?
Okay.
And I believe it was that time at lunch that she showed it to me. It may have been here at the courthouse, but it was that time frame.
Where's the picture?
And do you Are you aware that Madison Cohn gave her phone to the police?
She very well may have. I mean, I'm not aware of that, but.
Is it your were you told by somebody that the police just didn't want it? Is that what you were told?
Well, it wasn't her phone, it was her mom's phone.
Okay.
So,
that was
and yes, I was told that the photo was offered up and they said they didn't need it.
The police just said, we don't need that photo in a homicide case.
I don't know how they said it.
Oh my God.
That's fine. But that's what your testimony
hid
is.
the picture?
That is my testimony.
That's what you were told by the Cohen family.
That is what I was told by her mother, yes.
Okay.
Where was her mother? I know, Poon.
That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
Mr. Carlson, do you have a photographic memory?
Absolutely not.
Do you remember some details of events without remembering every detail?
I do.
Remember how you drove here today?
I do.
Remember how many lefts versus right turns you took?
Nope.
You remember some things from this incident, but not every single incident detail?
I would say that's fair to say. Some things were burned into my brain that day.
You said on cross that you thought Nicolae was just a drunk idiot. Remember that?
I don't believe I used the term idiot, but I think that's fair.
I might be misremembering too, so I don't mean to put words in your mouth. If you think I'm wrong, yeah, feel free to correct me. And I think you said that your fear was he was going to keep antagonizing the boys until they did something.
From what I witnessed, yeah. I'd watched them walk away from their tubes 2 or 3 times and then reapproach them.
And your memory from your vantage point was that you could see Nicolae.
It's so sketchy to me that
Maddie,
states press
and then the
charges
tubes.
on
So,
weak
like-
shit like this. Liars.
I mean, I could see everything from my vantage point, but what I was focused on and paying attention to.
Oh, but you saw
at
a
different
blank
times
face.
Varies. You know, I think I was mainly focused on Mr. Miu and watching what he was doing. Versus, and obviously I could see Maddie interacting with him because I was watching him. But if you asked me what the other kids were doing at that point, I couldn't tell you.
And your view is not a bird's eye view like that drawing.
Absolutely not.
So if there's parts of your group walking over or standing in between parts of your view is obstructed?
Yep.
Oh, I know, Sarah, because he's a liar. He's totally lying. Hi, Casey. What are you sorry for, hon? Honey, don't be sorry. You can have your own opinion. Never apologize for having your own opinion, babe. If that's what you're even talking about.
And so Attorney Nelson drew some locations of people
Every
up there.
witness has helped the defense.
Do you actually remember that?
Love you
that's
too,
where those
Case.
people were?
No.
Thank you, Casey, for your super
I remember
sticker.
where we were in relation to their group. We were almost in front of them when I got the boys to stop our tubes. We were on the opposite side of the river, and
I want to. So Attorney Nelson asked you, which cheek was it on
His
Maddie?
cheeks
Remember
are
that
getting
line of
red.
questioning?
Yep.
I think you said a couple times you
Told
didn't
you,
remember.
he's going to be sweating
And
soon.
he told you about how his memory works, and then you said left.
well, again, I didn't want to say anything that I wasn't absolutely certain about. I remember it being the left-hand side, but I didn't want to state that without being absolutely certain, and I wasn't absolutely certain that it was the left-hand side.
Okay.
He asked you to pick a side, and you picked.
Correct.
Okay.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Nelson?
Get him, Mr. Nelson. Get him.
So just, again, When you say you remember it being on the left-hand side, do you have an image in your mind of Madison Cohen's face on the left-hand side having a mark? Is that what you see when you say, I remember it being on the left-hand side?
Correct.
Okay. You don't see anything else in your head other than that, right? You don't have any other memory, correct?
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
Poor question. Fair enough. I'm asking in particular about your memory regarding Madison Cohen's mark. And the only memory that you have about Madison Cohen having a mark is the memory that you've told us about it being on her left side. That's the only memory you have, correct?
Correct.
All right. Thank you. You'd said you watched Nicolae Miu walk away 2 or 3 times, correct?
Correct.
And was that before, during, or after Madison Cohen had walked over there?
Before.
Okay. And when Nicolae Miu walked away from that group of teenagers those 2 or 3 times, did you see the teenagers just float downstream away from him?
But Sarah, they make deals with liars every day.
Okay. So when you said you saw him walk away, you mean he walked downstream from him?
He walked downstream. At one point he walked around the side of him and around the back. He grabbed the tubes and stopped them from behind. And then he walked again in front of them. And he had started to walk downstream from him at that point, and that's when he turned around and charged at them. And I believe when he charged at them, Madison was off the tube and on her way over there, and the boys were following.
Okay. And you'd said that you had an obstructed view, but you could still see things, certain things.
I didn't say I had an obstructed view.
Okay, I thought you did, and so...
No, he asked me as they were walking over there, is it fair to say that at times it was obstructed?
Okay, so at times it was obstructed.
Correct.
One of the things that wasn't obstructed is you observed your son, Dante Carlson, hit Mr. Miu, correct?
That is correct.
And you saw Mr. Miu go down into the water, correct?
I saw him fall back onto his backside. I don't know that I'd call it going down in the water. The water was very shallow at that point.
He still went down in the water, you dumbass.
Sure. The water was flowing over the ground, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It's still the river, correct?
Yeah.
How deep the water is, he went into the water.
Yeah, it was probably 10 inches deep at that point.
Okay. He went into those 10 inches of water, agreed?
Which one's Dante?
Yes. And when you saw Dante hit him and he go down into those 10 inches of the water, that's when you yelled stop, correct?
Correct.
And your son didn't stop, did he?
Answer the question.
I don't know that I can say whether he stopped or not
at
that point.
Did you see your son, Dante Carlson, hit Nick Miu when he was down in that 10 inches of water?
I did not.
Did you see AJ Martin come up from behind Nick Miu and push him when Nick Miu was sitting in that 10 inches of water?
I did not.
Did you see your son Dante Carlson swing and hit Nick Miu in the front while AJ's pushing him from the back?
I don't know if AJ was pushing him from the back when Dante struck him or not. I did see Dante strike him from the front. I was unaware of the situation.
I don't even know why this is a trial.
Didn't know
you have
why
underage
Dante
kids
struck
drunk
him.
instigating
It was
fights.
very out of character for Dante to hit someone, so I immediately yelled stop.
Because you were worried?
Because I didn't want it to escalate. That was the whole point of sending him over there, so that hopefully it wouldn't escalate.
But it had escalated, right?
It had.
And then you wanted it to stop, correct?
Absolutely.
Nothing else.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson. You may step down. Is he released?
Yes.
He's released.
Is he under your subpoena?
Oh, we never have to see him again.
I think we have his number. I can tell the court at the end of it he's free to go today. I will certainly inform the court and Mr. Carlson. He doesn't need to sit in the hallway.
All right, so you're free to leave. You may be asked to come back on a different day. Thank you, Mr. Carlson. While we're in between witnesses,
on my
I'd like to have
ass.
the illustration marked as an exhibit. So let's get a number assigned.
I think it would be 102, Judge.
Okay, 102.
Exhibit E.
Move for the admission of Exhibit 102.
Okay, and that'll be admitted for illustrative purposes only.
Judge, are we talking about the handwritten diagram or the printed diagram?
The handwritten diagram.
I had marked Exhibit 101, and I did not offer it because I didn't have a basis to offer.
All right, who is the next witness?
Dante Carlson.
Dante Carlson coming your way. Here comes Dante.
Mr. Carlson, please come forward. Face the clerk, raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Oh, Dante.
Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name for the record?
Dante Carlson.
And Dante, do you work?
I do.
What do you do?
I am a cook.
And how old are you?
I am 21.
How old were you on July 30, 2022?
I was 20 years old.
And on that day, were you tubing on the Apple River?
Yes, I was.
With your dad and some other people?
Yes.
Look at this outfit.
Were you consuming alcohol?
Yes, I was.
Do you know how much you had?
A Budweiser, a White Claw. I think I had just opened a Truly.
Times that by
when this all
3.
started.
And at some point, did something catch your attention as you were tubing down the river?
Yes, we heard screams for help.
And did you, what happened next?
My dad told us to post up and then wait.
Post
and then
up?
he told us to go over and see what was going on.
Did he say to try to de-escalate?
No, he didn't say de-escalate. He just asked us to figure out what was going on.
And did you go over there?
Yes.
And could you hear the teenagers yelling?
Yes.
Do you remember what they were yelling?
At first it was help, then it was cheering, and then they were calling him names.
And did you try to ask Nicolae what was going on?
Yes.
Did he answer you?
No.
Were you telling him to leave also?
Yes.
At some point, did you see, did it change from verbal to physical?
Yes.
And can you describe what you remember about, like, what you were doing, what you saw?
I had asked Nicolae Miu what was going on, what's going on. He didn't answer me, so I turned to the kids group and I went, what's going on? And they shouted, he's looking for little girls. And I'm like, he's looking for little girls? Confused. And then I went again to turn back and get his side of the story, and that's when he punched Madison in the face.
What do you remember next after that?
I punched him.
Can we, actually, let me get it ready first.
Okay. Here we go. You're about to be proven to be another liar.
In response to him hitting Madison?
Why are people such idiots?
Oh, this is... Maybe he punched her. What did his dad say? to do? Post up? His dad said, post up, motherfuckers.
Okay, I'm going to start on slide 2553. I'm going to go through these and ask you some questions.
If you watch too, like Miu's kind of laughing because he can't believe these kids are chanting that at him. That's what I see.
And
Try clearing it out and starting again.
Thank you, Gene.
You plugged in?
Yeah.
Little man cook in an oversized coat.
There we go. And so we're on 2553. Did you ever see Nicolae with a knife in his hand?
No.
Obviously, at the time, you didn't know Nicolae.
Okay,
he's
got it in his hand right here. Can you guys see it?
I'm scrolling to the right. So is that you?
Yes.
In 2557?
Yes.
So you're standing right to the right of
Madison and Riley.
I'm going to keep going.
Oh, we're going frame by frame. He said there's about 800 frames in this whole video. Look at all of them laughing. Having a grand old time. They didn't feel threatened by him. This isn't what you do when you feel threatened by someone.
So 2661, is that where you're hitting him in response?
Yes.
Oh, he did. He punched Miu to the ground.
Who's that in the yellow shorts just on the right?
That would be AJ Martin.
Is that
the last he was on the camera, he was walking over?
Yes.
Did Miu have the knife and fall over and stab him?
Is that you? Is that you
yes.
Again? Okay. You didn't notice the knife?
No.
There either? Okay, I'm going to just show you 3 frames here. 2744, 2745.
The Asian kid?
I guess 4 frames. 746, 2747. Does that look like you're hitting him again there?
Could be.
Could be.
How many times do you remember hitting him?
I remember punching him, and then I believe I may have smacked him twice.
Who's Eric? Or was it 8,000? I think it was 800 frames. Because it's only 3 minutes long.
And now, where you are on this, I'm paused at 2781. You're off. You'd be off to the right of the screen here.
Yes.
There's the yellow shorts. He's the one that ends up stabbed. Look at Miu, looks stunned.
2828.
He's like, what is going
That would be
on?
my brother Tony.
Oh, his brother Tony was in on it too. Post up. Hi, Kay.
Who's that in the back on the top left?
Oh, that's Riley.
Jammer.
I'm on frame 2880. Have you seen this video?
Yes.
Can you hear Tony yelling?
I don't like how he's
anything at this point in the
leaning.
video?
Like, I don't like his demeanor.
Yes.
I'll ask it a different way. I'll withdraw the question. If you recall, is Tony
yelling anything at you at this part?
Yes.
What was
I believe he was yelling at us to stop.
And
Tony's his brother.
so he's facing you at this point in the video?
Yes, I believe so.
In Florida, he's lucky they didn't have it wasn't a gun. It would have been a gun in Florida, not no knife. No, he's just a wuss. He's not going through puberty. He's just a wuss.
Okay, I stopped at 2939. Now I want to play the video so we have audio. You can mute the screen or block the screen.
He's all nonchalant in court. Like, come on. Have some respect. No respect. If he can't show respect in court without slouching and leaning, tells me a lot about his character.
Nicolae strike Maddie. Did you yell something about it?
Yes.
Do you remember what you yelled?
You never hit a woman.
We need a new poll.
All right, I'm ready. I'm at 156 in the video.
For donuts.
See yellow
Do you hear you
shorts
saying
pushing
that
him
in that
down?
Portion of the video?
I do.
And now I stopped at 157. I'm going to keep going forward.
Get your votes in. Thank you, Helen. Helen just donated through J4J411.live. Thank you so much, Helen. Look at frame by frame on this bitch.
So, Riley, now we see I'm at 202. Riley clutching her side. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you remember if you saw that at the time or not?
I do not remember.
But it was after.
If this happened on a
when
schoolyard
she's
and a kid,
seen with an injury
or
on
if
the
this
video, it was
happened
after
with
you
kids
yelled.
his age, would you feel the same way if you think that it's not self-defense? What if a kid was protecting himself against a kid? Does it make it different? It doesn't to me.
Did you do an interview with law enforcement?
Yes.
Well, actually, let me back up. So,
81% say not guilty so far.
Yes.
And what do you remember of, actually just, what do you remember in your mind, not from the video, about what happened after, well, I guess first let me ask, do you remember Tony telling you to back up or get back?
I remember him pushing me away from the commotion.
Okay. And what do you remember after that?
Mike.
I was pushed away, and then I heard screaming going on behind me, so I had turned around, and then I was looking at Nick, and he was standing maybe 6 feet in front of me. He just walked towards me and stabbed me.
And what do you recall happening after that?
I went to my dad.
Did you see what Nicolae did after that?
No.
Do you have a memory of the sequence of when people were stabbed?
At first I thought it was
Riley, me, Isaac, AJ, and then my brother, but as video has shown, that wasn't the order.
So when you were interviewed by law enforcement, you're trying to remember and tell them what happened?
I believe that's the order I had used. I can't exactly say.
Were you in the hospital when you were interviewed?
Yeah.
It was the same day of the stabbings?
I think I was at the hospital for maybe 2 minutes before I was interviewed.
So after the scene, how'd you get to the hospital? Were you rushed away in an ambulance?
I remember leaning up against the cop car, and then coming to, I was in an ambulance. And then the next thing I know, I was on the highway being put into, I think, a helicopter.
And sometime shortly after you got to the hospital is when you were interviewed?
Yeah.
And
I guess Nicolae should have listened to the kids when they said, go away. Like, they run the show.
Riley who got hit by Nicolae?
I could have.
You don't remember what you said in your interview?
Not by heart.
Where were you stabbed?
In my lower abdomen, I guess, my lower chest area.
Can you stand up and just point?
Right here. I mean, I can show you if you want.
Are you comfortable showing you have a scar?
Yeah.
It shows the exact spot?
Yeah.
Looks like a little bit off to the center, to the left, right below your rib cage?
Right below my rib cage, yeah.
In the jury seat?
Permission to approach?
Yes. Yes.
31. Showing what it's been marked as Exhibit 31. Can you identify what that is?
That is my stab wound, I think 2 days after I got home from the hospital.
Permission to publish?
Any objection to 31?
No objection, no objection to publication.
Received.
You just do that one more. Yeah. Oh, do I have to turn it on? I can do it.
Yellow shorts did not die. Orange shorts died. Isaac. I thought yellow shorts was Isaac for a minute. I'm confused. Too many freaking kids. See, that's how many kids ganged up on this dude. Ew, I could go without seeing this for the rest of my life.
Okay. You've seen the video, is that right?
Yes.
Thanks, Sam.
Do you see yourself get stabbed in the video?
No.
And Dante, if your medical records say that your BAC was a .119, does that seem probably about in the ballpark?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have anything. Well, how tall are you and what do you weigh?
6 foot and 185.
I think 4 or 5 more questions. Did you know if Nicolae was alone or in a group?
I didn't know.
Did he ever say he had a group upstream that you heard?
No.
Did you ever hear anyone threaten Nicolae before you saw the strike on Maddie?
No.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Nelson?
Your testimony was that you had 2 beers prior to walking over there with the Truly in your hand?
Yeah.
And I would imagine you didn't consume really any of the Truly then, correct?
Correct.
So your testimony to the jury is the extent of the alcohol that you drank that day was 2 beers, correct?
But I was asked, yes.
Well, I'm asking you now under oath, is that truthful testimony?
I had 2 beers, yes.
Okay. In the medical evidence, the medical chemical evidence is that your blood alcohol level was 0.119, correct?
Yes.
Do you understand that it would take a lot more than 2 beers to get to a 0.119 blood alcohol concentration?
I would.
Do you have any explanation how you can reconcile your oath, your under oath testimony that you only had 2 beers and the medical evidence that your blood alcohol concentration was 0.119?
Yes, I had some hard liquor as well.
Okay, so when you were asked questions about how much you had to drink,
You're not even supposed to be drinking,
say,
son.
I was asked how many beers I had.
Okay. Okay. And so unless somebody asks you specifically an exact question, you're not going to just volunteer information that's hurtful to you, correct?
No, I was not asked the question, so I didn't answer. I figured he was going to ask it next, but...
You know, and it's been 21 months now?
Yeah.
And over those 21 months, you spoke with law enforcement numerous times?
Yes.
You spoke with the
You were
district attorney's office
wasted.
numerous times?
Yes.
You spoke with victim witness people numerous times?
Because you're a liar.
And you were just waiting for somebody to ask you that perfect question?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Were you just waiting for somebody to ask you that perfect question?
Same.
Sustained. You made your point.
The photo, have you seen the photo of the 10 of you guys on the river that day?
Yes.
And in that photo, you're drinking a beer, correct?
I don't know.
Showing you what's been marked as exhibit, oh, nope, you're not. Is it 26C?
Scott
You see that,
Briggs.
correct?
Yep.
You're not drinking a beer, I had that wrong, correct?
Correct.
Okay. There's other people drinking beers, correct?
Yes.
All right.
It should be 26A, that's what we called the other one.
I'm sorry, I couldn't read it. You're right, 26A.
Margarita time,
Not
Karchi.
26C. The hard liquor that you were drinking, what was that consumed in?
It was off on a riverbed shortly before we got to where the incident happened. There were shots of butterscotch schnapps out of skis.
Okay, and so you had consumed those prior to, just prior to this, right?
Yeah.
Can you have that lower of the hideaway? Perfect. Thank you. To show you what's been marked as exhibit number 25A, can you see that from where you're standing?
Yes.
You see here that there's a position here that says hideaway bar. You see that?
Yes.
And then we see this here as incident location, correct?
Yep.
And from the start until you got off the river, you had 2 beers, correct?
Yes.
And then you had hard alcohol as well, correct?
Yes.
All of that hard alcohol you say was consumed at the hideaway bar?
I don't know if it was the hideaway bar. It was
Yes,
a
you
point
do.
where people could camp, and they offered us shots as we were riding down.
Okay. Do you know of any
voice,
other place
Meg.
on the river where you can buy shots at a bar?
If you don't see
other
his
than
face
that?
and listen to his voice, it's creepy.
And so who offered you these shots?
I don't know.
Okay, a stranger offered you those shots?
Yes.
How many shots was it? 10?
No, like 2.
2 shots?
Yes.
So your testimony is that you had 4 alcoholic drinks that day, correct?
He was doing shot
Do you
skis
think
too.
4 alcoholic drinks for a man who's 6 foot tall, 185 pounds, over the course of numerous hours would get your blood alcohol level to 0.119?
I'm not a scientist.
I'm sorry. What was the objection?
Foundation, yeah, it's foundation to calculate his own BAC.
Sustained.
Did you think you were intoxicated?
No.
The alcohol test that you took at the hospital, that was hours after the incident, correct?
I do not know when it was administered.
Did you have any alcohol after the incident?
No.
Do you know if your alcohol rate goes up or down after you've consumed alcohol?
I would assume it would go up.
Okay. All right. I want to ask you some things about what your dad told you, okay?
Sure.
My mods are cracking me up.
Well, first off, did your dad tell you, did you hear him say, go over there, make sure they don't attack that guy?
No.
Your dad didn't say that?
Not that I had heard.
Okay. If he told the jury that, would he be lying?
Look at that cat, that coat flapping.
Can we approach, Judge?
Yes.
What was Chris Proudfoot saying? Flung. Accusations were flung. So they're like shots done like on a, I don't know how to describe it. It's like a shot glass in a ski. So picture a ski with like holes in it, and then the cups fill in the holes. Yeah, like a snow ski. Mm-hmm. The dork ski.
What you heard your dad say was go over there to try to figure out what's going on, correct?
Yeah.
That's what you understood your task was, correct?
Yeah.
And because at the time when you were over at the tubes, you didn't know what was going on, correct?
Correct.
And the best way
We're
to
at the tubes now.
figure out what's going on is to ask questions and gather information, correct?
Correct.
And once you gather in that information, then you can make more decisions, correct?
Yes.
And I think you told the police that you went over there because you were acting as a good Samaritan. Is that right?
Yes.
So you recall, what did you observe before you walked over there?
Him hanging around her tubes, grabbing onto the tubes, them screaming for help.
Okay.
Yeah, you
did
stand
watch
side
the
by
video?
side with the ski, and then you all
listened
do
to
the shot
video?
at the same time.
Yes.
Fair to say that there's no time on the recording in which it can be heard that those 6 teenagers are screaming for help. Agreed?
On the video, yeah.
Okay. So it's your testimony that sometime prior to that video, they were screaming for help?
Yes.
Were you shown the video that happened 2 seconds before that in which the teenagers are yelling at Nicolae Miu and calling him a raper?
Yes.
Were you shown that video?
Yeah, I believe I was.
Okay. And on that video, did you hear them screaming for help?
No.
So it's your testimony that prior to them calling this grown man a raper, they were screaming for help on the river?
Yes.
And after they'd screamed for help, they decided they're going to call him back from when he's walking away and call him a raper. That's your understanding?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you see Nicolae Miu walking away upstream from them and hear them call him a raper?
I didn't hear them call him a raper.
Did you see Nicolae Miu walking away from them upstream?
Towards the bridge or away from the bridge? Or are they going with the current, against the current?
Sure.
What do you mean by upstream?
Oh my God, kid.
Give me a second. So over to your right there is a diagram we drew with your dad, which has been marked as exhibit number 102. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you see on the top of that it says downstream?
Yeah.
And on the bottom it says upstream.
Yep.
I believe downstream would also be the position of the bridge, 3564 bridge. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
And as your dad described it, G2 would be your group, group 2. Make sense?
Yeah.
And then the 6 black circles, just for our conversation, would be the teenagers. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Did you see, just before, at some time, did you see Nicolae Miu walking away from those tubes upstream, away from the boys?
No.
You didn't see that?
No, I saw him walking downstream.
Okay. And what you heard when he was walking downstream, is that when you say the boys were screaming for help?
Yes.
So was this sometime prior to the video in your memory?
It could have been right before they started recording.
Okay, because I just want to make sure we're established. You agree that they don't scream for help anywhere on that 3-minute and 23-second recording. Agreed?
Agreed, as far as I've seen.
And you agree that in the video just before that, which was started 11 seconds before, lasted 9 seconds, in which they call him raper, they don't scream for help in that video, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that when you watched that video, he was walking away from them upstream, correct?
Yeah.
So what I understand your testimony to be is sometime prior to these two videos, they had screamed for help. That's what you're saying?
Yes.
And then,
or in between then, that one video and that 3-second interval, they could have screamed for help there too.
okay, so you think that they maybe paused or stopped the
Maybe
recording
doesn't cut it.
in order to scream for help, and then they started recording again and just didn't say help at all.
Marty McFly?
Could have, sure. All right. But the other scenario is that you heard this scream for help prior to the raper video, right?
Could have.
And if that was the case, you would agree that in the raper video where they're calling him raper, he's walking away from them upstream, correct?
It would look like that.
Okay. So you're going over there in order to gather information, right?
Yes.
And leading the charge from your group is Madison Cohen. Agreed?
Agreed.
And when Madison Cohen goes over to that group, you see Nicolae Miu walk towards Madison Cohen. Agreed?
Sure.
Yes?
Yeah.
And as he does that, the teenager's tubes are free to go downstream. Agreed?
Agreed.
Yes?
Yes.
When you see Nicolae Miu walk away from the teenagers, clearing a path for them downstream, what do you see the teenagers doing?
I wasn't paying attention to them. I was paying attention to Nicolae.
Okay. Did you gesture to the teenagers to float downriver? We've got this guy now?
Like I said, I wasn't paying attention to them. I was paying attention to Nicolae.
Okay. Did you encourage the teenagers to leave at that point?
No.
Why not?
I was just there to figure out what was going on.
Okay. And so when you got there to try to figure out what's going on, did you hear Madison Cohen immediately say to Nicolae Miu, go, get your fucking ass, go, something along those lines?
Yes.
Fair to say Madison Cohen wasn't asking questions, agreed?
Agreed.
Fair to say Madison Cohen was giving orders, right?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
And she gave it in a loud, strong voice, correct?
Yes.
And when Madison Cohen was occupying Mr. Miu, telling him what to do, what were the teenagers doing?
I do not know.
Did you in any way gesture to the teenagers to continue on downriver?
Once again, I was not paying attention to them. I was paying attention to Nick.
Okay, but weren't these the group of people that you said you were going there to help?
Yes.
Weren't you concerned about their well-being?
Yes.
And so you didn't pay attention at all to the group that you went over there to help?
Objection, argumentative, asked and answered twice.
Did you, I'll rephrase, did you pay attention at all to this group of people that
yes.
you would, okay.
I did pay attention to the kids. I did not tell them to leave. I did not tell them to stay.
Okay, so what were they doing when you and Madison
Standing by their tubes.
Hold on, I'm going to call a timeout here.
Time out? What is this?
Because everything's being written down by the court reporter. We have to have a question completed before you start your answer. And please let the witness finish his answer before you start the next question. There's a lot of overlapping talk.
Dante, I get a little into a rhythm and I might have cut you off, so I apologize.
Same here.
We'll both, all right.
Oh, kiss and make up.
I want to talk about other things that you may have observed in that interaction there initially with Mr. Miu, okay?
Okay.
Did you see, you said you're looking for an explanation. When Mr. Miu walked over to you and Madison, did you see Mr. Miu gesture to that other group?
Not like that, but I did see him like turn around and point at them, but he didn't say anything. All he did was sit and point.
Okay. There was a time, you've watched the video, right?
Yes.
And at about 1 minute and 7 seconds into the video, you say, it doesn't matter to Mr. Miu, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say that the reason you would say it doesn't matter to Mr. Miu is Mr. Miu is giving you some sort of explanation, correct?
No, he was pointing at the kids.
Okay.
And I said it doesn't matter, they're just kids.
All right. So your purpose was to go over there to get information.
Yes.
And he gave you information in a nonverbal manner, right?
We can call it that.
What else would we call it?
A gesture.
Okay. And when he gave you that information with the gesture, did you listen or did you tell him it doesn't matter?
I told him it doesn't matter.
Okay. So
you didn't even want to hear him out.
You were going over there to gather information. Maybe that's not really what you were doing?
Maybe not from him, but from the kids.
Okay. So
Oh my God, he sounds like
really
Kip
interested in
in
his
Napoleon
side.
Dynamite.
Not really.
Don't be mad that I was online chatting with babes
and is
all
part of that because
day.
they had called him names?
No, it's because they asked for help. I went to go see what the people screaming for help were wanting.
Okay. And if you perhaps misheard that and they weren't actually calling for help, maybe that's how this got off on the wrong foot?
Maybe, but I'm pretty sure they were screaming help.
Okay.
Help?
You said you heard them cheer, is that right?
Yeah.
And was the cheering in response to you and Madison walking over?
Yes.
Would you agree that a group of 6 teenagers cheering doesn't sound like a group that needs help?
No, it sounds like a group that got what they wanted.
Okay.
Some people to come over and help them.
Okay. When you heard them cheering, did you hear them laughing?
No.
Did you hear them giggling?
No.
Did you hear them cackling?
No.
Did you hear them use the expression, for the culture, repeatedly?
I did not. I just heard, woo.
Okay.
That was pretty much all I heard from them.
Okay.
And when you heard the term woo, you took that as the cheering, correct?
Yes.
Certainly doesn't sound, woo and asking for help are very different things, right?
Yeah.
At some point, did you observe Mr. Miu turn his back on you and Madison?
To face the kids again, yes.
Did you see him turn his back on basically you and the kids and look downstream?
No.
You never saw that?
Not that I can recall.
Fair to say you saw him walk over to you and Madison and the path downstream was clear for quite some time, correct?
Yes.
During that, would you agree that it's probably clear for upwards of 60 seconds?
Yeah.
During that 60 seconds, did you ever take the time to tell the teenagers who were cheering that they could just leave and go down the river?
No.
Did you ever gesture to them to say, move along?
Objection asked and answered like 10 minutes ago, I think.
I think this is the 60-second entire time, Judge. And once I do, then it's...
Let's wrap it up then.
I do not.
Wait for his, he's going to ask a question.
My bad.
You can go.
I do not remember gesturing to them.
Okay. Why not?
I wasn't focused on them at that time.
Even though they were the ones calling for help?
Yes.
You were focused on the man that they were calling a pedophile?
Yes.
And I imagine when you heard that, that made, I think as you told the police, that made you mad, right?
No, I was confused.
Okay. And when you were confused, did you stop and gather more information?
I tried to.
Okay. What did you do?
I asked, what do you mean by that? Because they said that he was looking after little girls. I went, he's looking after little girls? What do you mean?
And did they respond?
No, they did not.
Did you hear the group say in response to your question, yeah, he's looking for little girls, we got it on tape, something along those lines?
That sounds like their answer, yeah.
And when you heard that, did you believe that to be true?
I didn't know what to believe.
Were you upset at Mr. Miu?
You didn't know what to believe, so you punched him? Okay.
Did you hear them call him a pedophile?
No, I did not hear it.
Oh my God, I can't with this
not
kid.
that I remember.
Fair to say you're not a fan of pedophiles?
I mean, who is?
Agreed. And if you did understand him to be a pedophile, you would think less of him in that position, correct?
Understandably, yes.
You would think he's got less right to be in the space that he's occupying, correct?
Especially with children, yes.
And you didn't, there were no little girls around, were there?
No.
And the children that you referred to, it's like this group of 17-year-olds, correct?
Yes.
Group of 17-year-old football players who are pretty fit and tall. Agreed?
I wasn't.
And who
looking
cares
at
how
their
much meat you
statures
drank?
or
He was
builds.
legal.
They looked like children to me, so I had assumed they were children.
Oh my God, really? Kid, keep this guy away from your middle schoolers.
I would say between at least under 18, but they looked 13 to 17 to me.
Okay, that's what your position was?
Yes.
Now, you made some statements to the police, correct?
Yes.
You made some statements about the observations that you made on that day on the river, right?
Yes.
And the statements that you made to the police were that same day in the hospital, agreed?
Agreed.
And they were statements that you made about your friends that you were there on the river with, correct?
Yes.
You were on the river with Riley Madison, correct?
Yes.
She's a friend of yours from high school?
Middle school.
So you've known Riley Madison for years and years, correct?
Yes.
And you were on the river with Madison Cohen, correct?
Yes.
Same thing, a friend that you'd known since middle school, correct?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So somebody that, you know, and Madison's clearly got blonde hair, right?
I'm reading the other chat. They're like, this guy's going to end up on Catch a Predator one day.
Brunette or a different color hair than blonde, right? Very different?
Yeah.
Their body shapes are different?
Yeah.
Their personalities are different?
Yeah.
You can distinguish between the two of them, right?
Sometimes.
Okay. And what you told the police, on Madison, I'm sorry, on July 30th, they were asking you about what happened, is that right?
Yes.
And you told them, I thought he had hit my friend Riley and I automatically reacted. That's what you told them?
Yes.
You used the name Riley, correct?
Yes.
Then you also said to them, me and Riley were standing right next to each other and he like got up close to Riley and Riley pushed him away and he did a swift motion towards her, correct?
Yes.
And the her you're referring to that sentence is the only name that you used, which was Riley, correct?
Yes.
Crystal. Don't be jealous that I was online chatting with babes all day.
When asked...
No, I'm not falling asleep at all. I'm
again
listening
about
intently.
it, you told the police...
I'm actually putting
I don't know if
stuff in my
Riley
hair right
pushed
now.
him or something. I didn't see that. All I saw was him make a motion towards her, and I saw her fall down, so I reacted and hit him. You said those words?
Yes.
And the name that you used in that situation was Riley?
Yes.
And the description that you gave in that situation is you saw him, Mr. Miu, make a motion, correct?
Yes.
And that as a result of that motion, you said you saw Riley fall down, correct?
Yes.
And then in response to that, the officer asked you, can you describe Riley to me? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said she is a brunette, skinny, has tattoos down her arm, correct?
Yes.
And that, fair to say, accurately describes
I agree,
Riley
Brown.
Madison, correct?
Yes.
Madison Cohen is not a brunette, correct?
Correct.
You wouldn't use, again, I apologize to, you wouldn't necessarily use the same description of Madison's body as you used when describing Riley, correct?
Correct.
And you also said the person had tattoos down her arm, correct?
Yes.
That accurately describes Riley, not Madison, correct?
Yes.
That's what you told the police on that day, correct?
Yes.
And then lastly, you told them later in that same interview, I think it was Riley who went like that, but I'm not 100% sure. And then all I saw was the swift motion. Riley fell to the ground. I hit him. He fell. That's what you said, correct?
Yes.
So again, the fourth time, you described it as something happening to Riley, correct?
Correct.
And in each of those 4 times, you never used the word punch. Agreed?
Agreed.
Each of those times, you used the words swift motion, correct?
Yes.
That's what you described that you saw on that day about this, correct?
Yes.
Now today, 21 months later, you're saying something different. Agreed?
Agreed.
Now today, you're saying it's not that you saw Riley, not that you saw a swift motion go to Riley, but that you saw Madison get punched. That's your testimony today, correct?
Yes.
In those 21 months, from the first story to the new story, you've talked to Madison Cohen?
Not really, but yes.
You've talked to Riley Madison?
A little, yes.
You've talked to others in the group?
My family, yes.
You've talked to the district attorney's office?
Yes.
And since you've talked to all those people, you now have a new story, correct?
I have a better recollection of what had happened, if that's what you're asking, yes.
Okay, so the fact that you were at a .19 on that day, you now have a better recollection today than you did on that day. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, they also questioned me when I was on pain pills from the hospital.
Okay. I thought your testimony was that they came there and saw you within 2 minutes of your arriving.
Yes.
Okay. And so in those 2 minutes, you'd consume those pain pills and it's your position?
Whatever they gave me on that helicopter.
Okay. You had said, going back to your statement to the police, I just want to dial in on one of the things. The last time you spoke, you said, I think it was Riley who went like that, but I'm not 100% sure. I want to ask you about that sentence, okay?
Okay.
There's a video of you making that verbal statement. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And in that video, it shows you move your hand kind of like this. Is that right?
Yes.
And you had both of your hands up in a manner in which someone would push out towards another person, correct?
Or push away from.
Sure. They were extending their hands, which were close to their body, to push outward towards what's ever in front of them, correct?
Yes.
That's what you demonstrated when you said, I think Riley went like that.
Yes.
Can you just show us that demonstration now? Okay. And you were able to show us that demonstration because that's what you remember as you sit here today. Riley did that, correct?
Yes.
And in response to Riley doing that, that's when you saw the swift motion?
No. I remember it differently now, but...
After talking to other people, you remember it differently. But the thing you...
After thinking about it for the last 21 months and seeing it every night, yeah.
But what you absolutely know, because you said it then and you say it now, is you remember just before Nicolae Miu getting punched by you, you saw Riley Madison push her hands out towards him, correct?
Yes.
That's for sure, correct? Yes. Had you seen Riley Madison get up in Mr. Miu's face?
No.
Had you seen Madison Cohen get up in Mr. Miu's face?
Not up in the face, but she was talking to him face to face, yes.
Would you be heard others say it's in his personal space? Would you agree with that?
In his bubble, yeah.
She's right there in his bubble, correct?
Like, not in his face, but like talking to him like a normal distance would be.
Okay. But you use the term in his face. You'd agree with that?
In your face.
Okay. I want to ask you about what you did to Nicolae Miu, okay?
Okay.
You said you saw a swift motion and you reacted and punched him, correct?
Flung.
Yes.
You laid him out, correct?
I guess.
Well, those are the words that you used when the police asked you to describe what you did to him. You said, I laid him out, correct?
I laid him
Fair
out.
to say that when you used the term, I laid him out, you said it with a sense of pride.
I guess.
I mean, you were proud of laying this man out, in response to what you observed regarding the swift motion, correct?
No, I was proud of defending a woman.
Okay. And so I want to get into that, right? And so what you understand is you're defending a woman, correct?
Yes.
Which woman?
Madison.
Okay. And the woman that you say you're defending, she fell to the ground?
I believed at the time she did, yeah.
Okay. And you believe that because that was your memory?
Yes.
And you say that now, I believed it at the time because you know that the video shows she didn't fall down, correct?
Correct.
So what we know is your memory is wrong, at least in regards to that, correct?
Yes.
So there's times that your memory is wrong about what happened that day, correct?
I guess, yes.
There could be many explanations for why it's wrong, correct?
Yes.
Just human memory is not perfect, agreed?
Agreed.
It might be wrong because you were intoxicated.
A little.
0.119, right?
Yeah.
You're over the legal limit, correct?
Yeah.
You would agree that that might have impacted your ability to accurately perceive things?
I guess, yes.
That might have impacted your ability to accurately recall things?
I guess, yes.
I guess.
Another thing that might have affected your memory is perhaps...
Say yes or no.
The stress and the trauma of everything that happened afterwards, correct?
Yes.
Another thing is that you could just be intentionally telling an untruth. That's possible too, correct?
No.
That's not possible?
No.
Okay.
Let's take a recess. We'll come back in 15 minutes.
Oh, Lord.
Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
That was abrupt. I like that, though. The judge in control.
Stand up!
Probably a 10-minute recess.
Recess for 15 minutes. 2:55.
All right, back at 3:55, did he say? 15 minutes? I wonder why they had to go to the bars this time. He said what a few minutes ago? Lisa. Yeah, the jail really does a number on people. You taking a nap, Meg P? Hey, I just wanted to let you guys know too. At 7:00 or 7:30 Eastern, we have a premiere about Pam Botcher, which was Jody Hildebrandt and Ruby Frankie's third business partner. I have a video on her as well as Body Cam Watch. So tonight, 7:30, get ready to cozy up with Jay is for Justice for a couple hours. Yeah, this is just a break. Yes, the third and the threesome, where they used to go up to the bedroom and then they'd come out on cloud 9, according to Kevin. Yes, her. I found a video of her from Connections. Her daughter did the Connections with her little kids. Oh, dude, it's weird. Scott H wants to know from 8Ball, will I get anything done with Trial Watch with Jay this week? And they said, sorry, I wasn't listening. Ask again. Ask again, Scott H. Will she ever get arrested? I don't think so. It's just like Daybell and Lori. No one else got charged in that weird fiasco. They granted all those witnesses immunity. Yes, tonight. Let me see here. I'll tell you. I think it's 7:30. Yeah, those people are sick. Sick. So, tonight at 7:30, yes. It says, "What about Pam?" What about Pam? Oh no, there's Melanie Gibb and there's David Warlocks and there's all kinds of people that knew that those children were killed. I'm not sick. Oh, Meg P. They need to be trained to think differently. You think you have COVID? 3 weeks. Yikes, that's a long time. I just realized my camera's not on. Hello. Ooh, I'm looking shiny today. I don't know what you mean, Myron. But the kids were there, why not? Oh, you're talking about Botcher? I guess because their mother told her to pick them up. They didn't have any proof of anything. I don't know. I don't think we'll ever find out anything about her, to be honest. And she absolutely believes this whole connections way of parenting and shit like that. Excuse me. Sometimes that Coke Zero carbonation is too much. Have you watched any of the Scientology protests? I have not. What's up, Trifina? We are on a 15-minute break. You were, Flo. I love having nurses around. Yikes. You guys better stay healthy. Stay healthy. Karchi says she's going to take a nap too. It's almost 4 p.m. How can you nap? Sarah, if you don't get better, go to the doctor and get some meds. I have allergies for sure. Oh, I know Pam did. I know she did. But you know, they cut deals with these people. I bet if it went to trial, she was going to testify against them. They just happen to plead guilty. They make deals with the devil in these trials, and it's frustrating sometimes. Ooh, Amber. That sounds good, though. It's 3:45 here. 12:45. Damn, I forgot you're a Pacific Coaster. It's too late to nap here. It's almost 4 p.m. It's like, you better stay up at this point. Yeah, Sybil, there's pollen everywhere. Yes, Melanie Gibb and all those in Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow's trial, they were granted immunity. Yeah, exactly. The devil is dancing tonight.
The devil is dancing tonight.
You probably should if it's been that long, Sarah. You don't want it to turn into something worse, you know? Yeah, I know they should all be in jail. It pisses me off too. I don't know why they always make deals with these people, you know it? Immunity. There were several people. There was a really creepy girl that testified in Lori Vallow's trial. And she was from the LDS church, and she was from Missouri, where their like headquarters is. I don't know why their headquarters is in Missouri, but they're like huge in Utah. I don't understand that. But anyways, this girl that allegedly Lori Vallow brainwashed testified, and she got immunity, and she knew all this stuff. She was talking to Chad more than she was talking to Lori. I do still have it. Yes. Yes, Alep. Oh, I want to show you guys a video. I think I saved it to watch later. You guys, there is a potential Brian Kohberger floating around, looking in windows at a college campus. Oh, where is it? God, I don't even remember where it was now. Peeping Tom College. I don't know if it'll come up. I hate when I can't find something that I just saw yesterday. It just came out yesterday. And I can't remember if they called him a peeping Tom. But the house reminded me of King Road. Did you guys see this at all? And it reminded me of Brian Kohberger. They all got Ring doorbells and stuff. Let me go through my history. Hold on. Don't laugh at my history because it plays on our TV as well. I don't watch all of this. Is not all my history. Let's see. It was last night. So yesterday. Here it is. Ann Arbor, Michigan. It's Michigan. It's University U of M. University of Michigan, guys.
Tonight, an eerie scene in Ann Arbor. A prowler caught on camera committing lewd acts. The target, a house full of college students. They say he visits in the middle of the night and does more than just peep in their windows.
Creepy, dude.
7 Action News reporter Ruta Olsenida talked with the women who are terrified and disgusted.
This peeping Tom is looking through the windows of female college students at the University of Michigan. Now they've added some extra security, hoping the visits stop.
I see the videos and I see my silhouette moving in the window, so I know exactly what I was doing, what I was wearing or not wearing.
Catherine Tenniswood is a senior at the University of Michigan, and she was excited to take in her final year of undergrad, but it's all quickly turned sour. A man has been caught on surveillance video looking through her and her roommate's windows approximately 7 times since last fall, but mostly her window.
Since last
her bed
fall.
is right there.
I sort of just wake up and I wonder if he's like a foot away from my face or not, so that's really uncomfortable.
The man stops by the home between the hours of 11 p.m. and 2 a.m., and he's not just looking.
I ended up breaking down in the LSA building when I saw what he was really doing.
What he was really doing was engaging in lewd acts while looking into the home of the 6 female college students.
He usually goes away pretty quickly, but there was one night he was here for about 45 minutes.
These women are terrified
I mean,
and
what the hell?
disgusted. They have never.
Did they call the police? 45 minutes. Okay, so these girls had no idea. Okay, they felt safe. They're on college campus. It's probably like the King Roadhouse. It was wide ass open. But it was what they found out, and they saw it had been going on since last fall. They didn't know.
Never caught the man in the act and only find out about the visits after looking at surveillance video later. They don't know who he is and have contacted the Ann Arbor Police Department, who has now added extra patrols in the area of South Forest Avenue and Oakland Avenue where this is all happening. In the meantime, they've bought extra curtains, locks, surveillance cameras, and have even made signs for the suspect in hopes that the visits stop and their sense of security and safety can finally return.
They put signs that say, please stop, with a heart. These college kids are not educated on how to handle things like this. This is terrifying to me. Look at him walking up and they have signs in the window. I don't like that they call it visits either.
It's been really, really hard for me to do any of my schoolwork. I've been genuinely really struggling. Haven't been able to turn in a lot of assignments.
If you recognize that man or have any additional surveillance video that might help in the investigation, make sure to reach out to the Ann Arbor Police Department tip line over phone or email. In Ann Arbor, I'm Rudolph Sinita, 7 Action News.
It just shows how naive they are. You know, this is what they resorted
all
to.
happening.
Watch.
In the meantime, they've bought extra curtains, locks, surveillance cameras, and have even...
Look. Smile, you're on camera. Please stop, with a heart. It's crazy. U of M is very, very expensive to attend. It reminds me of Idaho, too. These are warning signs. These are warning signs. No, they contacted the Ann Arbor police. They put extra patrols in the area. Do these girls know about the Idaho 4? Do their parents know about the Idaho 4? Do their parents know about Brian Koberger?
A senior at the University of Michigan, and she was excited to take in her final year of undergrad, but it's all quickly turned sour. A man has been caught on surveillance video looking through her and her roommate's windows approximately 7 times since last fall, but mostly her window, and her bed is right there.
Do you remember they said that Brian was there at least a dozen times? This is a warning sign. If they have TikTok, they should know about the Idaho 4. It's scary. And it seems like he favors one of the girls over the others. Oh, I saw that and I was like, oh my God. What they should have done is worked with the girls to catch him, right? Work with the girls, be like, okay, let's set up a sting. Open your curtains. We'll watch because he obviously can't help himself and we'll catch him. I mean, it's fucking Ann Arbor. Ann Arbor is not like inner city Detroit. I'm sure they could probably use their melons and say, oh, we could potentially stop a rape or a possible murder. Open the blinds, open the windows, and have the cops watch. People like this guy can't help themselves. He would definitely be back. I say we go catch him. Let's go to Ann Arbor, Michigan and catch this motherfucker. How hard would it be? You know these guys can't help themselves. They're sick. They're sick. Yeah, open those blinds. He'll come back. He can't help himself. All right, we got a hot mic. Here we go. This is our last stretch of today, guys. We just got muted again. Probably got hollered at. Are you recording? This is our last stretch of the day. We will be live again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Yeah, it's warning signs, red flags. Oh my God, Karchi. And if one of those girls leaves at night, God knows what he'll do.
Back on the record. The attorneys are present. Mr. Miu is present.
Okay, I'm going on mute.
The jury is absent. I just wanted to make a record of a short sidebar that we had, including 2 objections that I sustained. I can't remember exactly what the Q&A was about.
They're
but it
addressing that
pertained to
sustained objections.
A witness on the witness stand who either didn't have a recollection about something or did not perceive something. Another witness had testified to those events, and the question was put to the witness on the stand: if the other witness said this, does that make him or her a liar? I think the state objected at least twice, maybe more. I sustained both objections. There was a sidebar. Mr. Nelson brought to my attention State versus Victor Johnson, which is a case that I'm familiar with. Generally speaking, one witness may not comment on the credibility of another witness, and making comments about whether someone is or isn't a liar, in my opinion, is commenting on their credibility. Victor Johnson made an exception in some unique circumstances, and that is where one witness perceives the event and says one thing, another witness perceives the same event and says something different. Victor Johnson allowed one witness to say, I'm telling the truth, he's telling a lie, believe me more than the other witness. That's not what we have here because, to my recollection, both of the times the witness either didn't recall or did not perceive the event. So it's not the same situation as Victor Johnson. And I thought that the questions that were being put to the witness was more akin to commenting on credibility. So that's the reasoning for the objection being sustained. Mr. Nelson, if you want to add to the conversation, you may.
Your Honor accurately cited what the sidebar was. I hope respectfully said I disagree, but I'm going to move on. So I just want to make note that I continue to disagree, but I'm not going to spend any more court time making any additional arguments other than I disagree with that analysis, and we'll move on.
Fair enough. Let's bring the jury in.
Stand up! Should we bring up Dante?
Sure, yes. Thought the jury was ready, but
All rise for the jury.
Stand up!
Diarrhea of the liver.
all right, please be seated. All right, we're back in the presence of the jury. We are ready to continue. I anticipate we will break again somewhere close to 4:30. We'll break for the day then. Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Carlson, I want to ask you about, I was going to get into what you've done in response to what you saw, but I want to go back just a little bit.
Okay.
Your testimony today is you saw Madison Cohen get punched. I'm just putting us all in that same space.
Yes.
Describe this punch.
It came from his left side. I would say it was a pretty fast, swift motion like that.
Okay, so are you right now going on a memory that you have in your head of what you remember seeing? And what you've just shown us is you used your left arm to move forward in what I would describe a jabbing motion. Would that be fair?
I used my right arm.
You used your right arm. Okay. Did you see Nicolae Miu use his right hand?
Yes.
And so your testimony to the jury is Nicolae Miu punched Madison Cohn with his right hand.
Yes.
And you, can you, just want, trying to use words, the best thing is that I've heard it described as a hook. I saw you do something different. Can you just show us again what it is you saw?
It was like, it started from his side and it went out like that.
Okay. Kind of straightforward. So his hands in front of him, down at his side?
Down at his side, and then it, like, I guess you could say it was like a hook, but it wasn't. It was like a jab.
It came down and it went up. Agreed?
Agreed.
And it came from his body position outwards towards the other person, correct?
Correct.
And it seems like as my arm's kind of in my body plane, you see that?
Yes.
It stays essentially within the body plane is what you're saying?
No, it was kind of off to the right.
It went like this?
Kind of. It was, as it went up, it curved to the right.
Okay. So again, trying to use words.
I don't know the correct words to use to describe it.
We'll sort through it. Seems like you're saying basically not a full hook, not a full jab, something in between.
Yes.
Okay, but it's clearly with his right hand, correct?
Yes.
You aware that prior to that, would you say happened at about 150 in the video? Is that about right? Do you remember watching the video and it's around the 150 mark?
Sure.
Sound about right?
Yeah.
And do you know that in the video you can observe Mr. Miu standing in front of Riley and Madison with the knife in his right hand?
Yes.
So it's with the hand that's holding the knife that he punches her?
Yes.
And where does this punch that you say he hits her with the hand with the knife, where does that land on her?
The left side of her face.
Okay. On the left side of her face?
Yes.
Okay. And okay. Looked to be a forceful punch?
Yes.
More than just like a little tap?
Yes.
Like a full-grown man punching a woman square in the face, correct?
Yes.
And it must have punched her, I think you indicated up like on her eye level, is that right?
I would say so, yes.
Like, and so it would have been near her left eye?
On her cheekbone is, I guess, would probably be the best place to put it. Around this area.
Okay. Around, and when you just said around this area, it was your hand, I think, went a little...
I'm sorry, like the cheekbone area.
Just under where your glasses protect your face, correct?
Correct.
You have on a pair of, would you agree, rather small eyeglasses, correct?
Yes.
And on that day, Madison Cohn had some oversized sunglasses on, correct?
Yes.
And so the area that you're pointing to on her face would have been covered by those oversized sunglasses, correct?
I wouldn't say covered, but sure.
Sure. So this grown man holding a knife as a hand reaches out and punches her in the eye where her sunglasses are, correct?
Her cheekbone, but yeah.
Okay. Right near her sunglasses, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that her sunglasses are in perfect condition?
Objection, assuming facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
I'm asking if he's aware of that.
Well,
I think that's
now established.
Okay.
Sustained.
Do you know the condition of her eyeglasses?
No.
Would you expect a woman standing in front of a man with oversized eyeglasses that got punched in the manner that you did, would you expect her glasses to be bent, broken, disturbed in some manner?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
When you're standing there and you see this, you must have been ready to respond right away.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, you said you hit him immediately, correct?
Yes.
So there wasn't any time for you to type of assess anything. You just hit him right away, correct?
After I saw him punch her, yes.
So you saw it and had to have your body like process what happened, and then you moved into action, correct?
Yes.
So it wasn't as if you saw it happening and at the same time you started swinging, correct?
Can you?
You weren't violent until you saw this, correct?
Correct.
And when you saw this violence, it must have surprised you.
Yes.
It must have shocked you.
Yes.
It must have taken you a moment to assess what are you going to do, correct?
No.
You just, after that, after you made that observation, you then moved your body, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that your moving that body from making that observation would have taken you a second or two?
Sure.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. You agree that when you saw this, well, let me say this. So why you punched him, you said, in defense of her. Is that what you said?
Yes.
What were you feeling at that time?
Anger, I guess.
Okay. And the anger was at Nicolae Miu, correct?
Yes.
You've, fair to say, never described to anybody, even today, that your feeling was of fear, correct?
I would say, yeah.
You agree, you've never described your feelings on that day as to why you punched him was you punched him out of fear.
Correct.
Because you weren't fearful, you were angry.
Yes, he hit my friend.
Sure. And so you hit him in response to hitting her because you were angry, correct?
Yes.
It wasn't because you believed her safety was in danger, right? You agree?
I don't know. I reacted in case it was.
Sure. And you reacted by hitting him, not tending to your friend, correct?
Yes.
After you hit him once, he fell in the water, correct?
Yes.
And as he fell in the water, you moved to get over him, correct?
Yes.
You moved to position yourself in a way that you could strike him a second time, correct?
Yes.
And you moved to position yourself to set yourself up for that second strike to be with your right hand, correct?
Yes.
That was your dominant hand, correct?
Yes.
You wanted to make sure the force that you hit upon him was the most dominant force you could use, and that would be with your right hand.
I would say, I wouldn't say I did it purposely. I just think my body naturally went to the right side.
Okay. To set yourself up to hit him a second time, correct?
Yes.
Clearly, when he's down in the water on his back, Maddie's safe, right?
Yes.
She's not in any danger, agreed? You agree?
For now, yeah.
In that moment, she's not in any danger, agreed?
Agreed.
And you're not in any danger, agreed? He's down on the ground, correct?
Yes.
You're not in any danger. You agree?
I would say, yeah, sure.
Okay. And you would agree that you and Maddie and the 11 other people there are not in danger when Nicolae Miu is down on the ground in the water after you hit him. Agreed?
I wouldn't say agree to that.
Okay.
He was still a danger.
Okay. He was a danger while he was on his back in the water, surrounded by you and your friends.
Yes.
Okay. And because you believe, that's what you believed at that time?
Yes.
And you believe that because of the one time you saw him hit your friend, correct?
Yes.
So you observed one act and you thought he's still a danger even if he's down and in the water, correct?
Yes.
That's you were fearful at that time. Or were you still angry?
I believe it was a little bit of both.
Okay. So when you punched him the first time, it wasn't out of fear. You weren't afraid until he was down in the water.
Yes.
But when he's down in the water, you're fearful and angry, and then you hit him, correct?
Yes.
And you do that with your right hand so that you can make sure you hit him with enough force, correct?
I wasn't making sure to hit him with enough force, but my body just naturally positioned itself to the right side.
Okay. And after you hit him the second time, you saw your friend Anthony Martin come up behind Mr. Miu, right?
No.
You didn't see that?
No.
You were aware that that happened?
Yes.
Now that you watched the tape, you understand that Anthony Martin was coming up behind him, correct?
Yes. I was also being pushed away at the same time, though.
Who was being pushed away?
I was.
Okay. You were being pushed away at the same time, let me just make sure. While Anthony Martin is pushing Nicolae Miu down from back,
yes,
you're being pushed away by somebody else.
I believe I was, yes.
And that somebody else was your brother?
No, I think that was a couple seconds later, but yes.
Who pushed you away?
I don't know. They pushed me from behind.
Okay, well, let me show you let me just. Can I have the screen? I'm showing you slide 2699. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you see, is that Nicolae Miu in the water?
Yes.
Do you see a shadow of an arm across Nicolae Miu's chest?
Yes.
Is that the shadow of your arm?
I would believe so, yes.
And then I'm going to move forward here, and that's us, those slides up to 2707, that's your right hand hitting him across his chin, side of his face, ear, head. Agreed?
Agreed.
And then in response to that, Nick Miu head goes back to touch the water again, correct?
Yes.
And then as we watch here on the video, Anthony Martin is coming up behind, is that right?
Yes.
And we see 2 feet in front of Nicolae Miu, is that correct?
Yes.
Those are your feet, correct?
Yes.
You're standing in front of him, correct?
Yes.
And you're, at this time, preparing to hit him for a third time, correct?
I believe so.
And that 2745, that's your hand or your elbow forearm that we see in the upper left portion of that frame, correct?
Yes.
And then here, this is your right shin, your right leg, is that correct?
That looks like the top of his head, but I would say it's...
Let me go back a couple, maybe it's...
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Does that appear to be your...
Yeah.
Agreed, nobody standing behind you here, that we were aware of at least?
Yes.
And then you swing through and we see through the middle there, your hand at 2747 hitting Nick Miu again in the front of his head somewhere, correct?
Yes.
And while you're hitting him in the front, A.J. Martin is pushing him down from behind, correct?
Yes.
That's the third time that you've hit him, correct?
Yes.
You're hitting him out of anger, agreed?
Yes.
You're not hitting him in defense of anybody there, right?
False. I was.
You believed that at that point you feared for your safety?
No, I feared for everyone else's safety. No, I didn't fear. Okay, you're getting me confused.
All right, well, let's take a step back. I'll ask it again, okay? Tell me in this photo when you're hitting him the third time, whose safety do you fear for?
My friends.
Okay, which friends in particular?
Madison, AJ, Tony, Riley, Janelle, Scotty, my father, Sheena.
Okay, so let's go through that list. Do you know where Madison is there?
No.
Do you know where Riley is there?
No.
Do you know where your brother Tony is there?
I believed he was walking up right behind AJ.
Okay. You know where AJ is, correct?
Yes.
AJ's behind Nicolae Miu, pushing him down from behind, agreed?
Agreed.
But in that situation, you were worried for AJ's safety?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result of your fear for AJ's safety, that's why you hit Nick Miu a third time, correct?
Yes.
And you thought that amount of force was necessary?
Yes.
Do you think that's reasonable?
I did.
You did in that time?
Yes.
And you did in that time because of the escalated nature of everything that was going on there. Everybody was just fearful around there, correct?
Yes.
Now, let me ask you about that, because you say you're in fear, but when you hit him the first time, you had a beer in your left hand, right?
Yes.
And when you hit him the second time, you still had the beer in your left hand, right?
Yes.
And when you hit him the third time, you still had a beer in your hand, correct?
Yes.
Have you heard the expression, hold my beer?
Yes.
Is that basically like, I'm going to go do something, you should hold this, I'm going to need 2 hands, correct?
Yes.
In this situation, you didn't even ask somebody to hold your beer, right?
I didn't have time to.
You were confident enough that you could do this while holding your beer?
No, I wasn't confident in it at all.
Okay. So why did you keep the beer in your hand?
I was just holding it.
Okay. That's all right. I want to ask you some questions about your confidence level as the time passed, right?
Okay.
Before he, as you say, made a swift motion towards a person which you now say is Madison, were you afraid?
I wouldn't say it was fear, more as confusion.
Okay. So up until that moment, you had no fear, correct?
Correct.
And I would imagine at some point you knew what the numbers were, correct? You knew that there were 6 people in the original group, correct?
Yes.
And that you and Madison went over there originally, correct?
Yes.
So that makes 8, agreed?
Agreed.
And then Riley Madison joined, that makes 9. Yes?
Yes.
And then Gabby and Janelle were standing around there, correct?
Yes.
Makes 10 and 11, agreed?
Yes.
And then Anthony, your brother Anthony Carlson joined in, correct?
Yes.
That makes 12?
Yes.
And then AJ Martin joined in, that makes 13, correct?
Yes.
13 against 1, correct?
Yes.
Imagine you were feeling pretty confident then, correct?
No.
Didn't feel confident?
No.
Were you afraid?
In a way, yes.
And we're to believe that in that situation...
Objection argumentative.
That's fair. I'll withdraw.
Thank you.
You said while this was going on, your brother was telling you to stop, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Did he tell you to stop before you hit him the second time?
No.
Did he tell you to stop before you hit him the 3rd time?
I don't think so.
I didn't catch that.
I said I don't think so.
Okay. So your brother was telling you to stop, though, correct?
I think he was just talking to everyone in general.
Okay, but at that point, when you heard him say stop, you had hit Mr. Miu 2 or 3 times, correct?
Correct.
And you'd said your brother Tony came up and started to push you away, correct?
Yes.
So at the time that he's pushing you away, he's also yelling stop.
Yes.
Fair to say he's telling you to stop and he's pushing you away because you're giving a beat down to an old man?
I couldn't say what he was doing.
Okay.
Or what he was thinking.
All you know is you heard stop and you heard him try to push you away, correct?
Yes.
Had your brother not told you to stop and pushed you away, would you have kept beating on him?
No.
You were just, all your anger had gone out?
Yes.
Okay. Took 3 hits to get all your anger out?
I guess, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 103. This is a drawing somewhat similar to that. Does it at least over here make sense to you? You see the G1 and the G2 and the different groups?
Yep.
Do you see the red dots?
Yes.
Do you see the initials inside the red dots?
Yes.
Do you see the one blue dot?
Yes.
And then over on the left, you see a frame number and a time, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree at about 1:39 in the video and frame 2:38.7 that that's a rough approximation of where the 13 people and Mr. Miu are on the river?
I guess it would be a good estimation.
You agree?
Yeah.
Showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 104, do you see the same kind of configuration? People are a little bit different, but the same general idea?
Yes.
And you see in the upper left-hand corner, it's frame 2592 at time 149.
Yes.
And same 13 red dots and 1 blue dot, agreed?
Yes.
And agree, again, that this accurately represents the approximate position of the 13 people and Mr. Miu on the river?
Approximately, yeah.
Move for the admission of exhibit 103 and 104.
Any objection? I assume this is for illustrative purposes only.
No objection, Judge.
All right, they're both received then.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Judge, I just, for accuracy, one of the red dots depicting the group of the 6 teenagers has the initials LM. I was correctly told that the initial should be LW. I apologize. I just want to make sure that the record reflects that.
Let's turn on the document examiner.
This is exhibit 103, frame 2387 at 139. And then showing exhibit 104, which is frame 2592 at 149. Can I also just publish in the old-fashioned way so we
Yes.
can move on?
Yeah.
Can I
just hand it to one of the jurors and they can pass it along.
Those are the only questions I have. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. I'm going to start out kind of on this subject here. So I'm looking at 104, and I'm just going to try to create part. More or less kind of what's on 104. All right. Can we get the monitor? I'm on frame 2592. Yes.
Are you on that? Sorry.
No, you got it right.
Okay,
So here, I don't know if the jury can see this board. Can you all see that? So at 2592, Riley and Madison are standing in front of Nicolae, right? Kind of like the drawing?
Yes.
I'm going to go forward. Oh, I'm on the wrong one. You got to go back a little further.
Can we have the screen? On 2546, I think on cross, you talked about Riley having her hands up like that.
Yes.
Do you know if this is what you're talking about, if it was something else?
I think it was when I had punched him.
Okay. I'm going to scroll forward. So that's you, kind of like the drawing.
Yep.
And Riley and Madison are shoulder to shoulder, like the drawing defense showed. Okay, I'm going to keep going forward. Now, in this frame, 2659, it's more like that. Agreed, where you're shoulder to shoulder with Riley facing Nicolae and Madison's behind?
Yeah, but I think those are opposite, the stance on that.
What's that?
So I think it's just like Riley and me were like crisscross.
You're on the right of Riley in that still frame, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And in my drawing, DC is on the right, Riley, RM is on the left. Right?
Well, if you're sitting this way, it's up.
Oh, you're kind of looking at it backwards?
Oh.
Over your shoulder?
Yeah.
You want me to turn it a little bit?
Oh, I see what you meant now.
Kind of matches the...
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought that was MU at the bottom.
Oh, gotcha. So, and you were asked on cross if when Miu punched Madison, you told law enforcement, you said it was Riley then, that she fell back, fell down. You remember that? If she got hit, she testified she got knocked back like that. And if you're...
Objection. Sustained.
If you just saw the beginning of her going back, and then you respond, would you have seen what happened behind your back?
No.
Defense asked you on cross, essentially a line of questioning about help's not audible in the video. Do you recall that? You can't hear somebody saying help in the video.
Yes.
Defense gave you, there must be two options, and the defense asked you about one option being they said help before the videos started. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then they asked you, and then you said another possibility is it was in the seconds between the two videos. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is another option that you just can't hear it in the video over other yelling?
Maybe.
Do you know which one it is?
I do not.
You just know you heard them yelling for help?
Yes.
And did you tell the officer multiple times that you didn't see, that you were looking away and didn't see exactly what happened until you turned back and that's when you saw the strike?
Yes.
And then defense asked you about alcohol. So you would have been on your
fifth drink, as far as you remember, how many drinks you had on the river?
Yes.
Do you know if a drink is 0.02 per drink, 0.03? Do you have any idea?
No.
Okay. When you testified on cross, you were responding to, when you hit Nicolae, you're responding to him hitting Madison. Remember that?
Yes.
And up until you saw him hit Madison, did you see any punching or pushing?
Not really pushing, but like
touching.
Yeah.
And in response to the punch, you punched. Is that right?
Yes.
And then 2 open hand slaps, strikes.
Yes.
Did you pull out a weapon?
No.
Knife, gun?
No.
Put him in a chokehold?
No.
When he was down on the ground, did you kick him?
No.
Did people pile on top of him?
No.
So defense asked you about 13-on-1. As far as you remember, and from everything you've seen in the video, was it 13-on-1 or you hitting him and AJ doing a push? So 2.
I would say that's fair. I didn't really see anyone hit him or try to go after him.
Nothing else.
Mr. Nelson?
Do you agree that there were 13 people standing there in the position that we showed on Exhibits 103 and 104, correct?
Yes.
You were one of those people, correct?
Yes.
You were ready, willing, and able to use violence, correct?
Yes.
And you did, correct?
Are they stopping after
AJ
this?
did too, correct?
I wouldn't categorize a push as violence, but
If you're pushing somebody down while their friend smacks them across the front of the face, would you think that's violent?
yes.
Fair to say that Madison Cohn was standing there in a position that may have been ready, willing, and able to be violent?
I don't think so.
She'd already pushed him and pulled him and screamed in his face, correct?
Yes.
She wasn't really gracious with him, was she? You wouldn't characterize that, would you?
No.
She's screaming in his face, correct?
She's screaming at him, yes.
And same with Riley Mattison, same thing, correct? Ready, willing, and able?
Objection on speculation.
Sustained. Sustained.
Did she appear to you to be in a position that she was ready, willing, based upon her gestures, and capable?
Same objection.
To cause violence?
No, sorry, there's an objection.
Sorry.
Sustained.
I believe you said, and I want to give you a chance because I couldn't understand it on redirect. Did I understand it correctly? You said you were not in a position to say whether she fell or didn't fall. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Originally, you told the police she fell, correct?
Yes.
Why did you tell the police something that you knew was wrong?
Because at the time I had remembered it differently.
Okay, so at that time when you said that, you had a memory in your mind that she'd fallen, correct?
Yes.
And since that time, your memory has changed, correct?
Yes.
And that's changed based upon conversations that you've had with friends?
No.
Based upon your watching the video?
No.
Just on your own, your mind said it wasn't the way I originally saw it, correct?
Yes.
And it's just coincidental that your change is helpful to the state's case?
No.
You had said that when you were asking about this help, right? Do you remember they were asking about you heard help, but it wasn't on the recording?
Yes.
Just want to touch this briefly, right? On the exhibit, can I? Publish 103.
Exhibit E.
EXHIBITY.
Yes.
The shoulder pads, I
And
can't.
so I'm just going to put a sticker here. But I'm going to ask you about a different time. But I just
When
wanna
it's
use
zoomed out, it's
the
even
G2 and the
worse.
G1.
You
Does
really
that
get
make
the
sense?
perspective.
Yes. Okay. So there was a time when you were over in that position where the circle is G2, correct?
Yes.
And then that's when you said you heard the teenagers yelling for help, correct?
Yes.
It was when you were over there by that position, correct?
Yes.
At that point, the phone would have been with Jawan Cockfield over here by G2, correct?
Yes.
So you would agree, let me ask this, all of the people in Jawan Cockfield's group were closer to the phone than you were, correct?
Yes.
So if any of those people, including Jawan Cockfield, had have yelled help, that voice would have been closer to the phone to pick it up than it would have been to your human ear, which was farther away, correct?
Yes.
Could it be that you're just wrong?
No.
You for sure heard it?
Yes.
Even though it's not on the recording, which was right by the boys?
Yes.
And you're as confident as that as you are in all of your other testimony?
Yes.
Even if we didn't see it on video, you're still confident that it was a punch?
Yes.
Nothing else.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Carlson. You may step down. Is he released?
No.
All right. Please see the witness coordinator in the back. She'll give you instructions.
James Spader. What's next? Look inside Nicolae Miu's ear.
Who's the next witness?
We'll call Landon Weyer.
We got more witnesses. So we're rolling for another 50 minutes.
Landon?
Till
W?
5:30 Eastern, 4:30 Central. This drives me nuts because their audio is only in one ear for me. Like my audio comes in
Mr. Weyer, please
from
come
them,
forward.
and then it pushes it out in both ears for you. Like you guys should hear in both ears, right?
All the way into the well. There you go. Please face the clerk.
Oh,
Raise your right
he's
hand.
gonna be a
She will
gem.
administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to
He's
give
gonna
in
be a
this matter shall the
gem,
truth,
I
the
can
whole
tell
truth, and
already.
nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Get your hating pants on. Going on mute.
Mr. Smestad.
Always state your name for the record, please.
Landon Weyer.
How do you spell your last name?
W-E-Y-E-R.
How old are you?
19.
What do you do for a living?
I play football at UMD and go to school there, but I'm in the process of transferring right now.
And by UMD, do you mean University of Minnesota Duluth?
Yep.
Where do you live when you're not a student up in Duluth?
Stillwater, Minnesota.
Do you live at home with your parents?
Yep.
Were you familiar with a person named Isaac Schumann?
Yep.
How did you know Isaac?
We've been friends. We were friends since I was like 7th grade.
You described your relationship as close.
Yes.
Do you recall the day of July 30th, 2022?
Yes.
Were you with Isaac that day?
Yes.
Were you with him on the river when he was killed?
Yes.
Were you part of the group that had met at Stillwater High School and rode over with Alex Vang's vehicle to River's Edge to rent tubes?
Yes.
Were you with the group the whole day?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you got on the river? About what time?
I do not.
Were your tubes tied together?
Yes.
Did that create one big raft?
Yes.
Were you all sitting on the tubes?
Yes.
As you were going down the river?
Yes.
Did you have any alcohol to drink?
Yes.
What did you personally have to drink?
A couple beers and maybe a couple shots.
Okay, what kind of shots did you drink?
Tito's.
Is that a vodka?
Yes.
Did you have use any other substances?
We also smoked.
When you say you smoked, is that referring to marijuana?
Yes.
Did you see Isaac Schumann using any marijuana that day?
I don't remember.
At some point, let me ask you this. Despite the alcohol you drank and the marijuana you used, do you have a recollection or a memory of what happened that day?
Yes.
At some point, as you were going down the river, did you have contact with the defendant, Mr. Miu?
Yes.
Do you know whereabouts that was on the river?
Towards the end.
Do you remember any landmarks being in the area?
Not really.
Or had you ever been on the river before that day?
Yes.
When you first saw Mr. Miu, what did he appear to be doing?
He was standing in short water with the goggles and a snorkel.
All right. Did you ask him or anybody in your group ask him what he was doing?
Said something along the lines of, yeah, what are you doing?
Okay. Now, did he answer? Did you hear him answer, I guess?
Not right away, because we were too far away.
All right. As you got closer to him, did he say what he was doing?
He mentioned something about little girls.
Okay. Do you know how close you were to him when he said that?
Not necessarily, no.
All right. At some point, did Jawan Cockfield call him some names?
Yes.
Are you aware that Jawan Cockfield had been recording what happened?
At the time, not necessarily, no.
All right. Have you seen that video since this happened back in 2022?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to play the first portion of the video and I have some questions about it.
What is he on? Whoa! 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 Whoa!
Can you go back a couple frames? Landon, do you recall this moment on the river back in 2022?
Yes.
What is Mr. Miu doing in that portion of the video we just watched?
Looks like he's about to reach over me and grab our tubes.
Are those your legs in the video where we're stopped? And I guess the timestamp is 4 seconds. At the 4 second mark?
Yeah.
Were you sitting next to Jawan?
Yes.
Does Mr. Miu come running up to where you are sitting on the tubes?
Yes.
Does he grab at the area where your legs are?
Yes.
Did he physically touch your legs?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Did Mr. Miu make any kind of contact with anybody on the tubes?
I believe when he was reaching over, he touched me a little bit.
All right. Can you play it? We're going to continue the video from 04.
Whoa! 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 Hey, whoa! Whoa! Get away! Whoa! Oh, God!
We stopped at 12 second mark. That portion of the video, what do you do when he comes up and grabs onto the area where your legs are?
I was just scared, just got up.
Did you bail out of your tube?
Yeah.
Did you have some concerns about what he was doing when he came up and reached towards you?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes, I was scared.
Did he say anything as he came running up to you?
I don't remember.
All right. Did he give you any kind of explanation for why he was grabbing at your legs?
No.
Did you have any adults with you in your group?
No.
Everybody in your group 17 at the time?
Yes.
After he grabbed onto your tubes, did you see what he did next? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
All right. At some point, did he take several steps away from your group?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you say anything to him as he was interacting with you originally?
I don't necessarily remember.
Can you keep your voice up, please?
I don't remember.
All right. Do you know whether you called him any names?
I mean, I might have said that he was a pedophile or something like that.
Did you swear at him at all?
No.
Did you threaten him?
No.
At some point, did another group on the river come over to see what the heck was going on?
Yes.
Did you know any of those people?
No.
Were they older than you, if you know?
I didn't know, but they appeared to be adults.
And what did you see happen when the adults came over?
They had been saying the same thing we were saying, telling him to leave us alone and go away.
Right, and did you ever see him leave?
No.
At some point, do you recall laughing at him?
Yes.
And why were you laughing at him?
Once more people came, I felt a little bit more comfortable and with the adults being around. So I felt more comfortable.
Oh, please. This kid's full of shit. The adults being around.
Did you ever hear Isaac Schumann say anything to Mr. Miu that you recall?
No, not that I recall.
All right. Did you ever see, I'll strike that. When the other group came over to check to see what was going on, do you remember the gender of the folks that came over initially?
Both boys and girls.
All right. At some point, did you see the girls having an argument with Mr. Miu?
Yes.
Do you have a memory of that?
Yes, I remember she was telling him to leave us alone and go away.
All right. Do you recall where you were standing at the time they were having that conversation with him?
I was standing in front of him next to Jawan in the video.
You have an idea of how far away you were?
Probably feet away.
All right. At some point, did you see Mr. Miu react physically to these women that are yelling at him?
Yes.
What did you see him do?
I saw him strike her.
Okay, which one did he strike, if you remember?
She had blonde hair. She was standing right in front of him.
Okay, did you know him at all? Or know her at all?
I did not know.
Did you see which hand he hit her with?
Not necessarily, no. I think it was his right hand.
All right, did you see whether it was a closed fist or a open palm?
I did not.
Did you see whether he had a knife in his hand at the time that happened?
No.
All right. After he punched the blonde woman, what happened next? What did you see happen next?
I saw him get punched after, and then I saw people stabbed.
All right. When Mr. Miu got punched, did he go down in the water?
Yes.
Did you or any of your guys jump on him, hit him, kick him while he was in the water?
No.
How many people did you see actually hit Mr. Miu when he was in the water?
I only saw him get hit when the first initial strike.
All right. At some point, did he get up out of the water?
Yes.
Did you notice at that point if he had a knife in his hand or not?
No.
Eventually, did you realize that there were some people? Did you see some injured people eventually?
Yes.
Do you know how they got injured?
The first thing I saw was someone holding
their stomach. It's the first thing I saw.
Did that cause you concern?
Yeah, that was very traumatizing.
Did you flee the area?
I was standing there for a while, and then I ended up going further away next to the tubes.
All right. We're going to show you a still frame from the video, Juan's video, and I'm going to ask you some questions about it. All right. This video, do you see two people?
Yes.
One in the foreground, one in the background?
Yeah.
Which one? Is one of them you?
Yes, I'm in the background.
All right. Do you estimate how many feet you are away from the person in the foreground?
Sorry, what?
How far away are you from the person that's in the blue shorts there?
I'd say maybe 10 feet.
All right. We're going to scroll through from, that was...
Did he say keep it cool?
That was 2596. I'd like, or pardon me. Can we scroll? We're going to try to scroll through from 2891, and I'll ask you some questions about those pictures too. We're starting at 2891. You can stop it there. We're at 2926. Landon, do you see Mr. Miu in this frame? Or at least his arm?
Yes.
Do you see if he's holding anything in his hand?
Looks like there could be a knife in his hand there.
Had you moved from your previous position that was shown in 2891 where you're standing?
I don't remember.
All right. Do you remember rushing up towards him or doing anything like that?
No.
Did you ever lay a hand on him?
No.
Did he ever lay a hand on you other than when he grabbed onto your tubes?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you ever get close enough to him where he could have done that?
Yes.
At least in this video, this part of the video, you were, I think by your estimate, about 10 feet away. Is that right?
Yeah.
Right. At some point, did you realize that Isaac had been stabbed?
Yes.
How did you know that?
I believe Jawan screamed out his name, and then I looked and saw.
Were you with Jawan by the tubes later on in the video?
Yes.
You heard Jawan call out?
Yes.
Did you go to where Isaac was?
Eventually, yes.
Did you see that he was wounded?
Yes.
What did you see?
I saw a cut in his chest.
Did you or other folks in your group try to assist him?
Yes. Jawan and Owen. Owen had his hands on the wound, and Alex was holding him up.
All right. Did you eventually move him over to the shore?
Yes, that was on the shore when they were doing that.
At some point, did some other folks stop to help you guys?
Yes.
Did they provide care to him, medical care?
Yes.
I'm going to back up here a little bit. Prior to Mr. Miu punching the blonde lady, did you see anybody strike him in any fashion?
No.
Did you see, let me ask you this, did you have a knife that day?
No.
Did you ever see anybody within your group with a knife that day?
No.
Did you see a knife on anybody that was involved in this incident?
No, not until I saw that people were stabbed. I never saw anybody have a knife.
Did you see where Mr. Miu went after he was done stabbing folks?
No.
At some point, was Isaac taken off the river by medical personnel?
Yes.
Did you go with him, follow him?
Yes, I was. Yes.
Was Isaac first taken up to the road near the bridge?
Yes.
Did you speak to any police officers while you were still near the river? Do you remember?
Yeah, I don't remember, no.
Was Isaac taken to the hospital?
Yes.
Did you go to the hospital with him?
Yes.
Do you remember speaking to a police officer at the hospital?
Yes.
Did you tell them what happened?
Yes.
What you saw?
Yes.
Do you still remember the face of the person who did this?
Yes.
You see him here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you point him out? See what he's wearing?
Yes.
Can you say what he's wearing?
He's wearing a suit, blue suit with gray pants. And
nothing further.
Mr. Cherofsky?
So, Mr. Weyer, you are, I want to make sure I got this right. 2 of the 6 of you that were there that day are now college football players. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Cockfield plays college football, and so do you?
Yes.
Okay. And what position do you play, sir?
Safety.
Okay. And how big are you?
5'11", 187 pounds.
And you indicated on direct examination that you had been consuming alcohol that day, is that right?
Yes.
And you had been using marijuana?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked by officers questions about your drinking and how much you believe you had to drink. Is that right? Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. And you were asked that by officers in comparison to what Isaac had been drinking that day. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you had said that, in your opinion, Isaac was the least drunk person out there, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you believe in your own mind that you were more intoxicated than Isaac, right?
I believe that Isaac seemed to be composed. That's why I said that he seemed to.
So to answer my question, do you believe that you were more intoxicated than Isaac?
I don't know.
Do you think you had drank about the same as he drank?
I don't know. I wasn't keeping track.
Okay. Now, you just testified on direct examination that I'm going to talk to you about the first contact you have with Mr. Miu. Okay. That first contact, you testified that he's standing in shallow water, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you guys are asking him questions?
We were saying something along the lines of, why is he standing in shallow water with snorkels on? What is he doing? Yes.
And your answer was, today, he told us that he was something about little girls, right?
Yes.
Okay. You also never mentioned that to the police, do you?
I don't remember.
You don't remember whether or not you told the police that this gentleman was looking for little girls? You don't have any recollection of whether you told them that?
I believe I said that, but I don't remember.
So you believe under oath today that you did tell someone that?
I object, Your Honor. He says he doesn't remember.
Overruled. Let's clean it up.
I don't remember. I thought I said it to the cop at the hospital.
I'm sorry, I missed that last part, sir.
I thought I said it to the cop at the hospital, but I do not remember.
If I told you what you said to the cop at the hospital wasn't that he was looking for little girls, but rather I can't even tell you what he was saying.
He said something about little girls, but I couldn't recite exactly what he said.
You'd agree that's not what you tell the police. What you tell the police is, he was saying stuff, I can't tell you what he was saying. Right? That's what you tell the police, though. Right?
That's what it says.
And you hear, let me ask you this. Mr. Cockfield acknowledged that your group was antagonizing Mr. Miu. Would you agree with that?
I object, Your Honor, to use of another witness's testimony.
Sustained.
Do you believe your group was antagonizing Mr. Miu?
I believe that we said things to him.
Well, we all know you said things to him. Did you say things to him to antagonize him?
I don't know.
Calling him a raper and a pedophile and a predator. You would say those are things to antagonize someone, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, he's by himself, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this, and you see that he's a little bit older and a little bit out of shape, right?
Yes.
Okay. And your group, you've already said, has at least 2 future college football players in it. And you were scared at that point?
I was a 17-year-old kid. I was scared.
So the answer is you were scared?
Yes.
Okay. And you were scared of what physically could happen?
Yes, at the time he was much bigger than me.
Okay. And we've heard on the tape that someone says, you've got 10 seconds. Do you recall saying that?
I do not.
Do you recall someone in your group saying,
I do not.
You've got 10 seconds?
I do not.
Okay. So I think you told the police that once Mr. Miu comes over, you'd agree he comes over to your tubes, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember that he had a snorkel in his mouth at one point? When he comes over?
I don't know. I just remember he had one.
Okay. And he then walks around your tubes. Is that true?
I don't remember.
You don't remember. Do you remember him leaving your tube where your tubes were and walking what would be downstream a little bit? You remember that?
I do not remember that.
Do you remember him turning his back to your group? You remember that?
I remember that.
Do you remember your people in your group approaching Mr. Miu?
I do not.
Can I ask you, what do you remember about that?
About
that particular part of the incident. Do you remember anything about it?
I do.
Okay. So after he walks around your tubes, what do you remember?
I remember that we walked away and then people came to us and then we were standing in front of him and I'm standing by my tubes. We're all standing by our tubes in front of Miu and people were talking to him.
So I want to make sure I understand it. You said you walked away? Or you said he walked away initially?
I was by my tubes.
Okay. So you don't remember him walking away from your tubes?
I do not.
You don't remember him turning his back to you?
I do not. I do not.
You remember the blonde person, the blonde woman come over though, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember Mr. Miu walking over to her? Remember that?
I do not.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the comments that are coming from defense table. You're obviously getting...
Hold on. Please, gentlemen, it's late in the day. We're tired. I just want to have a clean Q&A. Please keep the side conversations, the table talk to yourself. That's where I'm going to end it.
Ooh, what happened, I wonder? Look at this attitude from him. What a smug little shit.
So, Mr. Weyer, I'm going to show you, we're going to start this at 51 seconds, okay? And I'm going to stop it and just see if that maybe does anything in terms of helping you remember anything, okay? So,
who is this? Yes. For the culture. Who is that?
So you see Mr. Miu walking away from your group, moving over toward the blonde person, the woman, right?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, are you still scared?
When more people, adults, start to come, I felt a little bit more secure.
Okay. You agree that when he walks over toward the blonde, you guys can pass on by, right?
Yes.
Don't you want to get away from him?
Yes.
So passing on by would be a way to get away from him, yes?
Yes.
But you don't. Your group stays, right?
We stayed there, yes.
Yeah, and you stay, right, because you see this woman coming over and she's giving it to him, isn't she? She's yelling at him.
She's telling him to leave.
Right, she's telling him to leave, but you agree you just could have left, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you said this, you're becoming, as the numbers increase, your fear level is decreasing, right?
Because they were adults and I was a kid, yes.
So the answer is the more people that show up, the less fearful you're becoming.
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that your confidence is rising as well?
I'm sure, Your Honor, the relevance. I don't understand the question. But
sustained.
Your confidence in the situation, in terms of what's going on, you're becoming more confident in your position there, right?
Same objection.
Sustained. Come on up if you have questions.
Oh, okay, Judge. It's all right. Thank you. Do you feel safer with more people around?
I felt safer with the adults around, yes.
Okay. And with the adults around, does your behavior to Mr. Miu change?
Yes.
It becomes more taunting, right?
Becomes less fearful.
Okay, well, do you show signs that you're becoming less fearful?
Yes.
Okay, and you do that by taunting him, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember this? There's a point where your group is kind of around him. You're all pointing at him in his face, calling him a predator, right? You remember that?
I remember that people had called him that, yes.
And that happens after these other people come over, right?
Yes.
Okay. So once you see, and then tell me if I'm right, there's about 4 or 5 people initially that come over, right?
I do not remember how many people came over.
Okay. Well, I want to ask you, I need to mark this. Okay.
Why are people such idiots?
Yes. So I just want to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 105, and we can show you. Can you tell me, is there a picture next to kind of a diagram there?
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And in that picture, can you tell the jury if you recognize, what do you see there?
I see Nicolae. I see Isaac. And I think that's Ryan.
Ryan Nelson?
In those swim shorts, I think that is. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. Is it fair to say those are some of the guys that you're, minus Mr. Miu, there's some of the guys that you're with, right?
Yeah, it's tubes as well.
Okay, and your tube, there's pictures of your tubes there, some of them?
Yes.
Okay. To the right of that, you would see where it says G1 and then there's a G2. See that?
Yeah.
Okay. And if I tell you that the blue M stands for Mr. Miu, and these initials are the people in your group, okay?
Okay.
Do you think that that is, in this particular picture, a fair estimate of where people are? For example, Mr. Schumann's in front of Mr. Miu. Mr. Nelson is over to the side, like you mentioned. Is that a fair and accurate representation?
It seems roughly correct, yes.
Okay. And so I guess I would move 105.
Any objection?
I do have an objection, Your Honor, and I'm looking at it.
Well, what's the objection?
Ryan Nelson's listed twice. It's not accurate.
So the objection is foundation?
Foundation, it's not the evidence.
Mr. Officer, do you want to clean it up with him?
I will, Judge.
Ryan Koberger.
Mr. Weyer, in terms of making sure I have it right, Mr. Nelson was labeled twice. What wasn't labeled on there, if you can take a look at it, we've changed it. You were with a gentleman by the name of Owen Pelican, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he's now written in there, he wasn't written in there before, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now, with the change of changing Ryan Nelson twice to now adding Mr. Pelican, does that appear to be a fair and accurate representation?
If LM is me, yes. My last name starts with a W, though.
Understood. Then I'm getting your name wrong, so. But otherwise, it's a fair and accurate representation.
Objection? Received. What was the number again?
I'm sorry, the exhibit is 105.
You want the French call Les Incompetents.
So, Mr. Weyer, at one point where, and you, I guess I'll ask it to you this way. You hear the blonde, her name is Madison Cohen. She comes over and she's, you describe her as being in Mr. Miu's face, right?
She was standing by him in front of him. She was standing in front of his face, yes.
Right. You use the description in his face, yes?
If that's what I said, yes.
Okay. And to you, does in his face mean she's kind of in his personal space?
Just means in his face, face to face.
And during the time that Ms. Cohen's doing this, Mr. Miu's not reacting in any type of violent or aggressive way, right?
He's
yelling at him?
He's standing in front of her, not doing what she's asking him to do.
In a non-violent, aggressive way?
Yes.
That hair.
Oh my God.
And when you guys surround him and start calling him predator and pedophile, what's the purpose of that?
He said something about little girls, so with him being a grown man, he said something about little girls, so that had us feeling like he was a predator.
So you felt like he kind of deserved it, right?
There's no little
I
girls
felt like
around.
we were saying that because of what he said.
Okay. Was that captured on video by chance?
I don't believe so.
Of course not.
So, other than your statement today, there's no other recording or written documentation of that happening, right?
No.
And as you see Madison Cohen and the other woman, Riley Martin, as you see them in his face or in front of him, as you described, I'm going to bring up 2611. Tell me if that's you.
Tell us when you're ready.
Ready? Oh. Yep, sorry, Jim. That's you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And this is, if you remember,
with his Cancun
seconds
hat.
Moments before Madison Cohen, you say you see her punched, right?
This is before I saw her get punched, yeah.
Okay. And I'm going to run you from 2611. And move it forward. But before I do that, I want to ask you this. You look like, that's Joanne Cockfield holding the camera, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You look like you're looking at him. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall, are you guys like looking at each other laughing about just what's happening?
I don't necessarily know what we were laughing about or looking at each other, just looking at each other.
Okay. You're not sure why you're laughing though, right? That's what you just said?
For the specific reason, no.
Okay. All right. You're not, is it fair to say at this point you're not looking at Mr. Miu or Miss Cohen? True?
Yes.
That's true?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just play? I told you right there, the group moves forward, and there's been information that that's the point where Mr. Miu strikes Miss Cohen. Would that be fair? Would you recognize that as that's the timing?
I don't know. I can't see.
Okay. Well, we'll play it a little more. Right, and now you see Mr. Miu going down, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you believe the woman who's in the front here with holding the alcoholic beverage, she's the one that gets hit. Yes? The other person.
I can't remember. I was behind her, so I just knew she had blonde hair.
You were behind her and you were looking at Joanne Cockfield, right?
I was looking at Joanne before he struck her.
Okay. What I want to know is, can you say whether or not that blonde woman in this picture is the person that you saw get struck?
I would think that's her if that's the only girl with blonde hair that was in it talking to him right before.
Well, there's another woman in the picture as well. See her leg there?
Yes.
Tattoo on it?
She had blonde hair as well.
You can't ask me questions, but what I can do is just say whether or not you can pick out which one of those two people was struck.
I can't. I don't know which one it was.
Okay. Do you know how she was struck?
Just remember him striking her. I don't exactly know how.
Which hand?
I don't remember. I believe it was the right.
Okay. And do you know where on her body she was struck?
Her face.
Okay. There's been various demonstrations as to how that happened, meaning what type of punch it was. How would you describe it?
I don't remember. I just remember him striking her.
And you I think you said she went down, right?
What I thought I remembered seeing, yeah.
That you saw her fall to the ground?
I thought she fell to the ground, yeah.
Okay. And do you think that because that's what you saw?
Yeah.
Okay. You'd agree that blonde girl right there, she's got a drink in her hand, right? You see that?
She has a drink in her hand, yes.
Yeah, you see the cell phone in her swim top? See that?
Yes.
Okay. And she looks like she's yelling, right? Speaking, doing something?
Her mouth is open, yeah.
You're saying that you saw her fall down?
I don't remember exactly which girl it was. It was the girl with blonde hair. I was behind her. So I don't know if that's exactly the...
But what you're certain of is one of them fell?
One of them for sure got striked, and I thought they fell to the ground, yes.
Okay. And then you describe to officers as a bunch of guys came and got on him, right? That's how you use the descriptive, right?
That's what I said, yes.
Okay. So you see him get punched in the face.
I saw him get punched, yeah.
Okay. And then you say a bunch of guys came and got on him, right? What do you mean by that?
I just saw people flock towards him after the woman got striked.
Striked?
Did you see anything else after that? After he went down?
After he went down, then I started seeing people who were stabbed.
You saw people stabbed after he went down?
After he went down, got up, then I just saw people stabbed.
Did you see him struck while he was on the ground again?
I did not.
Did you see him get struck when he was being pushed in the back?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did it appear to you that he was getting the worst of this? He was getting beat up?
I remember that after he punched somebody came and punched him.
All right, I get that. My question is, when you say a bunch of guys came and got on him, are you saying that you believed he was getting beat up?
I believe that people went towards him after he had already struck somebody.
And were beating him up?
I saw him get punched. I didn't see anything. After that, it was a commotion.
Thank you, Tommy.
Now, you said that you were close enough. You got close enough to Mr. Miu that he could have hurt you, right?
Yes, I was standing feet away from him.
Okay, he didn't hurt you, right?
No.
And you didn't touch him at all, did you?
During when he was standing over there, no.
At any point, do you put your hands on Mr. Miu?
No, I never touched him.
Okay. And so he never touches you, does he?
He touched me earlier on.
I mean, he never touches you in a way that causes you any injuries?
I never got injured, no.
Okay. Mr. Weyer, I don't have any questions for you. Thank you for your time, sir.
Mr. Smith-Dunn?
Just a couple, Judge. Landon, did you ever call Mr. Miu a raper at any time you had this interaction with him?
I don't remember specifically saying anything, but I do remember hearing things on the video. People.
I want to ask you exactly what you remember yourself saying. Do you remember yourself ever calling him a predator?
No.
Do you remember other folks in your group?
I remember hearing people say it, yes.
All right, did you ever call him yourself a pedophile?
Sorry, what?
Did you ever yourself call him a pedophile while this was going on?
Not that I remember.
Or other people in your group calling him a pedophile?
I just remember someone calling him something along the lines of that pedophile, yes.
They asked you about the blonde girl falling down. As you sit here today, is that something you remember happening, or is that something you think might have happened?
I remember her getting struck, and I thought she fell to the ground, from what I remember.
Is that your recollection of the event?
Yes.
Mr. Trofsky asked you about your statement to the cops that a bunch of guys got on him. Do you know how many guys got on Mr. Miu after he fell in the river?
No, I just remember as soon as she got punched, several guys, took.
Were any of those guys people from your group?
No.
Nothing else.
Mr. Trofsky? No. All right. Thank you, Mr. Weyer. You may step down. Please see the witness coordinator in the back. She'll give you further instructions about where to go.
Yes, let's get to 100K if you aren't subscribed already.
All right, we are just about at 4:30, so we are going to recess for the day. The bailiff will take you out in a moment. My instructions for you tonight are the same as yesterday. Do not begin your deliberations. Do not talk with others about this case. Do not interact with the attorneys, the witnesses, the parties, the members of the public. Do not conduct any independent research about the case. And do not watch or read any media reports, including social media posts about this matter. We will get started tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Please report to the same door that you did this morning. Warren should be there to greet you. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury for the last time of today. Let's see if they have any issues to discuss.
La, 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 la. You don't hold a camera.
Yes. Multiple groups.
All right, please be seated. We are outside the presence of the jury. The attorneys are present. Mr. Miu is present. We do have another illustration on the easel. I'd like to get an exhibit sticker on that. That was the drawing that Mr. Anderson created with, I believe it was Mr. Weyer. Could be wrong. Was it Mr. Carlson? Okay. In any event, let's get a sticker on it so it's marked.
If you guys are taking off, have a great night. We have a premiere tonight at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. If you want to come in and watch, it is
75. We'll mark
on a
it.
different case, but we'd love to have you.
Mr. Anderson, do you have anything that you want to address before we adjourn?
Other than that, we'll see you at
No, I'll just tell the court I think we're
9 o'clock Eastern.
on track for. I think we're moving at a decent pace.
Okay. Mr. Trofsky, anything you want to address? All right. I just ask the attorneys confer about tomorrow's witnesses, just so there's no surprises. We'll be back tomorrow, 8 o'clock. Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.
He's lost a ton of weight. Jail's hard, man. My ears are playing tricks on me. This audio is horrible. Just in one side of my head, I feel uneven. All right, the adults said, "Post up, boys." Indie Girl, you'll be on replay crew. The 7:30 show is here on YouTube. Thank you so much, Scott H. for that reminder. So sweet of you. You guys check out Scott H's channel as well. We love some Scott H. Look how green our chat is, though. It's amazing. Well, they stopped filming, so I'm just going to go ahead and mute that. Dude, these kids today were really disheartening to me. I feel like I'd be embarrassed. I'd be embarrassed. They act like big babies. I don't know. No responsibility for their part in anything. they stick to these lies, and we know they're lies because we see it in the video. So we'll be back here at 9 a.m. Eastern time. It'll be 8 a.m. Central time, right? I think that's right. And then tonight at 7:30 Eastern, yes, Eastern, we're going to be talking about Pam Botcher. It's a premiere video I put together of her story with connections and with Ruby Frankie and Jody Hildebrandt. And then a watch along of the full unedited body cam from her house in American Fork when she had Julie and Abby scrubbing her floors and waiting on folks from Costa Rica to arrive that evening. Can I get a Creep Town, dude, for that one? Because Pam Botcher is Creep Town, dude.
Creep Town, dude.
So, yeah, we've got Chad Daybell's jury selection is still going on. So we'll keep our eye on that as well. Thank you for putting Scott H's link up, Robin. It was good to see you, Robin. Good to see all of you guys today. We hit 99K today. We need some turkeys for the 99K. We are going to be at 100K soon. It shouldn't take too much longer. Let's end our poll. We started out, like Potato said, it was like almost even three-way. No, not really. Oh, I won't forget the credits. But you guys are favoring the not guilty verdict. Let's see where we stand after tomorrow. And this has been all state's witnesses. These are people that are supposed to convince the jury that the state can prove their case. I think they're failing miserably, especially with these harsh charges. Okay, so we are going to, if we meet these goals up above my head, we will spin that Wheel of Friday on Friday. Hopefully we can do that this week. I look forward to it. Let's roll our credits for Myron. I will see you guys tonight in the chat. If not, I'll see you in the morning. Have a great night and stay safe.
Where do you think you're going? Nobody's leaving. Nobody's walking out on this fun old-fashioned family Christmas. No, we're all in this together.
Be sure to check out my other videos and playlists for more true crime content. And if that's not enough, you can join our Patreon. Don't have a tinfoil hat? It's okay. We'll make you one. It's that easy. See you guys in the next video.
See you later. Bye.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard it.
We're all gonna have so much fucking fun when they need plastic surgery to remove our goddamn smiles.
Coming in hot, just like the fajita.
You're being a Karen.
Cocaine.
It's cocaine. You're making plans to get to France, but don't wanna face the fact.
You're what the French call les incompetents.
I ain't got time for that. Staying up late, sleeping all day.
Everyone's getting treated like scum.
Buying new shoes, hanging by the pool, sipping on Coke and Jack.
Don't make me a dog-faced lion pony soldier.
You want one Jennifer or two Jennifers?
Thanks so much, Jennifer.
Bye, Jennifer. Why were you telling her not to fuck herself?